Você tá encrencado. Você quer sair daqui, né? E se eu pudesse te oferecer uma chance?
E o que a minha chance exige?
Alguém tá mudando o fluxo correto do tempo. Você tá aqui pra ajudar a capturar essa pessoa.
Quem é?
Alguém muito familiar.
Você deve estar brincando comigo.
Pode estar em qualquer lugar e época.
É um prazer te conhecer.
Todos os episódios disponíveis. Assista agora, só no Disney Plus.
Um, dois, 82404. 128404. 82404. Tá bom. Já.
PUBG Masters. Here we go. Drum roll, please.
Summer has arrived.
Leopard is frogen due, down they go.
And the battlegrounds are heating up.
That's a finding one, it's a finding two. Nice shots, finding three.
Wind it down, come down on Paul. He's just going to try to hide. Yellow, the guys are already on the flames. We have more damage.
Europe's best fight for supremacy and vital PGC points.
Well, there we go.
1 versus 1.
Oh.
The SLR finds the face.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the ESL PUBG Masters Summer. I missed you at PCS4, but I'm back. My name's Kyle Laris. I am your host throughout all of the extravaganza that we are about to witness here throughout the next 3 weekends. As you can see, different setting. Floof is behind me in spirit, but we've got more people to introduce than just myself and a portrait of Floof, because I've got 2 gentlemen joining me here to get things going, to start things off. I've got Jorasar and Copter here. Jorasar, it's our first time working together for like 5 or 6 years, maybe even more. How are you doing, fella?
It's kind of insane when we think about it that way. I think we might have had one event before then, but do we count the Sanok launch, for example? That was quite fun, but that wasn't a proper esports tournament. From that point of view, it's been even longer, and I'm so happy to be back in a fantastic setting as well, trying to get some of these PUBG teams through to the grand finals over the next couple of weekends and giving out a load of dosh.
I absolutely count that one, Jorasar. It was like shotguns only in some of those games, which say no more. Say no more. But Copter, it's been a little while for me and you as well. It's been maybe a few months here and there. How are you doing, friend?
I'm just fine, thank you. It's nice to be here as well. It's summer, it's hot, and we have a lot of PUBG action, so I'm so excited about this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got a lot to go through, so let's start off on things we need to talk about. First things first is the format. As we have a lot to actually go on through here regarding that. So we've already finished our qualifiers moving through here in Europe. Now we're in the last 3 boxes. Today, we're going to be covering the second box along out of the 4. And this will include the teams that have qualified on through, of course, as well as the direct invites that we had, and one winner from the PUBG ESL Masters Spring, and one winner from the ESL PUBG Open Summer. And, of course, then in the next 2 days after this, we're going to be moving on to that lower bracket box that you can see there, where we will have the bottom 8 teams from today going up against the 8 teams that qualified a little later on in the tournament. And from both of those boxes, 8 teams will qualify on to make 16 teams for that grand final, all with most chicken dinner rule here, Jorasar. So plenty to play for these teams, and good multiple opportunities, I should say, to qualify onto the grand finals.
It's going to be very interesting because we've got a 1-day format for the upper bracket here. There are a couple of useful pointers to make note. The first is that we don't necessarily need to win a chicken dinner here to make it through on day number 1. True. 2 teams are going to be able to make it through that don't win a chicken dinner, and that's assuming we have 6 different winners. We could have individual teams win multiple times. The second thing to take note of is if a team does win a chicken dinner today, they are guaranteed to make it through to tomorrow as one of the top 8. So what happens after you win? Do you shroud your strategies for the grand final and hot drop the hell out of everyone? I mean, part of me wants to see that happen. Part of me doesn't, but we're going to be entertained nonetheless. Yeah,
it makes for an interesting dynamic, Compter, considering it's not quite what we've seen before, but as I say, kill points are really going to matter here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the just what Jorasar actually said about the one team getting the chicken dinner. So, of course, 8 teams qualify. We have seen the upper and the lower bracket in years in other tournaments on the past, but we haven't seen it on this stage. And exactly what John said about the one team getting the chicken dinner. Can they actually start destroy the gameplay for the other teams? Are they going to be changing the strategies in a way that they're going to start disrupting the teams which they don't want to be getting a spot on the final, at least not today?
Definitely so. And how do you get all of the points towards the end, then get yourself the prize pool, and then become the champion? Well, let's break that down for you, because, of course, it will be most prize pool wins towards the end. Now, do bear in mind, this grand finals week 1 and week 2 are going to happen in the following weekends coming up. So next weekend and the weekend after that are the weeks we're looking at here for the prize pool. So no prize pool is on the line technically this weekend, but this is an opportunity, John, for everyone to fight for a chance to go towards this prize pool.
Teams will also potentially get a little bit more of a break if they're able to qualify through the upper bracket as well, because this is one of those unique periods in PUBG where we're not saying goodbye to any teams from the tournament today, but the bottom 8 teams are then going to be moving into the lower bracket, where they will have to fight afresh against competition they haven't played with at this stage of the tournament before, and finish top 8 in that to make it to the grand final. So we're making them jump through a couple more hoops, but On the flip side, it's a second chance saloon.
Estamos
for them.
lutando
So
uma
the teams
guerra.
that qualified today,
30
they get a little bit more
anos
of a
no
break.
futuro.
They can focus on
Precisamos.
watching everyone else and maybe put themselves in a better position to get a larger share of that prize money in the grand finals weekends.
Yeah, that's a good breakdown. You've been working on your hosting skills, mate. That's pretty damn good. No, gotta say. But let's take all of this, of course, this information, and then move on to what actually happens at the very end of the tournament as well. If you've bagged the most prize money, you will then plus an extra 10,000 for the overall winner. So congratulations to you. You're bagging a lot of money at that point. But also, Copter, there are opportunities for the other teams or even the winning team to get some special prizes as well.
Yeah, I like this. I like how they have split the money, because we've seen that the prize money was increasing already on the PGIS, for example. And I think that the ratio, how the money is now distributed between the first final and the second final, I think it's okay, because it's only like 2K for the winner. That's the difference. So it's not like double or anything like that. And then we have these extra monies as well. And then, of course, who's going to be getting like the highest amount of money from those 2 weekends, they got to be getting that 10,000 bonus as well. So I really like this, how the actual money is going to be flowing in this one. And I mean, we know that on these formats, on the most chicken formats, you have to be getting the kills. And now there's going to be even like more money on the line when you get more kills. So even the teams which are not guaranteed, maybe, I mean, the teams outside, let's say from top 8, they can even get the money from the kills if they don't get the chicken dinners.
Yeah, definitely so. Especially, as you say, that kind of the one I've got my eye on is most kills in a game, because I love it when just teams pop off, get like a 20-some bomb or something like that, crazy numbers, and then you even instantly guarantee yourself $2,500 or something like that. But anyway, moving on, let's talk about where these teams are placed currently and where we're going to be seeing them in the tournament. So this is the lower bracket. This is what we're going to be seeing from tomorrow onwards. So we have our 8 teams that qualified later on, and they are going to be joined by the bottom 8 teams from today, Jorasar. So when you look at these lower bracket teams, who's standing out to you as someone that you maybe can rise through to that grand final later?
Oh, I think there are several of these teams that could end up throwing a big spanner in the works. Vania, for those who aren't familiar, used to be known as the Bystanders, so they are a very, very strong and capable team. We Live Again has won other tournaments as well against some of the world's best competition. Then Tempest, Supermassive Blaze, for example, they've been here forever, and they are proper tier A teams. Entropic always seems to be a mainstay in the community. You could pick any of these names, and we would find that even top teams struggle against them on occasion.
Yeah. How about yourself, Copter?
I think we have seen lately a lot of surprises when we're talking about the teams who are going to be getting to the final. We have seen a multiple of these teams already on the PCS finals. So I think that all of them have a fair chance, but I think I'm somehow agreeing with Jorozar about the teams who are, of course, the highest candidates to be getting a place on the final. And my personal favorite from those teams is, of course, Tempus.
Sense. Yeah, they're pretty damn good. They are pretty good. I'm looking at Entropic. It's funny, I've got a real soft spot for Entropic every tournament that they appear in, and I just hope that they do good. Sometimes they don't quite gather that momentum, but I would love to see it here. Of course, that will be tomorrow. Let's focus on what's happening today, because we have 16 teams coming in, and oh boy, is it a strong lineup, as it always is when it comes to Europe here, Jorasar.
Exactly right. Like, we have the invited teams. We have some of the biggest teams in Europe and indeed the world in this lobby. A couple of things to point out, though, about these guys. Santi and Gempty finally back on the same team.
Yeah.
So the brothers are going to be playing as part of Digital Athletics. In terms of the qualified teams, the teams we might not necessarily see all the time, day in, day out, I've got my eye on Orglis, especially since She Created joined the roster as well, formerly of the Istanbul Wildcats. I think they're going to be fantastic. And I have quite a literal question mark on top of question mark. So that's a doozies team where, you know what? I reckon in any squad fight, they can throw a spanner in the works of any of these top teams. So they could end up being a big, big pivot here.
Yeah, I like your pick on Orglis with She Created. I think every time we saw him in Istanbul Wildcats, it was She Created's name that constantly kept coming up when we would have these topics of like, okay, they might not be doing great, but, you know, She Created looks fantastic on this roster anyway. How about yourself, Copter, looking at this lineup that we've got here today?
I mean, there's so many good teams. Of course, there's well, the heavy hitters, as we know, the invited teams. Then we have Cursed, who won the Open Summer. I think they're definitely one of my kind of like favorites, if I could say. I'm not gonna say the obvious one because there's gonna be otherwise some angry people on the other side of the chat, so I'm not gonna be saying ends. But I mean, Cursed is definitely one of those teams that I'm gonna be watching out because they had a great performance on the Summer Open. So let's see if they're gonna continue. They were just killing a lot of people there. I mean, they got a lot of kills on the board. So I think if they can continue that, and I can see from these teams who are actually coming outside of the Open, of course, through the qualifiers. I mean, I can see that Cursed, they have the fragging power to be defeating multiple of these teams. So I think it's going to come down to the fact, are they going to be getting the chicken dinner or not? But even if the Cursed will not get the chicken dinner, I think that they have a very good chance of getting the frags.
Yeah, it's funny for that roster because I feel like there was the early stages of PUBG, right, where this roster, or the names on this roster, huge names in the scene, and kind of like you're thinking like the vitalities of back then, but then kind of had that little bit of a rocky road, but now we're trying to kind of have that fight back. So really cool to see how they're going to do. I think it's important to as well highlight here the returning champions effectively of this tournament from Masters Spring, which is Heroic. John, when you look at how they performed, they did really well in Masters Spring. I think they didn't do quite as well as they wanted to in PCS4. Do you have hopes for Heroic here?
I think it depends which Heroic shows up today, which sounds a little bit odd. I'm used to seeing them not just in the professional tournaments, but of course in scrims as well. And I know you can never infer tournament performance from scrims, but even in tournaments sometimes, Heroic tend to steamroller everyone in their path, or they don't actually make it even into the top 8 in a game. They're very sort of boom or bust in a lot of the way that they play. And whichever one shows up in games 1 and 2 today, I think, is going to dictate the momentum for the rest of the day.
That's fair. Let's take a look at the maps as well as the schedule, as what is to come here, because we have 6 games coming at you every single day. We are going to start things off with 3 Miramars, and then we're going to go into 3 Erangels to get things rolling. Kind of an accelerated schedule, but these timeframes seem pretty decent here in regards to... We all know how long a map of PUBG takes, so... that's probably where we're going to be sat at. Actually, I want to come back on the topic here with you, Copter. I'm sure you probably have some thoughts here and there about Heroic. What are your thoughts coming into this tournament for them?
Yeah, I mean, definitely John is right on that one. We have seen, the Heroic who's just destroying everybody and team mode, like killing everybody from the distance. But yeah, we have also seen the Heroic, which is not performing, but we haven't seen that so much lately, to be honest. I think they have found some amount of stability. But also, when I look at all these teams on the lobby, I mean, I can say the same pretty much from all of the teams. There's, I mean, all the teams, they have their ups and downs. We have seen bad tournaments from all these teams. I think only FaZe always manages to find some kind of a performance. So I think that we can trust definitely on FaZe and Liquid. I mean, that's why those 2 teams are probably the most known esports organizations in the world. But still, there's a lot of teams who have these same problems, if we can call them as a problem, as Heroic. Because, for example, Skate has been lately very good, but then before that, we saw kind of like a slump for them as well. Redline, they were absolutely nailing it on a PCS4. Definitely. But then we have seen some bad performances after from them. So it's really hard to tell. So I think that all these teams, they have an equal chance, definitely. And stability is just very hard to find.
Yeah, some performances up and down, stability hard to find. I think one roster that really does have stability, especially coming off the back of PCS4 though, John, surely has to be Virtus Pro. Surely you've got to give them some big punch here coming into this tournament.
Virtus Pro had even more stability moving into the most chicken era because they always seem to find a way, even if only 1 or 2 of them were alive, to find a way to contribute to the final fight and still be competing for those wins. In the most chicken era, where the meta has been a little bit more boom or bust in terms of engaging those squads early because we want to get all 4 out alive, their teamwork above all else has been exemplary. We have seen individual skill from a whole bunch of players all over the shop. But with Virtus Pro, it feels like everyone helps each other and they almost have an equal share of the pie. So it's their cohesion that particularly impresses me.
And I always loved the fact that PGIS, you had Batulins, you know, when they were doing those star charts of how good people are at each certain thing, Batulins was like, my tactics, 100 out of 10 or something. I'm like, Batolids, come on, man, you're a little bit crazy. I'm getting noted that the game is almost ready. However, we just had to wait for a moment before we actually get onto that plane. So we got plenty of time to talk about some of the more of these teams, which is nice because there's so many of these teams to actually talk about coming on in. One of the teams that I would love to have seen do well at PCS4 Copter, but didn't quite hit the mark, was BBL Esports, our previous digital athletics roster. What do you think for them coming into this one?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, definitely after they left the digital athletics, I think they had a great momentum, but I don't know if they have been, well, I do know, but I haven't seen the same results which they got with the digital athletics. I think they had a very good momentum going on with the digital athletics, and when all this happened that they parted their ways from the organization, I think that they lost something there, like motion-wise or something. I don't know what actually happened, but yeah, we haven't seen the exact same gameplay or the same performance after that one.
Yeah.
But I think that they definitely have a chance of getting back there, and this is definitely one of those events where you want to do it.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even going into PCS4, I think like when you actually talked to some of the players going in, despite BBL kind of being on this new roster and things like that, everyone was still giving mad props to people like Code Marco John, who we know is able to frag out. These guys worked so hard leading into 2021. It's not easy to ever really put doubt on them, I think.
One of the things that is particularly strong with Code Marco, as you mentioned, is his positional awareness is always really good. He can be the last player left alive in the team, but know when and where to rotate so that he doesn't run into those 3 stacks, doesn't run into those 4 stacks, and gives the team the maximum amount of opportunity to win the game. He's not always in that position, of course. I think BBL have so much. They've got all the ingredients to bake the cake. They almost just need to rebake it. We know they can do a phenomenal job. We know that they're a tournament-winning roster.
Yep.
They now just need to find that consistency and cohesion once again.
All right. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen. It is now time to get into our first game here at the ESL PUBG Masters Summer, and I'm going to leave it over to you guys to bring us the plane for Miramar for game number 1.
Thank you very much, James. The first map is underway now. A little bit of a 9 o'clock to 4 o'clock playing path here, Copter. So a bit of a southern skew. San Martin is going to be a stretch. Al Azahar completely out of the equation. We're going to see some alternate loot drops here in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a southern plain, so we can expect that the teams, of course, they will still try to reach towards San Martin and the Hacienda area, probably. But everything on the north side of that's going to be out of bounds. La Pendida, Impala, they are still doable. But yeah, we can see some expected landing spots. So, for example, Curse, they're going to go for the Secret City there. Pozo, of course, going to be taken by Skade. We can see actually Ding heading towards somewhere on the Valle de Mar area. FaZe will be taking Monte Nuevo. Navi will play the places on the north side of the power grid, and Virtus Pro, of course, will go to the power grid. Liquid will take Picado. Nova's going to be challenging those, and Redline will get the usual places as well, same as Heroic on the Chumachera area. BBL, they play the areas between the Chumachera and Pecado, so that is normal as well. And then, let's see, August, they will take the La Pendita area, so that's going to be their choice. And the Digital Athletics, they have usually gone towards Hacienda, but now it seems that they're going to be taking some vehicles from the northern side of Pecado, and will be heading with those maybe towards the Hacienda.
Relatively chilled out start to the bingo at the moment. We've had Skate mentioned, we've had Ents mentioned. We're just waiting for one of them to win the first game now, Copter, and then the trio will be complete.
Yeah, now when we are talking about the Finnish players, well, one thing that I have to highlight, because you said from the lower bracket teams, you mentioned Entropic, and we actually have seen a roster change on the Entropic as well. Double is not playing for them anymore, and they have replaced him with Korexi, which is a Finnish player, so I'm very excited to see how they will be performing on this event as well. But yeah, let's be completely unbiased here. We are now talking the kind of like the required things about the Finnish teams and the Finnish players. I mean, where's all the UK players and the teams, by the way, John?
I love this, by the way, NASCAR style. We've got a little bit of bumper drafting going on. I was, this is weird. I was commentating a bumper drafting event last week. What on earth is going on here? Klib pushing the Venga bus along, and you can see James there. This is the only time in the game you will see the Venga bus overtake a Murado.
Yeah, I mean, the bus is gonna be so slow, so they will just give, because usually normally it like slows down on the uphills. So Klib is definitely kind of like helping out with it a little bit. And do they even have a driver on that, by the way?
It's autonomous driving, actually. As long as you keep your hands on your wheel at all times, I'm sure they will be fine. Orglis are now moving in. They've got an excellent looking compound. I'm not sure if they want to stay here or whether it's just used as a staging area for them to move further. There you can see Ents having a glance at Team Liquid as they move by. No one looking to take each other out at this point. Very happy with everyone else moving past them. They've got a half-decent location, although Team Liquid are being shot at by a couple of others. So we're reaching that stage in the game now where the teams that have rotated in early are now starting to take more confident shots at the teams that are moving in because they don't want to be crashed this early, or they don't want to be seen as just a single player in a compound and end up in a 4v1, for example.
Yeah, Liquid takes the usual areas. They like the gas station area and the small shacks on the side of it, so that's usually where they're going to play. So that's definitely kind of like default rotation from Pecado towards the middle areas of the circle when the circle hits the eastern side. So they will take a place there. We can also see Klib actually extending all the way towards Impala as well, so they're doing small changes there. Meanwhile, we can see from the side of the Liquid, we can see also FT, so full time they are here on the same area as well. But yeah, I think they can expect that Liquid is here, so I don't think that they're going to do anything crazy because they know these players, and now they're scouting the area. We can see Danny or Danquip watching that area. James is going to be inside of it. They still have two guys on the shack, so James is going to be completely alone there on the gas station, and Klib is holding Impala completely alone as well. More rotations are, by the way, happening on the background, so we do have also BBL joining there on the sides of Enzo. They are just there on the northern side of Los Leones. We can see Virtus Pro, DA, and Navi on the move as well. And looking at the other rotations, we can expect that Cursed and for the question mark, they're going to be the two last teams that's going to be getting inside of the circle.
Exactly right. We've got a situation really where most of the teams that would rotate in early have kind of done that now. So we're taking a look at teams that might still be out, are likely to play Edge. You've highlighted them, Copter. Question mark have to wait for FaZe to move, actually, who are near Chumacera right now before they can come in. Cursed are all the way near El Pozo, so we don't expect them in for ages. We have got Skade coming in now as well in terms of the teams that are rotating in from a middling sort of timing. Skade and Heroic are actually the two teams that relatively uncontested on the edge. There are no teams there at the moment. They almost have like a nice sweet spot in terms of getting into the circle and deciding where they want to go next.
Yeah, I mean, the Red Line's position is it's the kind of like, well, I wouldn't say standard one, but it's the place where you can like queue up your place on the circle, because what happens that when the teams take the southern rotations, they will just come right next to Puerto Paraíso, and then they will come from the eastern highway towards the middle of the circle, and when they're gonna see the first team, then they're gonna stop. Like, well, it's not that simple, but that's how it looks for the viewers and for us sometimes as well. So Red Line's kind of like the first in line to get on the middle, and for example, Heroic, who's by the way doing the rotation from the southern side, same as Ding, there's probably going to be one team right there on the southern side of Red Line pretty soon, and then other team going to be stopping there around the Puerto Paraíso area. So the kind of like the highway is going to be having a temporary traffic jam.
It's a little bit of a danger always when you take one of the compounds that teams can rotate far north or rotate far south to come into, because then you always expect very, very late on, several teams could come straight past. You have to make sure that you can dissuade them from moving in. Here comes full time. QB with an excellent spray, getting Dancing Bob down with an excellent headshot. Got a couple of shots before then as well. And knowing that they're not being shot back at right now is crucial for Redline, because they know it was just a single player in that car. They don't have to worry about someone who, for example, is say 50 meters away and can instantly retrade, and they should be able to secure this position and that kill for free without the loss of any of their team members.
Yeah, I mean, full-time is actually very spread out currently. They have 3 members still alive, and they're completely in different places. Yes, they have 2 guys on top of the Impala Hills, but they are pretty far away from each other as well, as we do have also the other 3rd member just right next to Redline. So here we can actually see Danny, who's right next to them as well. So they're not going to be having the easiest solution of the situation. Currently, Cube is going to be spotted. No one's going to be spamming towards him with the mini, with the 4-time scope only, but still going to spot him down, but not going to be tagging any, so the guy doesn't take any of that damage. Ding arriving from the south, as we can see. So there's going to be, well, like I said, if they go just north from that road, they're going to be finding Redline, and Heroic is actually staying there on the hills, right next to the Redline, so they will not go to the road, and they will be not joining this party if things are going to be crashing on Redline.
There you can see the map as most of the teams have come in. In fact, Question Mark are the only full team that are not yet in the circle. And it's interesting to see that some of these teams are full-time and Team Liquid in particular, Copter, they've taken positions that are quite close to the coast. But because we know that later on, the circle's going to shift away from water and shift away from some of those unplayable areas in the mountains, what do you think about teams that go a little bit too close to the coast? Would you prefer, for example, to be where BBL esports are, where Orglis or Virtus Pro are? What's your take on that positioning?
Well, I mean, usually the circle will come where ENCE is currently sitting. They are absolutely in the middle. And even though, of course, you want to be in the middle of the map, but still usually on this eastern area, that's usually pretty much the middle place where the circle like ends up coming. So that's the thing. If you're a little bit more on the northern side, there's still a chance, for example, that the circle will go all the way towards Minas General, but it's not guaranteed. But we're going to be seeing the shift right now, and there we go. That's what I meant. It's usually going to come on this area. ENCE is not going to be completely on the middle, but they are still inside, and Liquid actually has the middle. So that's the reason why all the teams are potting up here. And what the teams are doing there on the background, they are looking this from the statistical point of view. You can easily go there, get the information from the PUBG API about the circles, how they have been happening during the past 2 years, and you can actually calculate averages, what's the middle place. And that's what the teams are doing. They're doing data mining to get the information, what's going to be the most probable place. So they will have a great coming from an example. Not going to find it. Ali is going to be getting Stampy down. That's going to be Zeons, aka Stampy, and that's going to be his Chinese name. But yeah, that's going to be a flush as well. So Navi is going to be opening up with the kills as well.
And I'm not sure what the statistical analysis says, but 25% water into 40% water is not something that any team particularly likes to play. But of course, all of them will be equipped to handle this sort of situation. A lot of movement, especially from the teams in the north, is going to be necessary to get a half-decent position in Circle 2. So the teams I'm looking at the moment, unless they want to play edge, if Virtus Pro comes in, I want to know where they go. We're watching Digital Athletics, who are actually quite far north near Minas Generalis. They know they had to move in early on, but I think their position could end up being compromised by Team Liquid here, who are properly in their way. Wheel gets taken off of, I think that's Vard, and he's a little bit stuck actually in the open away from the rest of his team. So Digital Athletics here having a lot of trouble rotating.
Yeah, there's Liquid on the other side and Navi on the other side, so definitely not the easiest solution. Unless something crazy is going to happen, I would say that Ward is going to be dead pretty soon. But Tulu is going to fight an angle to what she created, so one player from the Orc is going to be knocked down as well. Clip is watching the Ward angle. Skuika is going to be, by the way, stealing. She created second kill for Enzo already. Here we have the situation. Navi and Digital Athletics that we were talking about, as we can see Ward a little bit separated. Navi is actually not that close. They're actually on the other side of the players from the rest of the players from the Digital Athletics. So that's going to give Ward a chance, but yeah, he has to be like very careful. And I think that if somebody will be shooting towards Liquid on the gas station, then it might give an angle for Ward to run away, but otherwise it's going to be a problem. Ados is going to be getting a knock and a flush towards Mise at the same time, and this Digital Athletics and Navi fight on side of Impala is going to be still going on. Melon with a nade, going to be going towards Empty, and that should be a knock happening, but no, it's not going to be a knock. More utilities go inside as well. James is going to be finding a nice angle where he can actually stay, and the nades are not going to be doing any of the damage, even though they're going to be spot on the placement.
It's one of those rare instances, actually, where you wanted the nade to bounce off the wall and get into that lovely little hidey hole, but it ended up going through the window, and if they were still inside, of course, that would have been a big problem. Big move here, and I can't tell if it's Heroic into FaZe or FaZe into Heroic, but what I can tell you is that FaZe Clan are eliminated in game number 1 in 16th place, and Heroic managed to do this crucially with 3 members of their team still alive. So important to make sure that you can continue to fight in those final circles. They only lose T-Bone and they go up to 4.
Yeah, what I'm actually waiting on this circle, because you mentioned it earlier that it's going to be so lot of water on this circle, and now when we are playing with the most chicken format, so the victory is going to be very important. So the teams usually don't like to take a lot of risks. So we might end up with the situation that the next circle is going to be pretty small as well, and we even might have a huge amount of teams and players all the way on the phase 5, 6, or 7, and then it's going to be completely madness. So that's what I'm well, not hoping for, but that definitely could be a thing that might be happening. Circle's going to be popping, and it's going to go south. And this is definitely, as we can see from the placement of the teams, this is not what they were expecting to, because we have multiple teams inside of Impala. We have Curse on the northern side, and this kind of a shift on the southern side of Impala, it's not very characteristic, I would say, but we have seen it to happen. But suddenly we have Full-Time actually having the best place on the circle, and now they need to be sending the, for example, the remains of the team from the Impala Hills towards the, they're kind of like the 3 warehouses, like at the sea compound or so, whatever you want to call it here on the eastern side. We can see Ents getting inside. That's going to be a problematic because Liquid's going to be here waiting for them. Also, they do have Mutiny on the other side as well. Let's see how this is going to go. Liquid, they don't have the angles. Hero's going to be waiting there inside of it. Skuika takes the damage. Meanwhile, Diggery, TXU, we can see August coming at the same time as well. So this is going to be one of those great shifts happening. TXU moving. Skuika actually not taking any more damage, so he seems to be finding a dip for the team, and they will be actually parking here. And even if they're going to be lucky, they might be actually picking up somebody else if they will rotate towards them.
This is one of those circles where the 300 IQ brains on the teams are now whirring non-stop. That huge southern shift means that all of the teams on the north and the west side all have to move in, and they will be running the gauntlet from this point. There is no way around it. Teams like Ding, for example, and Heroic actually will be in an excellent position. Team Liquid running into Na'Vi as well, not really wanting to do that this early in the game, but if they have to, they will. Quizzy manages to get down by Jeans, bearing the Scar L in this particular game, so opting that as their weapon of choice. But Alia comes out of nowhere and manages to grab the double. Na'Vi holding onto this dip strongly because Team Liquid are a little bit too split to come in for the exchange.
Yeah, meanwhile, Ents is fighting with the skate, but Liquid's gonna be still kind of like stuck with the Na'Vi. We can see it from the minimap that they have the kind of like lineup holding, and Liquid, they just rotated with the other teams, and there was just too many teams on that area, so something needed to be happening as they were coming from the same area. Digger with a great spray, gonna be taking skate down. Nuki is gonna fall down, and that is already 5 kills for Ents, but they have some knocks happening. Digger's gonna be still flushed down with the Nuki's nade, so that's gonna be 1 kill for Skate. But Ents, they have been getting the kills. They can still save Russamar, it seems. So we can see Diggery doing the revival, and that's pretty much it. But here on the western side, meanwhile, we have Virtus Pro, we do have Mutiny, and we have BBL, and they are battling from the existence from this area.
Oh, Copter, whenever I see Skate and Ents fight, I cringe because I feel like that's almost the left half and right half of Copter fighting. And I'm like, no, just leave each other alone. You guys can meet in the final circle. Unfortunately, Skate out early on in game number 1, but I'm sure they will be back with a vengeance. And Ents up to 5 kills, as you say. Most teams have made it round into the circle now, but a very important point to note for phase number 3 is that there are at least 4 teams on the western edge of circle. Virtus Pro here now moving straight into Mutiny. Heroic not too far from them, and BBL just to their south. They can't get any more central without running through 3 or 4 more teams. So
they are pushing.
Have to fight here.
They are pushing. I mean, they got a 1 knock on Mutiny, and they are just going. As we can see, Perfectus coming with the drive-by, but it's Leos getting Perfectus down, and there we go. Mutiny is going to be taken down, and they can hopefully still save Perfectus as well. They should have the time. We can see Lou running towards it. No, there's going to be Spyro actually coming with a buggy, and they will put the cover, and this is exactly the great execution from Virtus Pro. We spoke them on the studio, and you said, John, about these guys, that these are very stable. And one thing that I really love in Virtus Pro is the fact that they will always find a way to adapt to the situations. Even if they lose 1, 2, 3 guys, they are still always having the potential. So, I mean, when they lose 1 member, 2 members, I don't think it has a so big impact than some other teams. I mean, some other teams are suffering completely if they only have 2, but if these guys have 3 or 2, they're still like very serious contender.
Yeah, it's almost like 2 different skills get combined in Virtus Pro. Skill number 1, of course, being able to squeeze out value out of games when you lose those 1 or 2 members early on. But skill number 2 is recognizing when to take fights where you think all 4 players will stay alive. They're really good at winning squad fights where 4 members are still alive at the end of it. They just seem to do it as a percentage more than so many other teams. And I think that's what makes them so deadly, especially in the most chicken format. Was that a 360 headshot there from Alia? I'm pretty confident. That car almost wasn't facing the right way. But Digital Athletics now get absolutely wiped by Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, that was great performance. Alia just got 3 kills out of that vehicle. They flipped the vehicle. GMT was first to fall down, and then just Alia picked them one by one. And that was just so beautiful. And you can see Curse actually arriving to the scene as well. Shiva's going to be having a look. What's happening here? Na'Vi is here. Curse is going to be coming on the scene as well. But Shiva's going to be driving by. Not going to stay there at all. Going to be realizing that there's going to be enemies on the area. And Monkey tries to get past as well. Danny is going to be getting him down for full time. We'll get a knock. Squeak is going to be getting Shiv down. Going to be flushing it down as well. And meanwhile, Monkey is going to be flushed down as well. So Curse, they will lose 2 members in a matter of seconds. Philo's going to be the only member anymore driving, and he's going to be having a complete solo around here in the middle of the map. No idea where to go, what's going to be safe. Let's try to go for the shack. There's going to be shots coming all the time. Let's see if he can actually make it. He seems to be getting at least behind the shack, but can he hold that? That's going to be a completely different question.
Oh, poor Philu here. Not too much else he can do, unfortunately. Cursed had a plan A. Plan A involved flying slightly too close to the sun, let's be honest. And sadly, all of the plan Bs in the immediate vicinity were taken up. So Philu is very much playing the survival game right now. Not too many other teams need to move, at least, because it's phase 4. We've cut out the water, and 90% of the teams didn't actually have to go anywhere. So there's a bit of stability for the next minute or two. But after this, straight back to the shift game.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be, I mean, we have already seen so many teams to lose down. So definitely this is like a natural things happening, I would say. That this is how it's supposed to be as well. Max is going to be trying to get inside. It's going to be spotted by Na'Vi and also by Virtus Pro. So I think this is going to be end of Liquid. And there we go. Melmon's going to find the angle. And Maxi, also one Finnish player, by the way, on the lobby is going to fall down as well. But yeah, now we're going to stop that Finnish nonsense from here, first of all. But yeah, circle shifting pretty hardly actually towards the northeast side. Full time is going to be still inside. We can see Philo. That shack is going to be pretty much on the middle. So he has a nice place. We can see multiple teams outside. So if you watch the August on the southern side, they should be getting in pretty freely. And this Ding, which we are currently actually seeing on the bigger screen as well, they actually have a very important place because question mark BBL and most probably August, they probably will try to come towards that direction. So they're kind of like the gatekeepers now.
This will end up being a big test for Big Boss Life Esports. They had a fantastic compound up to this point. They now have to come in and play Edge. They're going to need to contest Ding, but they potentially might also move further north and contest Heroic. If they choose to do that, question mark and Auglis will have a nice, safe place to move in on the southern side. It depends on what BBL choose to do. They've waited for this opportunity in the game so far. They've had a relatively quiet game, and now we see, are question mark going to move north? Are BBL going to move north, or are they going to move into each other? That, I think, will be the story of Phase 5.
Yeah, it's going to start moving pretty much right now, so we'll just have to wait and see. It's not going to take long. Redline, meanwhile, has been pretty silently there on the eastern side. Now they will actually find themselves in a pretty nice place inside of the circle. We can see Orkle is actually just going to be starting a rotation towards them as well. Question Mark's going to be sending towards Ding. Heroic also controls the western side, where BBL is going to be heading. So I think it's going to be the northwestern side that's going to be the hotspot for now. We can see BBL heading towards there. Heroic's going to be watching it, and now the BBL rotation will go between Ding and Heroic, and there we go. Vasco's going to be finding Mitroleos. That's going to be one because it's a 3-man stack getting 2 Mert, Code Marco. They will run towards Ens, and Ens is waiting here. So let's see if they will come all the way, and yes, they will. And Diggory with the spray, going to be missing that one though. Mert is going to be getting one. Diggory's going to be trading immediately, and we can see Squeaky coming from the side. The spray is going to be spot on, and there's going to be still Smash remaining, and Sako! Ens, they will take BBL esports down, and that's going to be already 9 kills, but now there's going to be some third partying happening as well, and they will have to be careful.
A little bit of a roll of the dice there from BBL. They could move Edge up north, face Heroic. They could move Edge down south, face question mark. And now everyone is piling, and we've got Heroic and question mark moving into the Ents position. Ents are going to get eliminated now. Vasco and Page finishing them off. Question mark know that this is the fight coming in. I think they were expecting to fight Heroic at this point, but they find Perfectix instead. And now suddenly question mark find themselves facing Heroic and VP. Maybe that could backfire on them.
Yeah, there's so many teams on this area. This is what I meant when I said hotspot. It's definitely going to be that. And Na'Vi, they will get fade down from the question mark. But it's going to be Na'Vi, actually. They have the master position on the north. They have a lot of angles. So unless they're going to be getting some knocks towards them, they actually should have a pretty good chance to clearing out multiple teams from here. Alia's going to be getting Orkless down there. We can see Orkless actually falling down as a whole. Question mark, Virtus Pro, Heroic, Na'Vi, all on the same place. And now Redline actually doing the damage towards the what was it, August on the southern side, but that's completely out of the picture. But we just saw one team losing completely there.
Phase number 6 is going to keep the action on this portion of the map. It's a 10 o'clock hard shift here towards the northwest. Na'Vi were due north, by the way, so they're very happy. They're waiting to see what kind of mess the frying pan makes a little bit to their southwest and then go, you know what? We'll just roll in and take the kills and see what happens at the end of it. And that has served them really well. They've profited to the tune of 11 kills in this game, Copter, and all 4 of them critically are alive.
Yeah, this circle which we saw now happening on the northwest, that's going to force the teams who have been static for a longer time, so Full-Time and Redline, they haven't been, I mean, they have been shooting, but they haven't been rotating for a while. They have kept these places for, I think, at least 3 circles already, so now they will have to move, and that's going to even out the situation a little bit, so it's going to give some pressure from that direction as well. But I think it's going to be now some slow movement. It's all about spotting the enemies, and actually Ding has spotted Na'Vi, also Philo has been spotted from the shack as well, and Full-Time they want to get a kill as we can see Dan Q with that nade gonna be putting that towards Philo, and that's actually gonna get inside. No, it's gonna be getting bouncing from the rooftop, and Philo is gonna be still keeping his life. And now they will just try to go around it. So let's see if they can still find something. But the question is that how accurate they're going to be with the nades. And that's going to be spot on. And that's not the job done because Philo's going to be behind it. So he's actually prone in there. I was just wondering about it from that X-ray. It was very hard to tell. He's going to be inside or outside. But luckily he was outside. And now he's going to be trying to come from the side. And this could be a potential lose of life. And there we go. That's going to be end of curse as well.
I feel so sorry for Philly there. I mean, we've all been in those kind of positions in our games. You're prone, everything explodes around you. You haven't had any damage dealt to you yet, so what do? You stay there and you don't move because you want to hope that they go away. Not going to happen, unfortunately. And Cursed now out. We have 5 teams and 18 players left alive now here at the almost 25-minute mark of the game. Nades getting put Na'Vi's way. They're just coming from the one direction at the moment. It's from Heroic, but if they move their heads a little bit too far above the parapet, I'm a little worried that Ding might be able to see them from range as well.
Yeah, this is definitely the power struggle of this area. Whoever's going to win this fight, they're going to be having a great place to for the remaining circles. Now, they want to get the fight going on with the Heroic, and actually Heroic is pretty low on HP as because Page doesn't have any heals. So that's definitely a problem. The nade is going to do some amount of damage, and that's going to be it. Page is going to fall down, so one player knocked down from Heroic. Now Vasco, let's see, is it going to be Beamy who's going to be still up and running. So they will try to somehow return to this threat, but it's not going to be easy because Na'Vi, they just have more numbers. They have 12 kills as well, so that's going to be a huge amount of it. And as we can see, Na'Vi is taking this very easily. They don't want to take any unnecessary risks. They know how important it is to have all the 4 members on the end fight to get the chicken dinner. So, but now we have actually Full-Time shooting from the distance as well, and they're going to find also Heroic, but also Na'Vi. So Example and Beamy, they will fall down, and the Beam is going to be flushed now with the explosion as well. So that's going to mean that only one player for the Heroic is currently in a playable state, as Na'Vi, they can probably sort of revive the 4th one.
Na'Vi understand their position extremely well. They know that every other team in this circle have heard a lot of shots, and the moment they get out in the open or the moment they move above one of these hills, everyone's going to be shooting them and they'll have a massive target. So they don't want to push even when they get a knock onto Heroic. It's just not worth it for them. The third-party potential is too great. They make it into the top 4 using this conservative approach. They're up to 14 kills in this game. My goodness, if this was the grand finals, they'd be early contenders for that most kills in a game prize, but the war is not over yet. Yes, they're the only team with all 4 alive, but there are many other players left in the lobby. Na'Vi, though, so far, doing an excellent job.
Yeah, Redline, 2 knocks in a short time, so they definitely are having a problem. I was just wondering that Redline actually could have been the one team that could very easily contest Na'Vi, but yeah, for now, if they don't get the revivals done, it's going to be very complicated because the Iva's trying to defend the Nailup's position, because the Ding pushing at the same time as well. The revival is going to happen. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, they're just moving towards the middle of the map. They're taking more control. They're taking more possession of the circle, and that is very bad for the teams on the southern and the eastern side as well. Melman not going to be missing these shots most probably, and there we go, going to be spamming. No, he's actually going to hide there on the smokes. An Example at the same time also challenging Ding. So 2 different fights going for Na'Vi, but these guys, I mean, these are so experienced players that they know what they're doing. So these guys, they have the potential to fight even with 4 different teams at the same time as well, because they can just keep their lives on those battles.
What's impressive as well, Redline are doing this as well as Na'Vi, is when you just finish fighting 3 different squads, it's really hard to switch from go, go, go, let's kill everyone mode to actually relax, regroup, sit back. Na'Vi are very good at switching between those 2 gears almost at will. They know that no one is contesting their position right now. They're listening out, they're gathering information. They want to know when everyone else is fighting and where they're fighting so that they can make the best decision. Same thing for Redline. They've been fighting Ding for goodness knows how long, but they're not choosing to push in just yet because they know it's uphill and they're really worried that full time off to the east might see them and might snipe them if they move out too soon.
Yeah, 4 teams, and obviously the only full man stack, but yeah, everybody else is still with 3 man as well, so it's not a big difference on this situation. Malman's gonna be spotting down the full-time player. Meanwhile, Dan Q's gonna go behind that hill, gonna be finding some cover. So we can see Circle coming towards Na'Vi as well. So all the teams actually outside of it, all the other teams are outside of it, and Na'Vi is just defending it. Actually, if Na'Vi can get a chicken dinner, of course they're gonna be guaranteed to get on the final already, because they will get the chicken dinner. That's gonna be enough to get the spot on the final. But I mean, looking at the kills already, like 14 kills, they can actually get more than 20 kills from this game if they're gonna be, well, let's say, successful defending the area. So this could be a huge chicken dinner. But meanwhile, Ding is gonna be finding Redline, Cube is gonna find Senia. He's gonna fall down. Sail is gonna be trying to return fire, but no, it's gonna be Sail falling down as well. It's gonna be no one for full time. It's gonna flush down Senia at the same time. Ivas nail up. QB is still running for red line, but that's almost gonna stop as there's gonna be shots happening. And meanwhile, Flush will go down. Festo is gonna try to run away, but that's gonna be denied as well as Nail up. That's gonna be missing the spray, and there we go. Ding is down.
Really good play there from Redline. The circle meant that they had to go through Ding to the next circle, but they were waiting. They wanted to know, will Ding potentially fight someone else? Because they need that third party in order to move through. There was no way to move around, and they bode their time really well, Copter, and as a result, they make it through, but there's no time to rest for them because Na'Vi have now spotted the utilities going their way as well, and this fight is about to get extremely serious. That's 2 knocks with the nade, only QB up.
Yeah, there's gonna be a second nade as well, and QB goes 2 HP or something like that, so that's gonna be very bad for Redline. That's gonna be sealing the deal. As an example, with an nade, it's gonna destroy Redline, and they are down. So it's gonna come down all the way to full-time versus Na'Vi, and Na'Vi with 17 kills. And let's see, there's gonna be still 3 more available, just like I counted. Now we have more stuff on the air. No one gonna try to flank them, but no, Melma's gonna be denying that immediately. It's gonna be finding a knock on Danny. So 1 player down, 2 players still alive as well. Chris is gonna be throwing some stuff. Floss is gonna happen, 18 kills for Na'Vi, and there we go. No one's gonna be spotted down, but the flashbang's gonna be coming on his face. Melman has to let go from that angle. Gonna be wondering where the guy is, gonna be questioning that, but that's gonna be the bush that plays, and the Molly's gonna be spot on. He should be burning by now, and let's see how Na'Vi is gonna be handling this. There we have the knock, and it's gonna be 1 versus 4 as we prepare to finish the game, as he's gonna be exposing his place. We'll get a 1 knock though. That's gonna help a little bit, but there's gonna be still 3 more enemies. The spray is gonna be coming, and that's it. Na'Vi, they will get the chicken dinner with 20 kills. That's how you start the tournament.
Wow. Absolutely fantastic stuff from Na'Vi. Not just double digits, but double that even. 20 kills to start off the day. This is where it gets interesting for them as well. Do they want to grab a second chicken dinner and really sort of mix things up? Because now they know they're going to be one of the top teams. They're going to be through to the grand final. They have the option. I don't think they'll exercise it, but they've got the option now, Copter, of dropping wherever they want and ruining the lives of whoever they fancy.
Yeah, this is something what we touched there on the studio already, that now when one team has the chicken dinner, and they're kind of like guaranteed to get a spot on the grand final, now they have a chance to mess with the other teams because they can't lose the spot anymore. So if they really feel that, yeah, we want to make this complicated for FaZe, for example, or any other team, they can actually try to start messing with their game, and they kind of like trying to stop the other teams to get the chicken dinners. But there we have the kills. Na'Vi getting 20 kills, of course, ends with 9 kills, and Heroic with 7. That's going to be the top 3 with the kills, but of course Na'Vi getting the chicken dinner, so they don't have to worry about the kills. But everybody else, they will have to worry about it because still we at least 2 teams will go through to the grand final only with the kills.
What's even more impressive from that win is that the northwestern edge of that circle, even before phase 7, sort of phase 4 and 5, so many teams were piling in, and many of them didn't want to rotate into the center because it would mean they would get fired on by too many people, right? Look at BBL. They were on the edge. They decided not to fight on the edge. They wanted to go straight in. They got killed. There were about 4 teams that happened to. The only team that managed to withhold that and do a brilliant job staying on the edge there, it was actually Na'Vi. It wasn't one of the teams that was gifted the center of the circle or very happily having a shift on them. Na'Vi played the northern edge that entire time, and the way they moved in and the way they were so patient with their play was just phenomenal.
Yeah, what actually happened with the circles, Navi, they came with the northern rotation, more or less. So they came a little bit from the north. And when the circle shifted on the Impala area, so and then from there towards the south, they kind of like always had the angle coming from the northern side. And I think it was like phase 6 when they were completely alone, just before all this like western, northern craziness happened. I think that that was the moment when they, like I said it as well, I think that they actually had a very good place on the circle, and they just utilized it perfectly. And when you have a team of this magnitude like Na'Vi, we have seen these guys, I mean, when they have the circle, when they have the control, and they definitely have the firepower, they are not afraid of using it, and they just played it completely right.
Don't worry about that, by the way, guys. That was just some Copter fan service. We wanted to see Tiksu in ultra slow-mo, and now he's super happy about that. Hopefully we'll get to see a bit more of that later on. But ENCE, we have to talk about ENCE, Copter. We can't avoid it any longer. No, they weren't part of that final fight, but they played their position quite well. You could argue that they were a little bit unlucky to be squeezed out of the game when they were. Several teams rushing into the center. They just happened to not be the last team to take that fight. They had a good position. They had 9 kills. If I'm ENCE right now, I'm thinking, I don't actually need to change that much about the way I'm playing. I'm reasonably happy with that. We're just a little bit unlucky. What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, luck has something to do with it. Definitely when the circle shifted there on the south, we have a lot of teams. We saw Liquid actually going down at the same time as ENCE lost some members as well. So there was just too many teams on that area. And because Impala was there, the hills of Impala, there really was no any other way. I mean, if somebody would have tried to rotate towards the east, they would have been full-time on the compounds. Also, there was a team having players on top of those hills as well. So that kind of like the eastern side was covered from the different angles. So they just decided to rotate in, and I think we had like 5 or 6 teams actually on that area, and somehow ENCE managed to find a dip, but they are not all of the teams that did find that one. But anyway, I think that we are actually going to be heading for a break, so we're not going to be getting the replays for now. So we'll see you guys soon at the studio, and then we'll see what James has to say about it as well.
Down to about 12 HP, but Kill Demo is going to push through. Shrimzy has been spotted out. Shrimzy been taken down. Mime now the last one as H-Win. Oh no, H-Win, what a huge flank from him.
1-2-8-2-2-4.
Almost on another level. They're really just decimating the lobby at the moment. Doesn't he have 4 kills, which surprises me a little bit. I thought there'd be more, but another grenade? Ooh. Just not quite getting the kill. I think another one coming in as well. Is this going to catch Duck Mine? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Day Trade, #1, Archangel Predator. They probably don't...
Can move up. There's a couple of shacks in the distance, but I don't know how much they give you. Rustamark, good nade as well, and the flush towards Granola. So this is just spotting Mexi, but Mutiny are none the wiser, and Clip from the back. There it is. Sick nade from Clip. Bye-bye, Mutiny.
Maybe. Well, let's see. Maybe Dano can fight back here. I don't want to count him out.
Direction. Look, team #1 are absolutely zooming at Buriram right now. I'm sure this won't go well for them because Buriram this time are set up. Edie and Nordra decimate MiYoU and Duckmine. And it's just down to the remaining 2 now, 1 which is Ghoul. And that's a huge feat for Buriram. Another 4 kills on the board. Surely this will be it. Ghoul finished off, and that is why you don't challenge Buriram. This is
and he's taking too much damage from the zone and the Molotov, and that's going to be another kill for Dignitas. Honey Badger is unable to get revived at the moment. It's a 2-on-2 finish between Dignitas and Akreche. A lot of damage onto Sparky, but he's alive for now as Brooks are going to be pushing off.
Well, Sparky will go down. Brucho will find one. No! Shit, boy! What?
again, this land is so vital, but they do have the utility. You got to think how much.
He's on the right, they're all dead, heroic.
And they've actually thinned out the numbers here. Ghibli's hurting, but they could still recover.
Oh, there's 2 down for basically everybody. MCG still has 3 though. 4 AM gone. Ghibli's able to get it done. Redba has come alive here at the end. Reses are coming through for MCG while all this is going on. Ghibli's trying to surround this. You can throw some utility in there. 3 mollies still available. Good grenades. They've got it pinned in.
Oh my God, they did it.
What a way to start things off, and I can't believe it. The best team! That's right, they were the best on Tornado Energy, and they're the best on Na'Vi, and they drop a 20 bomb to start things off. I mean, effectively with the chicken dinner, they qualify themselves onto the grand final already. My name's Kalaris, I've got Jorasar, I've got Copter. Jorasar, how right am I about them being the best team?
Stats don't lie, man. And at the end of the day, as much as I would want to try and generate some sort of dialogue to disagree with you, chicken dinner, 20 kills, it's not often you see a team do something like that. The fact that they were able to summon that from a position where they weren't sat in the middle either, they fought their way in. They were in the process of fighting 4 or 5 squads at one point. They picked their moments. They kept under their cover. They didn't always push. They did the smart thing basically every time. It's actually quite annoying because I want to be able to, as a caster, find some fault. And that game was pretty close to perfect.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, Copter, but Alia, I think, dropped 10 kills, maybe even more towards the end. I didn't see the last kills where they went, but the fact that he gets double digits alone is nuts.
Yeah. He was just destroying. I mean, he was taking whole teams down. We saw that 1-3 kill happening at the pretty close to the ending, and that was just perfect gameplay. I mean, he wasn't like eager for the kills. He was like very calculating the chances and just executing. That's cold.
Definitely cold, but really hot for Na'Vi this summer. A brilliant start for them. They came in extremely warm. 1 chicken dinner to their name, 20 kills, so they guarantee themselves a grand final spot already. That being said, though, Jorasar, when we look down the table a little bit here, a great start for Ensign Heroic, putting almost double-digit kills on the board, means that that's a good start to their campaign if they somehow don't get a chicken dinner here today.
Exactly right. Don't forget that a minimum of 2 teams that don't win a chicken dinner go through today in 7th and 8th places, and that's assuming that 6 different teams win the 6 games, right? So having those kills on the board are really, really important, and Ensign Heroic, they're going to be happy with how their account started.
Yeah, definitely so. How about yourself, Copter? When you were looking at Ents, it's actually interesting looking at Ents because normally they're kind of a team that, you know, will find that middle spot, play it safe, play it cool, and then kind of frag out later on. Those 9 kills came in pretty early in this game here for Ents.
Yeah, true, but they actually found themselves on the middle of the first circle, so they kind of like had the area, so they didn't have to rotate. And usually, I actually like when Ents actually plays from the edge of the circle, because that I think it somehow suits them better. They keep the people alive, but now they fight themselves on the middle, and actually they did a good job. They defended the area, they got the first kill from Mutiny, and then when the circle, of course, shifted towards the south, and they were kind of like on the middle of that pack, so it was a little bit complicated. But I think that they did a great job before that, and kind of like the circles forced them to have a little bit different gameplay than normally.
Yeah, a little bit of a rougher start to the circles, though, I think is fair to say. Of course, John, when that circle 2 shift comes in and all those teams need to find themselves a spot to play from, we saw how congested the West was. And it doesn't help, I think, that the West is so congested. And then there's that field that eventually gets shifted towards, and they have to somehow transition across that. I guess that's probably why we saw so many sends and try to find some spots towards the middle.
Exactly right. The teams are very used to hard shifts, right? We know that the circle can be 50% water in phase 1. That's okay. Teams take this into account. They know roughly what their game plan is. When you get 2 of those in a row, it becomes a lot more difficult. The side of the circle where most of the compounds are going to be, everyone rushing in, it ends up being like layers of a lasagna. Everyone just gets crammed together so close to each other that you've got 2 choices. Fight through everyone on the edge or send it. There pretty much isn't anything in the middle at that point. And the teams had to deal with 3 of those in a row. So that's the reason why we got to see such a pressure cooker at the start of that game.
Yeah, the edge teams, some of them really thrived in it, like Na'Vi, as you're kind of mentioning here. Interesting kind of cross comparison, though, I guess, Copter, is those middle teams that I feel like some of them didn't quite have the warm up to this game. I'm thinking like Redline had a decent spot, but not quite as super strong towards it. What do you make of some of those middle teams? I'm thinking like Fate, Ding, Redline. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, Redline, for example, they hold the place there on the 3 warehouses on the eastern side, right next to the coast, and there was no action happening. I mean, there was nothing going on that area. So they took down the one team that was the August, who was actually pushing towards them. So they hold that, but that's the only action they actually saw, because there was some shooting happening, like a long distance shots, but they didn't get up into a game fight before that. So I think that they were a bit cold, but that's about Redline.
Yeah. And likewise, Ding. It's funny because, John, I look at the names on that roster, Besto, Senya, and I always think they're strong kind of edge pushers. We're just a minute out from the game, but actually taking a center spot here on Ding, maybe their kind of outlook on some strategies is different, or maybe it's just this game in particular. What do you think?
I think that both Redline and Ding fall into the same bracket of they actually had positions similarly strong to Na'Vi. It was a shame that those 2 teams were next to each other. Redline had pretty much the entirety of the southern part of phase 6, I think, to themselves. The only team that was in front of them was Ding, and it was that fight that attracted everyone else to their position. If it wasn't for that, Redline might have been able to do something similar to Na'Vi at the end. They weren't in a position to get 20 kills, but they could have walked away with the win in different circumstances. So hopefully they take heart from that and they go, you know what? One of these games will be ours.
All right, gents. Well, thank you very much. Damn, we're into game fast. Ooh, let's do it. Game number 2. Miramar on your way here for the ESL PUBG Masters Summer.
Well, let's go indeed. Plane coming from the north right next to La Cobreria and the Oasis area, and it's going to go straight towards Picado and on the southern side of Los Leones. So this is a very fair plane. So most of the teams should be finding their places, and now we can actually see maybe some more dedicated landing places occur somewhere on the, I think, are they going to go towards the water trip? No, Cruz de Val area or something like that. And we can see question mark taking La Cobreria, of course, Gate, Pozo, etc. So a lot of usual places happening now, but then they should be heading towards the same area as well. But Digital Athletics, they have a different place and full time as well, so they will get to their kind of like primary places. So Digital Athletics are on the Hacienda area, August will take Minas General, and full time they're on the northern side of San Martin next to the water treatment. So those should be the usual places that we should be seeing in the normal planes.
Go on, Copter. Let's talk about the topic. Let's ask the question that people want to hear. Na'Vi right now, they've got the chicken dinner. They're into the grand final. And actually, very respectful. They're not hot dropping anyone or anything. There's generally a gentleman's agreement between most, if not all, of the top teams that everyone drops where they normally drop, and we see a little bit of chill play. The question is, who will blink first? Is anyone going to be playing that card after they win a chicken dinner today? That's the question. If you're able to stop someone from getting to the grand final or having to make them go through the lower bracket, that is a genuine advantage to your team. Is anyone going to take advantage of that?
How I see Na'Vi, and well, multiple different names with that roster, as James pointed out on the studio as well. But yeah, how I see this team, I don't see them as players on that sense that they would. I haven't seen them any time like having any beef or any banter with anybody. They are actually quite serious players. So I find it good that they're actually not changing anything, because I don't think it's like very usual for them to go for that kind of a tricks. I would understand it on the grand final or something, but this is only like the the third last stage, and they can get the spot on the final. And if I'm completely honest, I think it's good that they actually get the practice as well from this format, because it's also a fact that not all the teams have been playing this format that much. I know that Na'Vi definitely has, but still I think it's good to like get familiar with the teams, with their strategies. And if you control these games, these remaining 5 matches, you're not going to get the experience out of it, and you don't get the information from the teams as well. So I think that they are taking these 5 maps to learn and get the experience, and so that they have more information when they need it on the final.
Okay, no, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, why play it differently when we know that some of these teams are going to be with us in the final? So let's play out normally, understand how people play, maybe take some more notes, and hopefully that helps give us a little bit more information going into the grand final. Perfect sense there. We saw Full-Time and Digital Athletics very close to getting into a bit of a scuffle there, but otherwise things look pretty chill. A very northern circle one, for those of you who didn't catch it a little bit earlier. Just to the east of La Cabrera is going to be the center, which means we've got a little bit of the circle that's above the wall up north, but not too much. So pretty much 100% playable area.
Yeah, we can see actually here we go. Monkey is going to be holding a place on the middle, so he has came. Curse, they landed there on the Torre Ahumada, so pretty far away actually from everything, and Monkey is completely alone here. So it's going to be multiple teams actually approaching the area. So Monkey is holding the middle ground. We can see Full-Time heading towards that direction. We have Na'Vi on the southern side. We have Question Mark on northern side. So, and BBL, well, we get them on the picture. They're pretty far away, actually, on the still right there on the western side of Pecado. But the Monkey, he's definitely a player of that caliber that can hold the middle ground if somebody will be crashing. So we'll just have to wait and see. But here we go. Example, he has spotted the Full-Time players.
Example doing a little bit of a scout to see if we can get more than one player shooting back. The idea, of course, is to see, is it actually just one player here, or is it a full squad? And the rest of Na'Vi potentially coming in. A great, fantastic opportunity there. He heard the vehicles come in. Example knows that this isn't a 1v1 fight. He went in anyway, and it was that move that caught Full-Time unaware, allowing him to get bobbed out early on. He gets Danny as well. That's a twofer.
Yeah, and that's gonna be the only players actually on this compound from Full-Time. So everybody else is still on the move. They are not yet here, and I don't think that they're gonna be coming either. Na'Vi's gonna be getting those 2 kills. They're gonna be happy about it. Melmon's gonna be joining the party as well, and they have the place, they have the location. They're also controlling the 2 other buildings on the area. So Na'Vi, they're just really making their mark. I mean, they continue where they left on the last game. They got the chicken dinner, and now they're just showing that yeah, we can actually dominate this.
Most players, when they go up to a compound in their scouting copter, they see one player, they go, okay, I might be able to take this fight. They hear vehicles coming in and they know it's a 1v2 or 1v3. That's when they back off. And Na'Vi just went, nah, I got this. No a problem at all. And suddenly 2 members of Full-Time are out. These guys are playing with so much confidence. They do things that, frankly, other teams, even some pro teams, don't do.
Yeah. That is true. I mean, Na'Vi is one of the of course, very known organization, and but also Virtus Pro, like you said. I mean, these guys, they can definitely do a lot of things. Which we can also see these guys quite often trying different things out and seeing how they work, even in the actual tournaments as well. If they have any slack on the scoreboard, so they can try different things. But now they will be coming on the top of Digital Athletics. And they know that they are there, so it's not like a coincidence that they're just like accidentally rotating on the hill next to them. They definitely have the information, and we'll see how it's gonna go. They're gonna be making some sound as well, because Spyro is just making a little bit of sound. Gonna be watching towards his Na'Vi on that area, should be, and now they're gonna be watching the Digital Athletics as well. So that's it. But Curse, they will move all the players towards Monkey. So this is the building which Monkey was holding completely on his own. Nobody was crashing it, and there we go. Curse with all the 4-man stack. We'll find the place on the middle. That's going to be a good place for them to play.
It's a good bit of high ground there, almost center of phase 1. We know that phase 2 is going to be going south at least a little bit, because it will eventually have to move away from the wall where Oasis is. So this is a really, really solid compound to have. At least 2 directions, 2 compass points are covered by really steep inclines. So unless a team comes in vehicles, really difficult to push through there. And even if they do come in vehicles, you slow down when you're going uphill, and there's more opportunity for people to spray you out. So just a nice, easily defendable position that Curse has managed to get there. Good scouting from Monkey and good reactions from the rest of the team to join him.
Yeah, Heroic will just rotate from here. Face is going to be there on the side, but and they actually have two-man stack on top of that hill, so they're watching it. And I'm not sure if Vasco and Beamy, they spotted the phase on top of the hills as well. They might have done it because they're leaving with such a hurry, so they will have to find some kind of cover. So there might be something going on, but I don't think that FaZe is going to be like watching it, so they are just, well, they just happen to be there on the side. I think that the Heroic will find some cover, and they're going to take the concrete buildings, it seems, and FaZe is not going to be having a second thought about it, so they will just rotate towards the rest of the team. So Gusto and HE will be just trying to find some per where the rest of the team can actually join as well. FaZe is going to be still located pretty far away from them. But the circle, we didn't much talk about the circle though, so we saw the circle shifting there on the northern side. And that's of course going to mean that Na'Vi is actually together with Curse, they have the middle control, and all the teams are coming around. We can see currently on the map that Liquid is actually doing the rotation from the very far away from the north, so they definitely want to get towards the middle, and they don't want to be seeing any enemies. And Ding from the southern side and also Ends, they are still not yet inside, but they will be, and they should be the two last teams to get inside of the zone.
A little bit of an interesting dynamic from game number 1 to 2 as well, Copter, is that in the previous game, Question Mark and Cursed were two of the teams that we knew were going to rotate in super late. They've got reasonably central positions, they've got decent compounds very, very early on this time. So I'm very curious to see how that changes their mid-game gameplay, and whether that means that some of the top teams, or some of the teams that did really well last game, have to switch things up to compensate, because it's no longer the same teams that are rushing into them from outside. Very curious to see how this plays out, especially for Question Mark.
Yeah, now we can see Redline actually arriving on the other side of Mutiny, and meanwhile Ends is rotating on the east side of them as well, but they seem to be trying to dodge the whole situation, so we are not expecting Ends to be crashing on this one. They might be actually ending up together with Liquid on the north. That might be a thing as well. Virtus Pro, we can see some players moving in. Lou and Spyro still holding the top of the hill. EBL on the other side, DA still on the other side, so they haven't like triggered it. Now they will go for the building. They gotta crash it, and Digital Athletics, they have to defend. We can see Ward with the M4. The spray is gonna be coming towards Spyro. Takes a damage a little bit, but they can't finish the spray, so he needs to get inside of the building. And now we can see Virtus Pro, they are just pushing in, and I mean, they are very strong in a situation like this. There's gonna be only one player on that building, so they're gonna take this building by building, and Ward needs to be defending versus the 4th place, but they don't have to push on the 2nd floor, so they can just hold the 1st floor and then just, you know, take the possession and wait that something actually happens around it. Ward is going to be escaping from the building, and this is going to be the time the Virtus Pro can actually shoot towards him as well. But no, Ward is going to get away, and the Digital Athletics, they will have to change something.
Or do they know that this is VARD, though? VARD's specialty is 1v4s. They do have to be a little bit mindful of that. I don't think VARD particularly fancies his chances as much as when the team are behind him as well. And to be fair, the rest of DA are moving in here as well. So Virtus Pro successfully capture the largest building in that compound, but DA are not going without a fight. And, oh dear, yes, I did say it would have to go south, but apparently the time for that is not now.
Yeah, that circle is definitely something, so we can find Question Mark on the middle. Meanwhile, the whole Virtus Pro and the DA situation is going to go on. They are still inside of the circle, though. Just barely actually outside of it, so not inside of it. And they will have to finish this fight at some point. We can see Mutiny and Redline actually crashing on each other. Guzi's going to be getting nailed up down. He's going to fall. Guziara going to be found as well. Shots from the QB with the minion not going to do the damage, but Ivers with the nade, he will get Guziara down. So Redline, one player down. We can see Mutiny also losing some people. And there we go, the flush will happen, so Lukarov will find Guziara as Redline. With the 3-man stack, still they will take the possession of the building. Mutiny don't have any more players, and we go back to the Digital Athletics and the Virtus Pro situation.
Absolutely critical for Redline to finish that fight quickly, because that's so far out of the circle. That was actually just north of Hacienda, by the way. So Mutiny down to 2 players who are in water treatment, which is why they weren't fighting Redline. And both of those teams will now be able to move into circle. Unfortunately, Mutiny with 2 players down. Digital Athletics now moving away from Virtus Pro, deciding, yes, we could fight this, but every second we spend fighting this is another opportunity to take a compound closer to the center that we won't necessarily have. We'd much rather find an empty compound now than have to fight our way in. Let's go ahead and get out of dodge. I'm completely in agreement with that situation.
Yeah, so many teams will have to rotate. We can see actually so many teams on the very small area. Curse, Skate, Na'Vi on the same area. Na'Vi actually has 1 player knocked down as well. But Ends is going to be doing the rotation. They will complete the rotation from the northern side. So they are currently on the northern side of the Oasis. And Liquid, who did the same, they're actually on the southern side of it. So we have a couple of teams who have taken the possession on the above the northern highway. But now there are going to be nades coming in. We can see also FaZe coming right next to Na'Vi as well. Gusto's going to be getting Melman down with a nade. So that's going to be 1 kill for for FaZe. We can see Example trying to smoke down, so Navi still with the 3-man stack. We can see Example just healing a little bit as Quizzy is going to be more on the moving sword right now. Gets inside of the building, and FaZe, they are like wondering, should we just, should we peek around that hill? That's going to be the biggest question. They know that there's Navi because they got one of the kills, but they also know that it could be very risky to do it, so they might hold for it, as we do have some other teams here crashing inside.
Heroic thinking about the compound where Big Boss Life are and have decided, you know what, maybe not. They haven't got as good a compound, but they have got one to themselves. They'll be reasonably pleased with that. And you're absolutely right. The question is, do we actually push into these kind of situations? Mutiny and August now having a little bit of a tussle. Excellent stance from Owner there, going back around the corner before re-peeking, allowing Mutiny, unfortunately, to be eliminated here. And She Created, more importantly, will be able to stay alive. So they haven't got down to 2 or anything like that. August will be able to be a full stack going into phase 3.
Yeah, that's going to be one team less, so 15 teams and 56 players alive. So besides that one team, we have lost 4 players from the other teams. And we can see Redline now going towards Patchouli. He's going to be right there on the next hill. He's going to be spotting definitely Redline, but decides to move instead of opening fire towards them because there's 3 vehicles coming from the southern side. So he's just going to join with the other guys as well. Actually going to be going behind the shack. I don't know what's going to be with that handbrake turn, but yeah, we'll get on top of that hill eventually. So shouldn't be a major thing. BBL is waiting on the northern side of it. Circle's going to be, by the way, popping just in a matter of seconds. Going to go shifting towards the south. So it's not going to go there on the northern side. We can see Ends. We can see Liquid, full-time question mark, and Ding on the northern side of the highway. And now they will have the toughest job to actually get back. We can see a question mark and Liquid. They will take the places. But now full-time Ends and Ding, what are they going to do with the zone? Because they are quite far away. And there's only a few buildings on the northern side. The southern side is going to be stacked. So they will have to come up with something. And I wouldn't be surprised if NC actually will rotate back all the way from the eastern side, somewhere where the August is currently holding the place.
Full time now pushing in past Team Liquid. If I'm Team Liquid right now, I want to take that compound to the south side of the road, because even if you are in circle where you are now, you don't want to cross that road later. Imagine in phase 5 or 6 you have to cross to the south side. It's going to be absolutely horrific. Redline coming in, as we can see there. Heroic managing to bat them off. Full time have to go past Team Liquid, because Team Liquid do actually grab the compound that we were just talking about. So making sure that you don't have to cross the road later on should be the priority for all of these teams in the northern quadrant.
Yeah, EB's just gonna be knocked down at the same time. Full time actually will get past Liquid. We can see EBs are gonna be most probably flushed down as well. I don't think that they have the time to save it. But yeah, sometimes they might surprise it, and there we go. Max is gonna go for it, so he tries to do it definitely. Let's hope that none of the spam is gonna be hitting EBs, and Max is gonna be parking the car in the front, so he should be having a chance. Meanwhile, there we go. Jim's gonna be knocked down as well, and they're gonna be flushed down as well. So Orc is gonna be joining the party, and now they're gonna be spamming towards this location as well. So this will be backfiring very heavily on Liquid if they don't get Ibiza and Maxi back from this place, because they lost teams already. And there we go. The car is gonna explode. It's gonna do like at least 720 or even more, as Jempty will find the angle towards Ibiza. So D is gonna be getting a knock, and Ibiza is down, and Max is gonna be trying to do the revival instead. So She Created watching from the side as well. If Clip is gonna be getting out of that warehouse compound, he's gonna be in trouble. But yeah, probably he understands the direction of the shot, so most probably will stay inside as well.
Ding getting crowded out a little bit on the west side of the circle, but because you're still just about in La Cabrera, there's a good amount of cover. Escaping from the city will be difficult, but right now they should still be able to survive. Team Liquid unfortunately have a second player down there. You can see Orglis taking a peek, and that is Mixi as well. Not a fun situation to be in. Cliv is now having to hold the warehouse on his own, I think, until Mixi is able to get across the road. I don't know what happened early on. Maybe they went back to loot or something else, but it hasn't paid off for them, and TL are down to 1.
Yeah, this is a very complicated situation for them. This is Liquid have to continue with the one stack. At the same time, Diggery from Enz is going to be shooting on the backside of Orgles and actually dropping down the shooters from the other side. So that's going to give some help for Clip, but yeah, he's already completely alone. Diggery's going to be getting Onur down as well. Second knock for Enz already from that situation. So they're coming from the north, and Orgles, they lost 2 already. So Enz, they're kind of like clearing out the way for the rotation, because we can see the shift happening, and they will have to get away from this place. So there's no chance that they can stay on the northern side. And always that road that's going to go through the La Copreria, that is the most complicated thing to cross on zones like this, and hence they will have to crash towards August. So we can see this Tixu and Rustamar in the vehicle gonna be trying to dodge the August location. They're gonna be making a complete U-turn. Actually, they will decide, okay, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna do something else. As we can see also, there's gonna be who is driving on that car. They will go drive-bys. It's already Getpa. So Getpa is gonna be in the scopes of Tixu with the Mini, gonna be trying to shoot towards them as well, but the shots are not gonna be connecting. Skuiga's gonna be flipping the vehicle as Getpa will find the shacks, and then probably will try to go on top of that hill.
And now we get to continue the story that we were talking about earlier, because Question Mark stayed on the north side of the road. They're still there right now, even though they have to move for phase 4. Was staying on the north side of the road a good move? Most of the time I would say no, because so many teams could be looking your way, but they might have a little bit of a lifeline in Ding, in Skade, who have to come in from the west side. Maybe most of these teams are looking out to La Cabrera instead, and because they're looking that way, Question Mark have an opportunity to move south, but it's still going to be really tough for them.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Cursed and Full-Time watching, we have Skade and Ding situation building up as well, because they will need to move as well, and Ding will actually get some players inside of his square. They're getting a knock towards Onur, so the ends and the Oculus situation gonna there on the northern side as well. So there's a lot of activity on the north. And on the south, meanwhile, we have Virtus Pro. There we got Oculus taken down, so Skuika, Rustamar, and Digger will finish up the job. And that's the end of Oculus. But what I was going to say before that is the fact that Virtus Pro, BBL, Heroic, they're sitting completely free on the south, and they are just watching it from the side as all the craziness are happening on the north.
BBL playing a very similar game plan to what we saw in game number 1, but this is the aftermath of the teams escaping La Cabrera. You can see Skade here, one of the, in fact, the most edge team at the moment. FaZe Clan a little bit further to their south. They technically don't have to make this engagement. They could try and move further down elsewhere, but they don't want to give up that ground. They don't want FaZe to come up the top of that hill and be able to shoot down on them. So that's the reason why they're defending this position here. We now have Question Mark. They've managed to make it south of the road, but they have to engage another squad now. There is no way for them to make further progress without doing so. Cursed appear to be their target.
Yeah, there we go. Philo in the window. That nade is we're not going to get inside the second floor. It's going to be too short, unfortunately, or too low. The Faith missing that important nade. We can see a Dozy kind of like circling on the area as well. We're just going to be getting a knocked on Shiv, and it's going to be getting a flush as well. So the Kraken is gone. He's not going to be on this game anymore. So Curse will go down to 3 players. And Misep and Skade will get the second kill on this match as well. Circle's going to be popping. It's going to go there on the towards the eastern side. And Redline and Digital Athletics will actually find themselves in the middle. And also Clip is inside. Ends should be having no problems to get inside. But the full-time Question Mark, Cursed, Skade, and that's like 14 pack on the north. They will have to come up with some plans because they can't all rotate from the same direction the same way. So most probably some bad things are going to be happening on that side.
You don't say. We're going to see some explosions there for sure. You mentioned Big Boss Life earlier as well, Copter. They're playing a very similar game plan, play style to the previous game. We don't mind if the first 20 minutes are quite uneventful for us. We want to get into a good position and take things from there. They've managed to do it successfully 2 games in a row. So there's something to be said for their position and their strategic planning here. They're doing a tremendous job. Meanwhile, Curse, they're continuing to defend this compound. They probably thought they were defending it from Question Mark. This is actually Skade that's pushing in, that they're knocking right now.
Yeah, like I said, something bad is going to happen here, and that's going to be Cursed getting some knocks and kills from Skade. Sikora's going to be still defending that place. He's the last man standing. One guy is crawling, so not standing, as the Question Mark will realize, but they're going to be going straight towards ends, and now they're going to be triggering the situation. They're going to be shooting towards them as well. Tixu will spot that down with the Mini, and then now there's going to be full-time as well. That's going to be Dan Q getting 1. Dancy's going to fall down. Full-time's going to fall down as well, because Adosi will find Dan Q, so they will actually drive them down as they're arriving, and now Cursed wants to leave from the Skade situation. Sigurd's going to be left here on the blue, healing up, and the spray from the backside. And Silas, can you get away? No! There we go. Philo's going to be the last man standing, and he's going to get behind that hill. But Silas, he will fall. And Sikora, I mean, you can't escape like that from Sikora. And Jempty will collect the last member as well. And Cursed, they are down.
Unfortunately, Sakura had no first aids left, so had to make a run for the zone. Bandages were not going to out-heal something that takes 5 a second, and sadly, he will go down to the blue zone. FaZe now just about in with just about enough cover, but there is pretty much There's something like 270 degrees worth of high ground vision onto their position right now, most notably from red line. That means they will not be able to be very active in their current position. They'll have to wait for everyone else to fight before they can move out. And I swear to God, that shot from Alia was borderline impossible. Headshot as well. Disgusting.
Yeah, we saw some great shots on the last game as well, so there's no reason why it wouldn't continue on the second match as well. And I think that they have the right side of the hill as well, because when you look at the top of the hill, you look the northern side of the hill, all the action is there. So Na'Vi, they are using the area on their advantage. They made the smart move. They didn't push there on top, and they're just holding there on the side. And meanwhile, these teams, especially if the next shift is going to be happening towards the west, then Na'Vi is definitely playing this right. But yeah, okay, you never know about the shifts, because if FaZe they're sitting and waiting, kind of like what Heroic's gonna be doing, because BB and T-Bone they will still need to cross as well as Digital Athletics. They are just watching. The circle's gonna be, by the way, popping there on the western side as well. So this is gonna be perfect for Na'Vi as Jempty and Ward. They will find FaZe. There we go. Gusto and FaZe, they will fall down, and that's gonna be the end of FaZe clan, because also Cube is gonna be exploding the vehicle and Fex will fall. So FaZe will go down as well. So 9 teams, 27 players. Kuik is gonna be finding Clip as well. So Liquid, they are gone as well. Digital Athletics with 5 kills, and ends again. They're racking up the kills nicely, and this is gonna be good for them when you think about the leaderboards for the teams who don't have the chicken dinner. Okay, they still have a chance to get the chicken dinner as well, but I mean, there's no harm of getting the kills anyway.
Exactly right, and if you can get both, why not? Ends with the 4-man stack. Potentially coming in a little bit late on the northeastern side. This is due north at the moment. Question mark, you can see coming in across that road late has meant they've had to ask themselves a lot of questions, no pun intended. They first tried to go northwest, realized it wasn't a good idea, went northeast instead, and now they're finding their way into phase 6. They've actually done really good with their movement copter, but every way they turn, they have to go through another team, and next it's going to be DA.
Yeah, what the BBL is going to be doing, because they're the last team to rotate from the southern side, and then we have Virtus Pro and Heroic waiting for them. So Virtus Pro definitely they want to trigger this whole situation. Snake's going to be shown by Spyro. So let's see if they will deal some damage towards Mitraleos and KovaaK, but can they still do something else as well? Ens is going to be there on the backside of Virtus Pro, so they can't really be peeking too much from that situation. But yeah, BBL needs to get inside, and the only free place is going to be right between Heroic and Virtus Pro. And there might be a space where you can actually stay for a while, but it's just a situation waiting to get started. Meanwhile, on the north, as we can see, a stack is building.
Digital Athletics continuing to posture themselves, defending from question mark. They know a team is pushing up on them from this point. They just don't quite know where and how spread out they are. And question mark have got several of these little buildings. They're behind several of the walls, making DA think that they need to be watching in multiple places at once. So that's why the tension is simmering, but it's not that explosive just yet. Meanwhile, on the other side, you've got Na'Vi. If question mark take too long, Na'Vi and might actually end up coming around the other side and sandwiching them.
Yeah, nobody wants to play the middle because there's nothing on the middle. Vasco is going to be moving there, as we can see from Heroic, but everybody's here on the eastern or the northern side, more or less. Okay, we have BBL there on the south as well. Virtus Pro, they have kind of like changed the focus towards Ends. There we go, spray from Ward, going to be getting Fade down from question mark. So they're actually getting some casualties both sides. Fade is going to be knocking down one player from Na'Vi at the net at the same time as well. But DA, they are looking very strong. 6 kills, 4-man stack still standing, and I think that they have played game just pretty well, actually. So I think that this is going to be good for them, definitely. Award is going to be getting a flush on Fade as well. Samty is going to be knocked down for a while from Digital Athletics, but they should still be able to do the revival. And there we go, Circle shifting on the northern side, and now ends Virtus Pro BBL. There's going to be a huge fight happening here on the eastern side, as we can see BBL just pushing towards Virtus Pro. Virtus going to be getting Spyro down. Rustamov gets QB down. Redland's going to be taken down, and Virtus Pro going to be taken down at the same time as well, as we do have BBL, KovaaK, and Murd. They will seal the deal, but they will still have to deal with ends.
This is what BBL wanted to do in game number 1. They wanted to wait until a little bit later, hear when people are going to be engaging, and then come up from behind them and secure those points. However, Heroic still behind. They've got a duo there. Page going for the first knock, gets Mitralius, manages to get him down as well. Beanie also supporting, but from significantly further south, and it looks like they're at least temporarily disengaging. They're lucky that there's no team out west at the moment to focus in on them. Na'Vi and Digital Athletics too busy fighting each other to worry about angles here, which means Heroic should have a little bit of a lease of life. Ends now coming in from the north side, and it's BBL that gets sandwiched.
Oh yes, Squeaky getting 2 of them, and there we go, spray from Rustamar's gonna continue. Miro almost gets the last player. Oh, that's so close. Digger is gonna be knocked down, but there we go, the Lex will be found, and that's gonna be the end of BBL. And that is already 10 kills for ENCE, and that's something what I said already. It's not typical, so definitely the gaming style, what they're doing currently, it is suiting them very well. 10 kills in total already, 19 kills on the 2 matches, so that is definitely good, and they have a good chicken dinner potentially as well, because only 14 remaining, so ENCE, Digital Athletics, Na'Vi, and Heroic are anymore alive, and ENCE they can still save Diggory as well, because it's a circle shifting towards the north, a little bit more on the west side as well, and Na'Vi, DA, they are inside ENCE, and Heroic, they will need to come from the southern side, and also a little bit from the east.
You have to feel for BBL there. They thought they waited long enough. They managed to get a bunch of kills while keeping all 4 players alive. You look at them at that point and you think, yes, this team has done a fantastic job. Only for 2 more to sandwich them literally seconds later. It's absolutely heartbreaking, but that's how the game goes at these top levels. And BBL will, again, take a lot of really good positives out of that engagement, but ultimately, it was ENCE's to win. Let's see how they can do as part of the final 4 teams with a full 4 stack.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect from this one, because we can see ENCE now triggering Digital Athletics. And Digital Athletics, they are waiting for their turn to actually engage Na'Vi at some point as well. There's going to be compounds, and if I'm completely honest, I don't think that the Na'Vi location on the north is not going to be, it's not the greatest one. I mean, we saw on the last game that yes, the north was good on that zone, but now I don't think it's going to be the same for now. We can see Digital Athletics actually pushing towards them as well. We can see the last circle shifting, and that's at the phase 8, which just well, as we can see, it's not including the buildings anymore. There's nothing on that area, and the location of Heroic there on the side, it actually provides some cover as well. So I think that Heroic actually, they have a decent location, definitely, if nothing else. And it's all about the just you know, now defending it. They are missing 1 player, yes, but still the placement is going to be very good. And now just have to wait and see what's going to happen with these teams. Na'Vi is going to be getting enough water, it's going to fall down. There we have a second player knocked spotted as well. That's going to be Samty. The Molly is going to go right towards the knockdown player. Water's going to be catching fire, and that just might be him burning down.
You make a really good point there, Copter, with the positioning from Heroic as well. They're going to be quite happy that everyone else is fighting right now. They can hear that this compound is a big flashpoint, and they're going to be pleased that on the low ground, which would normally be a disadvantage, there's actually no one shooting at them. They can spread out, they can take this, they can work out where they want to be so that they can fight the winner of this engagement. So Heroic right now, they don't necessarily think they're in the best position, but because of the way everyone else is fighting, they might well be.
Yeah, but Na'Vi is like slowly turning the focus towards Heroic, we can see, and they're triggering, they're understanding the situation that Heroic actually has the best ground, and they are letting these teams to fight down. They're going to be watching it. Yes, we have Rustamar and Teak, so they're following what's happening with the Na'Vi and Digital Athletics, but as we can see, Squeaky and Diggory, they are focusing on Heroic, and if they can get any knocks, that's going to be great. Then they can actually try to take the position of that area, and they're really going for it. They know that Beam is going to be there, know that Vasco is going to be there as well, and now it's all about Page's location, because he's so close, he hasn't been spotted down, and he can actually do a lot of damage towards ENCE, because they will go towards the 2 players there on the southern side. Now is Page is going to be actually opening fire? No, not yet. He's going to be waiting for it. It's going to be Na'Vi spamming here, because he's Jempty and Zeon falling down. Vasco's going to be getting Squeaky down, so ENCE is going to be losing 1, and there we go, a second knock happening towards Rustamar, so ENCE, they will lose the 2-man stack that was actually watching towards the Heroic. They can be still saved, and meanwhile, Digital Athletics, they are falling down as well, because Na'Vi, they will get the 9th kill, and they at least will destroy 1 more team.
Waiting very patiently, wanting to be the last team to engage, wanting to make sure no one can come up behind you. Na'Vi have done that well. Can they do it for a 2nd game in a row? Lots of patience from Heroic as well, but now Na'Vi turned their attention to them as ENCE are down to 1 alive.
Yeah, that's hard. I mean, TX is going to fall down as well. They can maybe save 1 if the Na'Vi and Heroic situation is going to still go on. Then we have Page actually getting flash on Rustamar, so no, they can't save anybody else. And ENCE is gone because Page will find the last guy as well. Beam is going to fall down. And Na'Vi, 2 versus 3 situation now with 3 players. They get Page and Vasco. And actually, Na'Vi, can they get the 2nd chicken dinner as well? Because they got 1 knock. It's going to be only Page remaining. And there we go. The spray will come down. And Na'Vi, with 14 kills, they will get the 2nd chicken dinner in a row. And again, they will do it with style.
Well, there's going to be 1 team with 6 chicken dinners at the end of today, the way things are going, and then everyone else is going to be focusing on the kill points at this rate. Na'Vi for the 2nd game in a row. No, it's not 20, but who even cares? What an absolutely phenomenal result, and I'm very impressed at how they played that final circle as well. Copter, you called it. Heroic had a fantastic position as long as everyone else was fighting. So what does Na'Vi do? They wait and they make sure they only have to face a single direction at a time until the time was right to turn their attention south.
Yeah, there's two things that I want to highlight here. The first thing is what we said at the start of the game. But okay, we're going to have a look on the score so we can talk about it later. But Na'Vi getting those 14 kills in the chicken dinners. So 2 matches, 2 chicken dinners, and also 34 kills in total. So Na'Vi, they are definitely starting with the style. Ends again the second place in kills. So that's going to mean that they have 19 kills from 2 matches. No chicken dinner, so they're going to be looking very good. And also now Na'Vi getting the second chicken dinner. It's going to mean that I mean, there's going to be at least one more team getting to the final without the chicken dinner, because there can be only 5 teams who can actually get the chicken dinner now. So that's going to mean that ends currently leading with the kills besides the chicken dinners. That's going to be good for them.
It's a very weird situation, isn't it? Because Na'Vi getting that win means that Ents are in a significantly better position to go through now. And the fact that they have double-digit kills, it really is quite strong for Ents. Even if they don't win a chicken dinner now, the number of kills they have alone could actually place them in the top 8. So they've started brilliantly. They've been in the final circles for 2 games in a row now. There are going to be 3 teams at least going through on points. Ents are doing really well despite not winning.
Yeah, true. But I mean, it's only 2 games, so I'm not going to call yet that they're going to be getting through with the kills, because we still have 4 matches to go. But I mean, definitely, if they continue like this with this performance, definitely they have a chance of doing it. But the things what I wanted to say before we went to the scores, the first of thing what we said about Na'Vi, are they going to be trolling? Are they going to be trying to change the strategies? No, they will just go on. So they didn't change a thing, and they show that they can get the second chicken dinner as well. That's going to be a very strong signal for the other team. So I guess this is like one kind of trolling as well. Yeah, we can get the second one as well. So I mean, this is going to make the other teams they will have a difficult situation. That's what I try to say, that now when they took 2 chicken dinners, they're going to put more the other teams in a difficult spot, because they know that they just can't get the places in the final only with the chicken dinners. There's going to be one less team, so that's going to mean that the fight from the chicken dinner is going to be even more cold-blooded on the remaining matches. So that's one thing that I definitely wanted to highlight here.
It feels strange knowing that the same team winning multiple chicken dinners might help other teams, because more teams go through on kill points alone. But at the moment, most of the kills are still going Na'Vi's way. I think there's absolutely no doubt about that. The northern part of this circle, just like in in game 1, absolutely tinderbox here. And here we can see Tyler's grabbing his double as well. But really, so many teams fighting for such a slim piece of real estate up north was the story for maybe 6-7 teams in this lobby, Copter. And there's not much you can do but fight and go through. The goal is to fight last. And the masters of working out when you can fight last and giving yourself those options, look no further than Na'Vi.
Yeah, what I meant with the chicken dinner was that maybe it didn't came out completely right, but it's not really helping the other teams, because now it just means that the amount of teams who can actually get the chicken dinner is going to be smaller, and that's going to mean that there's only 4 teams who can actually go anymore through with the straight chicken dinners, and then the rest of the spots. So if somebody will get a second or the third chicken dinner, it's going to be automatically away from the chicken dinner winners, and that's going to mean that more teams will be qualifying just based on the kills. So I don't know if that's going to be easier or harder for the teams. It's very hard to say, but it's going to change the game. That's what I try to say here. And the other thing what I wanted to highlight here was the ends and the end game, what happened there. Because the one thing what we saw happening was that, Heroic, they had a great place. And I think that the Heroic was maybe expecting that the teams on the north and also on the eastern side will be fighting a little bit longer, not going to be ending it so soon. And maybe they didn't expect that Ents is going to be also like putting 2 guys on that side, but good that they got 2 kills from those. But still, I think that they had a strong place, but Na'Vi is just super strong, and they just came like with the full force when they finished up with the Digital Athletics.
That's the problem when you're in a position where you're sort of reliant on other people, isn't it? At the end of the day, Heroic had a fantastic position as long as everyone else was still fighting and not looking at them. And as soon as that happened, of course, the scenario shifted substantially. But the story of game number 2 is that Na'Vi pick up their second chicken dinner and stamp their authority on this extremely impressive lobby. Can they make it a hat trick on the final game of Miramar? We'll find out after this break.
that you have to assume with the way he's looking up top there. So now that.
Cevlo karşında.
6. killine ulaşıyor. Yuva ayağa kalktı ve buraya sürpriz. Hayır. Kaçırdı spreyini. Bomba atacak şimdi. İyi pişirdi bombasını. Etkili de gönderdi. Kendisine doğru gelen flashlar var. Nitra perfectisi vurdu. Yuva Batölesi.
위험한데요 이거. 오, 우선까지 바꿔주면서. 아 그래도 위험해요. 오, 위키드. 아니 근데 이건 안 위험한데요? 이야 이거 GFI가 이건 GFI가 큰 실수를 한 거라고. 그렇죠. 성광탄. 오히려 성광탄. 와 정리했어요. 담원기야. 로키 위키드.
They're quite happy to take those fights. Boomerang have a potential chance right here. Carbs with the seat swap and dominated by Nordra, who might just get one more here as well. Maestro, he's driving up the hill at a snail's pace. What is going on? Nordra finally drops. Oh man, that was messy from Colony.
Finally coming in from Latin Dominus, they've managed to wrap entirely around Dignitas's compound, and with the smoke, got the coverage, but Bunich is going to get one, finds Fisher, tries to connect onto Dan, and actually is going to find a second knock here as he focuses on getting the reload, waiting for the push coming in from Elise. Sees the head peek, gets a couple shots out. Honey Badger sparking, left the compound. They find the angle on here. Elise got nowhere left to go and is going to fall. Latin
What do you think, guys? Come on, Jorasar. When the best team comes out to play, the best team comes out to play, man.
I mean, you'd think that maybe, okay, they're through to the grand finals. They might not want to be playing the part of the best team anymore. No, they're going to go out and they're going to do it again. Na'Vi absolutely steamrollering this lobby so far. And I think there's a real danger of a three-peat on Miramar at this rate. Absolute dominance.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Obviously, yes, congratulations. All seriousness here. Congratulations, Na'Vi once again getting themselves another victory. Ridiculous stuff. And Copter, I was just speaking about it with Jorasar just now, and it feels like in this game in particular, as we take a look at these standings once again, they didn't even necessarily have the best position, but they were just playing things so smart, especially in relation to those final circles.
Yeah, I mean, they have been playing very well. As we can see from the results, definitely they are playing very well. But I mean, they're so confident. That's the key. I think they have been very confident in all the situations. They are not afraid of the enemies. They will go to all the situations. They don't just try to hide. And they are playing it smartly. And when they decide to jump on somebody, they will just do the execution perfectly as well.
Yeah, very, very scary stuff coming out from Na'Vi. As we were mentioning, in those final circles, dealing with the circles slow, I think, Jorasar, is very important to note here, considering the middle of that circle is absolutely barren, kind of just a downslope. They somehow found themselves a little spot where Heroic couldn't quite shoot at them, DA couldn't quite shoot at them, but they were holding them out, and likewise ENCE kind of caught pincered in between all of that action.
So I don't necessarily know what inputs they managed to see to make these decisions, but I actually think game number 2 was a really good illustration of how Na'Vi have been able to handle situations that other teams maybe are handling a bit less well. They've been in scraps where if you take a look at the minimap, it's 4 or 5 different teams in the mix, and Na'Vi just happens to be one of them. But they seem to be masters at knowing when to start fighting and properly sending it, and when to just peek, get the odd knock, and stay back. Big Boss Life earlier in the game was a fantastic example of this. They thought, and I thought, I'm going to be guilty, I thought this in the cast, that they nailed their timing, managed to wipe the remaining teams, had all 4 of them left alive, easy peasy. Oh wait, Heroic was there with dessert. It's so difficult to be able to tell that, yet Na'Vi seem to be able to do it every single time.
Yeah, and actually to that point for Heroic, I think they played a very patient game as well, Copter, in terms of when they transitioned over from their western location to actually go onto that hillside. I think they let FaZe move before them. They then kind of brought the battle to FaZe, if I remember correctly, then dealing with BBL, and then finding themselves that little niche place was very important for Heroic here.
Yeah, it was a good place, like I said. What actually happened there in the end was, of course, that they were focusing on ENCE very heavily because it was the closest teams, and they really didn't have the visibility on the digital athletics and the Na'Vi, and that is also one good sign from Na'Vi because they hold that place and managed to block the visibility because the DA was completely there on the compound, so they were pretty far away. So Heroic didn't have any chances to have angles there, but basically Na'Vi could have been in a place that Heroic would have had the angles, so Na'Vi would just played it perfectly. And one thing that reminds me, because there was 4 teams in a tight pack trying to get away, so they kind of like use the elbows correctly there. It's like getting inside of the Wembley Stadium.
Oh jeez, yeah,
or out of it.
Well, you know what, English football hooligans, there's a lot of them, unfortunately, in this world. But anyway, I think that also one team to talk about here very quickly is ENCE, John. When you look at how they've done throughout these past 2 games, and again, it doesn't quite seem like the usual patient ENCE, wait for the game to come to them. They're having to work from these edge positions, and they're doing it very effectively so far.
ENCE have illustrated a really interesting alternative style of play. In the most chicken meta in the current era, one would think we need to keep all 4 alive. We have to be ultra safe. We need to be conservative. We need to get to the end game. And that's when we can unleash. Today is unique in that if we're part of that top 8 without winning a chicken dinner, we already punch our ticket to the grand finals. ENCE have realized that early, and I think it only took till the end of game number 1 for them to go, you know what, if we win no games here and we just literally do this for 6 games, we're pretty confident that we'll get in. There is a downside to that, though. If they do get into the grand finals playing this way, they have to change their style of play at the beginning of the grand finals, and not every team can easily change their entire play style quite that way. But they're doing a phenomenal job so far as today's concerned.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, I think you mentioned it at the beginning of this segment as well, or whilst you guys were deliberating things after the game. If you ride the coattails of what Na'Vi's doing right now, there's more opportunities for teams that are just getting kills, big kills, to be able to advance on forwards, because of course then there's less chicken dinners to be distributed between these teams. And so far so good, Copter. Now another team is going to be able to take it on just kills alone, but it is a little bit scary, the idea that Na'Vi is only 2 games in and they've won 2. There's the potential that they still win more here and allow more teams with kills to get into that final even on day 1.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Na'Vi is definitely a scary team currently, so we'll see how the third Miramar goes. I kind of like hope that somebody else would win it, but on the other side, I would love to see
this time, it's game number 3. Will we see a different winner, or will the map be painted yellow and black once again?
It's time to find out, ladies and gentlemen. We are into our final Miramar map of the day here in the upper bracket of the ESL PUBG Summer Masters. The plane currently 2 o'clock to 8 o'clock position, almost through dead center of the map. So most teams are going to be very happy with how things are going out. Are we going to see a third Na'Vi victory? In a battle royale game, you can never say, even a favorite to win a game won't be above 50%. You can't count on anything. But what we do know is that their position in the grand final is very much cemented, and everybody else is still fighting tooth and nail for one of those top 8 spots.
Yeah, what I like about this plane, it's very fair. It's very fair for all the teams. Only Skate is going to be having some problems. And let's see what Skate is going to do, because they can't reach out to El Pozo without vehicles, and they're kind of like circling around the Hacienda area, where you can actually also see a Na'Vi on the same area. So definitely that's going to be something happening in Hacienda. So both Na'Vi and Skate, they decide that their normal landing position is going to be too far away. But I mean, Na'Vi is stretching a little bit more on the northern side, so it might be that Skate will just take the vehicles and leave to El Pozo. But there's going to be some shooting happening, as we can see. A couple of the shots will be happening. Aliyah was going to be trying to shoot somebody from the sky. It's going to be Nuki finding a mini on the warehouse. So yeah, we got to be having a kind of like a early fight happening in the Hussey on the San Martin area. And look at the circle, John. That's going to be a very southern one.
I don't know who was praying to the circle gods last night or this morning, Copter, but we're going to get to the end of today, and I'm going to be like, can we please have something in the middle? This is going to be very interesting indeed. 50% off the mainland of Miramar here, and this will mean that normally we see teams rotating in and around the 4-minute mark. Not too surprising to have that be normal. 2.5, 3 minutes, we could actually see some very, very early rotations here to secure some real estate early.
Yeah, maybe we'll get the Los Higos ending on this one. That would be something, definitely. But yeah, I kind of like, I hope that we don't, because of the fact that it's the MC format. So I think that the MC format makes the crazy circles even more crazier, to be honest. So I think that we will find some kind of like fair circle for the phase 2 and maybe for 3. I think that would be perfect. But yep, yeah, we have the Skate and the Na'Vi situation. We can see Skate is actually currently, yep, there we go. We got it on the pictures as well. So they have some players inside, but also we can see Nuki has moved there on the southern side of it. We can see Anonymous moving vehicles on the northern side. So I think that Skate, they're kind of like trying to find a way out of this one, but they were not expecting. They thought that they're going to jump here because El Pozo is going to be too far away. And Na'Vi, even though they could have jumped on the normal places, somehow they decided that we're going to go here. So I don't know if this is going to be a strategy or it's just a mistake or just like a coincidence what's happening here, but definitely this is going to make things for Skate a whole lot harder.
So just to clarify the numbers you guys are seeing on your screens here, Na'Vi, of course, they are averaging higher than 11.33 average kills per game. That's taking this game into account as well. So when you consider that we've only just started game number 3, over 30 kills there, basically. Absolutely insane. And frankly, even if those were the stats and they stayed as is until the end of game number 3, that is still absolutely phenomenal as far as performance is concerned there. It'll be interesting to see what they do at San Martin early game. Ooh. I think Copter, you're absolutely right. Skate kind of they just want to escape there. They don't really want to be tussling with Na'Vi for too long.
2-minute mark, and we have Liquid rotating that. No, sorry, it's actually 4-minute mark, so nothing's special about it. Somehow I don't know what I said. Anyway, but Liquid, they are on the move. Sorry about like messing up with you. Just go on, John.
No, not at all. It's going to be so important to see which teams move faster than normal. And to be fair, Team Liquid almost into the center of the circle at the 4-minute mark. They did leave a little earlier. They're traveling in convoy, and you'll notice, see this road Team Liquid are going down right now? Absolutely no problems whatsoever. But if they did exactly the same thing 3 minutes from now, 3 different teams would be shooting at them. So completely right to call it out there, Copter. And I think Liquid are going to be thanking themselves for making this move.
Yeah, but we have Redline actually sitting on the middle because Liquid not joining the party, and Heroic, they have less too much aero as well. And BBR is actually following. So we do have 4 teams actually trying to find the middle ground at the same time, as we do have Skate and Na'Vi still keeping the fight on here in San Martin, and they are seeming to go anywhere. So they're just holding this place and having the fight. So let's see who's going to be getting out of here. But looking at the track record of Na'Vi, so we'll see. I mean, Skate, if they manage to get them down, that's going to be super good. But yeah, I think the odds are still on the Na'Vi's side.
A little bit rocky there, the terrain, but that's fine. It's not like you're going to be in the crosshairs of anybody else as Redline get into position. I think Skade and Na'Vi, this is... I feel sorry for both of the teams who aren't able to rotate out safely. I think Skade are going to be feeling like they're not able to get a decent position in the middle of the circle because they can't escape. And that's going to be frustrating. But there are actually 3 or 4 teams even further out than them who still haven't made it in yet. So the edge of circle play in Phase 2, Phase 3 of this game, Copter, it's going to be just as intense, I think, as game number 1 and 2.
Yeah, this is going to be very intense because every time when you have, let's say, like a half of unplayable area from the zone, that's going to mean that the at some point it's going to pop. All the teams might get in, but there's going to be one shift at some point that's going to make all the moves. And if it goes all the way till the phase 5 or 6, then we can see the craziness which we witnessed on the first game especially. But yeah, still teams are actually pretty many teams outside of the zone. We have Digital Athletics, they have less Hacienda. We can see Question Mark and full time still actually on the El Azahar area. Curse, they are slowly coming out as well. Skade, they have managed to get 2 vehicles out of the San Martin, and they still have 1 player at least inside. So they have left Misa inside of the city, and he probably can't escape. So Skade, they have accepted the fact that they might not get all the players out, but they still want to leave. They don't want to have that fight taken all the time because Na'Vi, they have nothing to lose. So basically they can just, stay there for half an hour if they have the meds, and that's going to be fine with them because they already guaranteed the place on the final. But yeah, here in the middle, meanwhile, as we spoke about the what's happening outside, so Virtus Pro arriving, so Heroic and BBL and Ding on the southern side of them, and then Redline waiting there as well, and FaZe is coming from the west on the backside of Virtus Pro as well. So definitely the pack is going to be very tight there on the middle, and if the next phase is not going to go on the middle, that's going to mean that somebody needs to be getting down at some point. But the Curse file up, the first vehicle from them gonna be shot by Nuki, but gonna be connecting, but don't get the knock.
Misa, the only member of Skade still in San Martin. Anonymous, Sakura, and Nuki will be able to make their way out safely, although they will end up very, very edge on the northern side. Other teams that don't have much to worry about, FaZe in the west. Digital Athletics will be in a similar position to Skade up north once they actually get into circle. And ENCE actually on the east side, taking the coastal road, as you can see here. They've got virtually no one due north of them. If they kept going and they went maybe towards the middle of the circle, they will eventually go past Orglis and into Team Liquid. But as it stands right now, they don't have to worry about being shot at. It's up to them to decide how far they want to push this.
Yeah, but if they continue on the southern highway and all the teams are just a little bit more on the northern side of it, so they're not on the road, and ENCE is not spotting them down, they might be actually driving into a situation that suddenly they will find like 2 or 3 teams around them as well. But they will make the smart move. They're going to be getting out of the road. They're going to be spotting Orglis most probably as they are moving at least here in the vehicle. So, but yeah, stopping here, for example, it's not going to be a bad choice considering that this circle can still shift towards the east as well. But maybe Diggory has some driving accident, or is he actually going to continue? No, Rustaman's going to stay there, so he's going to be also joining the party, and they will take the place a little bit far away from the middle. But at this point, I will take that anyway because it brings you like safety instead of like running into unknown.
I really like Orglis's position right now as well. They are slightly further into the circle than ENCE, but crucially, if the circle shifts west, they can simply move east and go back down the hill, get in their vehicles and go without being shot at. They know where their opponents are and they know where they're going to be safe. They've got a nice little hilltop. Everything is going for them right now. And even if the circle does horrendous things to their position, they've still got a plan B. So Orglis in particular, I think, have a decent spot.
But hey, we have 9 minutes on the clock and there's no knocks, no kills. So that's going to mean that the teams are very safely arriving inside. So they understand the situation that the chicken dinner is going to be important and they want to take it safe. We had the situation, I mean, even the whole Skade and Na'Vi situation is sorted out. And Skade is, by the way, currently in the blue, and Na'Vi is inside. But Skade, they will have all the members out of the San Martin. Misa is still trying to look for a vehicle, probably has one, because everybody else is driving away. But Misa will find that, and he's going to be the last player to get out of the blue. But the Skade will get the whole team into the zone, even though for a while it looked that they might be losing some members.
Orglis and ENCE getting a little uncomfortably close to each other. Diggory getting a shot off at She Created. A little bit of warning shot. I think Auglis realize if they actually trade a little bit of space for time here, they will be able to go back to somewhere similar where they have that. Oh, Jesus. Copter, again. Like, I expect this once or twice. I don't expect it every single game.
Yeah.
You know what? Auglis and Ents, they're pretty darn happy right now.
Yeah, but I mean, it's still like 50% of water, and that is bad. I mean, definitely, yes, Ents, they have a great place, but I mean, look at the whole western side. There's so many teams trying to get inside, and as we can see, it's just like masses of people. It's like a Walking Dead. I mean, just the zombies everywhere.
Yeah, this is someone get the Benny Hill music on because everyone is in their vehicles moving in, unless you're Auglis or unless you're Ents right now. Jeems trying to hold this position from Mutiny. Mutiny deciding to move out because they heard multiple vehicles and multiple gunshots. It wasn't a single player holding that compound, so Team Liquid being very strong. Players and teams that I'm most interested in. Are Skade going to go all the way around the eastern side and come up behind Ents? I don't know. Also, FaZe were the only team out west, Copter. They had absolutely no opposition south of Chumacera, but now that the circle's gone here, where do FaZe Clan end up? Where did Na'Vi end up? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think the Skade is quite clearly going to rotate from the east because that's the smallest amount of risk that they're going to be. Meanwhile, Monkey is going to be the first player to fall down, so Spyro will find the shot. But definitely the Skade rotation is going to be all the way from the blue. But yeah, it's going to be very tight there inside of the map. Let's see, Mutiny, they're going to be finding a Digital Athletics at the same time, going to be staying away from them. Ziara just holding it. Ward is going to be getting a knock on Usyk. So Mutiny, one knock towards them. Melos will be getting ding at the same time. Granula will be trading Ward immediately. And great nade from Granula might take a player down, actually. Let's see how the Gem is going to be dodging that one. No damage will be dealt, so he's going to find a way around that nade. And Granula will just buy some time. He can actually heal meanwhile. Utility is going to be drone smokes as well from Granula. Going to be trying to hide for a moment. Going to be trying to make sure that nobody will be spotting him down. And Usyk has been revived at the same time as well. So the whole Mutiny team is back alive. But because he Curse actually crashing the situation as well. And that might change the things as Kuziera will just wants to get away. But now Curse is waiting on the other side. So they can't really reverse from the whole situation anymore.
The Circle Gods have decided that 64 players left alive with no knocks and no kills in Phase 1. Okay then, let's make it all happen in Phase number 2. Pretty much everyone is fighting at the moment. Mutiny now trying to pick up the rest of their team to wriggle their way south towards Auglis. I don't know what kind of... They don't really have that much in terms of hard cover, but they have got a little bit of defilade to work with. Ding, in the meantime, seems to be wrapped up in all sorts of ways with Redline. They've got members of both teams actually around each other, including on the beach. And unfortunately, that's just one angle too many for Ding as Redline eliminate them. Lukaruk's getting the final shot.
Yeah, this zone is going to be so hard. I mean, yeah, the teams will get inside, probably the rest of the teams, unless the Virtus Pro and Skade will come up with something, because they are, by the way, rotating on the southern side of Los Leones right next to each other. So Skade, who has traveled a long way, and Virtus Pro, who is like waiting on the edge line, and they actually, we'll get into the pictures as well, but Tulu is going to escape from here. We can see Sikora, like, you know, holding the location. They're going to be perfect, driving all the way to the blue as well, so we'll see if the Virtus Pro will get away, but it seems that they have found a way. At least the two first vehicles will get there on the other side of Skade, and now we can see Skade is going to be triggering them as well. Perfect is going to be getting some damage. It's going to be Sikora who's going to be shooting. 10 HP remaining. He's still on the blue as well. Needs to heal and fast, and he's going to be getting down at least to get some heals happening, but does he have enough time? That's going to be a completely different matter. Zone is going to be shifting, and where it's going to go, it's going to go now more towards the land side, and Liquid will find themselves in the middle together with Auglis, and also Mutiny doesn't have the worst position either, same as the Liquid.
Finally, a bit of a sigh of relief. Circle shift there. The teams don't actually have to contend with 50% water anymore, but a lot of the damage has already been done. I'm actually quietly impressed, Copter, that 58 people are still alive. I thought we would be closer to 50 by now. It was absolute chaos watching everyone get in. Cursed look like they are in the most trouble at the moment in the center of the circle. Right now, we're watching Virtus Pro in the blue. And this is a byproduct almost of Na'Vi, because Na'Vi prevented Skade from coming into the circle so much that Skade, when coming in, ended up fighting with some of the other teams that went in late. So now they're going to be even later into Phase 3.
Yeah, Virtus Pro, they're getting away from Skade, but on the middle, we actually had Cursed and Auglis was crashing on that building, and BBL was also on the other side, so definitely something's going to go down there as well. And there we go, we come actually the pictures as well. So Auglis and Cursed, they're fighting here on the middle place, and we can see BBL on the minimap on the side, on the western eastern side of them. So we'll see how this is going to go down in the end. But yeah, it seems that they actually want to settle. There's going to be a room for both teams on this compound because there's multiple buildings. So they will find the place. And Virtus Pro is currently, by the way, waiting Skade on the edge of the zone. So Skade is still on the blue and Virtus Pro is waiting. And I don't know how much heal Skade actually has because they had the initial fight with the Na'Vi and they kind of like left with a hurry in the end. So we'll see how long this is going to last. But the Na'Vi, as we speak, going to be right next to FaZe. The 8 between the players basically, and now Virtus Pro going to be welcomed by Full Time.
Virtus Pro looking for a reasonable rotation in. They've kind of been, I think Virtus Pro and Skade have been a little bit scuffed for as far as their rotations are concerned. Question Mark are going to be the team that will be fighting them right now. Doozy and co looking for an opportunity to get a latecomer into the circle, find a couple of juicy knocks. VP have now resulted in a 2-2 split. They haven't lost anyone yet though, so survival matters above all else. But right now they are struggling a little bit, and my god, 2 shots and that second one was a headshot. Beautiful stuff from Doozy.
Yeah, I mean, Lou takes a lot of damage from that one, almost goes down as well. So Doozy definitely be kind of like the star of Question Mark, as we know. Definitely has been having a great performance. So a lot of these new teams from the CIS region, they're kind of like having these old well, not old superstars, but let's say the teamless superstars. They're like forming new teams around them, and that's what the Question Mark is about. Team built around Doozy, I would say, more or less. But anyway, Full Time coming from the eastern side, as we can see. They're just watching it from the distance, the whole Virtus Pro situation. Circle's going to be closing in 15 seconds. And there we go. Hero going to be spotting Skade, who's going to be arriving to the compound. So Nuke is going to fall down. Beamy will find that second one is going to be coming inside. And there we go. Beamy will take the second one as well. Meanwhile, Page did find Animals, and that's going to be end of Skade. So even though they will get away, but that's going to be end of them, and the circle is popping pretty much on the middle. That's going to be fair and square for now. Ends Full Time will find themselves outside, and Na'Vi FaZe, they are outside on the western side.
I feel so sorry for Skade. They've basically played this entire game in the blue. They managed to get out of the blue, and about 4 seconds later, the team gets wiped. But enough about that for now, because there is action elsewhere. Virtus Pro getting put under tremendous pressure on this side, and it looks like that Mutiny have got quite a few angles on top of them at the moment. With Perfectix already down, it means that I think if someone manages to get up towards the shack, honestly, you can see Spyro loosing a flashbang up there. He knows that if someone is there, they are in big trouble. Mutiny haven't got someone there at the moment, but VP always thinking ahead and spotting those angles in advance so that they don't get caught by surprise.
Yeah, what I really love in this southern area, Miramar, is that there's so many hills and dips and covers that you can actually get a lot of teams on the small area without them finding an angle or finding each other. So this is a very tricky area, and that's how the teams actually end up so close and ending up to have a fight on the closer distance than for example, in North, usually it's like a long distance fights that are happening on phase number 4. But here in the South, it's going to be more like, I would say, it's like a Erangel or maybe even like a Sandhawk kind of fight sometimes even. School getting a knock on Dancing Bob, so Full Time and Ains, they're actually clashing there on the eastern side. But meanwhile, the Virtus Pro and the Mutiny situation is still going to go on. No one gets the damage because in A, Utility is going to be shown, and that's going to go towards Ains, but that's not really catching, but the shots are going to be catching though. Skuike, Rustama gets Dancing Bob, Fast is down, and first kill for Ains in this game is happening as well. So 20 kills for them so far.
You watched just now Batulans taking a more aggressive position against Mutiny, but unfortunately, as with situations in games 1 and 2, a little bit too aggressive, and other people can third party. So he actually went down to question mark there, which means that VP versus Mutiny is a little bit of a draw at the moment, with neither side able to make a move without third parties coming in. Therefore, Ents versus a Full Time here is going to be the main attraction on the east side of the circle. Flashbangs getting loosed as well to allow the members behind them to actually rotate securely. Danny had the off angle. It hasn't paid off. That was a big frag there for Ents. Now that there's no one behind them, they can focus on the rest.
This is looking bad, actually. But I mean, definitely a big kill happening there. But Dixon's looking, they can be safe. So Dickery, Dixon's going to be flushed down, so it can't be safe anymore. There we go. The spray is going to be happening, and Full Time is down. So in the end, Dickery is going to finish the job. Dozy from question mark going to be getting a kill from Danny Q. And that, yeah, ends, they can still revive the third player. That should be the case. Meanwhile, here on the southwestern side, because if FaZe and Redline, they will find themselves in Gusta with a Groza. That's going to be a deadly combination, to be honest. I mean, every time when you have a FaZe member with a Groza, you have to be careful because these guys, they know how to handle it. Meanwhile, H is watching it from the side as well. Circle's going to be popping, and the southern side is actually pretty chill. Of course, Cursed and Orgless, but they are still inside. And then we have FaZe and Redline. But on the north, it's going to be a completely different story because Question Mark can hold DA, and Heroic needs to get inside somehow. But Na'Vi, Liquid is there on the same, well, almost at the same area of the circle as well. So definitely, I mean, the teams coming from the north, they will have to find some kind of a resistance from the edge.
Big question mark as well on that road that you see on the mini-map. Na'Vi will have to cross to the south of it. Heroic need to cross to the south of it. Digital Athletics as well. So big name teams and potentially big fragging fights about to come up on the north side. Who is going to get into a safe position first?
Ooh.
Excellent shot off there, managing to get a good frag onto Redline, and here comes 80 just as they're running away, and we have Gustav with the frag grenade in support. Redline cannot escape, and FaZe Clan up to 4 kills with 3 still standing.
Yeah, I mean, that is great. I mean, FaZe, they will just destroy them in a Redline. I mean, just 2 guys from FaZe, they can do so a lot of damage. Rustama, by the way, flanking on the side of Virtus Pro, but Spyro will find that, and ends, they are gone, so they will get 3 kills, I think, on this game. Yeah, so they're gonna end up with 22 kills, and Heroic on the second place. The place after them. They have, what do they have? They have 8 kills less than them, or 7 kills less than them. So there might be a change of pace, but it depends on the performance of Heroic. Anyways, phase number 5, 1.5 minutes on the clock. We can see Na'Vi approaching Liquid, and they are holding the compound on the edge, but they don't have to move. But Na'Vi will have to get inside, and Heroic needs to get inside from the north as well. So I mean, Liquid, they kind of like are currently in a position that they can actually do a lot of things, and they have 0 kills. I mean, all the 2 matches with 0 kills so far. So these are definitely a place where they can actually make their mark.
Potential tinderbox here. I genuinely thought FaZe Clan were going to rotate south, so I was wrong with that, but that does mean that we've got a rather juicy Team Liquid FaZe Clan Na'Vi fight being set up here, so that'll be very, very curious to watch. Team Liquid obviously will like to just stay in the compound and let everyone else fight it out before they join in, but if they can get those kill points, like you say, they've had a quiet couple of games so far. Liquid in a good position now to maybe make some of that ground up. Meanwhile, Heroic versus DA on the north side, and here comes FaZe Clan straight into it, Avia.
And there we go. We do have the spray coming from Na'Vi. Gustav's going to be getting that Groza on his hand. Going to be spotting that Quizzy actually there. Anyway, Gustav's going to be turning immediately away. Effects going to be taken down by Melman. So there we go. The shot show happening. And Na'Vi is going to be doing a lot of damage towards FaZe. 2 guys, 3 guys. The whole team is gone. And Na'Vi again showing who is the master of the lobby as FaZe falls down. Quizzy going to be still saved. But I mean, that's the end of FaZe as we saw on this game. And Maxi and Liquid, they're jumping now on Na'Vi as well. Alia, Melman, they are gone. Quizzy's gonna be gone as well. And can Liquid destroy them? Yes, they can. Na'Vi will finally fall.
Heroic trying to get in off the back of this as well, waiting for the fight to start so that they can come in. Team Liquid, I think, are a little bit split at the moment, but this is excellent because Clib and Jeems are able to stop Heroic from sending it all the way in, and therefore Liquid have time to stabilize. Next circle has now popped. Phase 6 means that Jeems is actually still in, so the rest of Liquid don't actually have that far to go. Liquid stabilize with 4 players left alive. Excellent engagement from them.
Yeah, well, they make some kills. They have 4 kills from that situation. So definitely great job getting those kills. They need the points, definitely. Let's see, Heroic, they lost Beamy and T-Boat. 3 kills for them so far on this game. Beamy got 2 of them, Page with 1. But yeah, when looking at the circle, again, all the pressure is on the northern side. Of course, that is well, pretty normal when you have the circle shifting like here, like this, like towards the south, very heavily on the south. So of course, all the teams gonna be there on the northern side. And there we go. Granola finds Spyro. That's gonna be end of Virtus Pro. But I mean, still, Orgless, who actually did the early rotation on the south, they will find themselves currently, yes, outside of the zone, but yeah, they will find themselves in a pretty chill place, to be honest. I mean, they can just watch the show from the side and save their strength to trying to get the chicken dinner on the end.
Big Boss Life trying to push into this position, but on foot, no vehicles here, and Team Liquid are making them pay for it absolutely dearly. Mixi aiming to grab that final frag. It's going to end up being on a body at this rate, and Team Liquid comfortably hold this. Up to 8 kills now with no deaths. Let's call it what it is, Copter. BBL maybe it's because they didn't have any vehicles, but that looked quite easy for Liquid compared to the Na'Vi fight.
Yeah, true. But I mean, Liquid, they have now destroyed 3 teams. So Heroic, Na'Vi, and BBL. They have gone down. So that is a great job getting so many teams down just in a couple of minutes as well. Mutiny at the same time as we can see August and Mutiny situation building up. Oh, question mark's gonna be watching it from the distance as well. Ned's gonna be drawn towards Mutiny. So August from that kind of like southern plains behind the hill, they're gonna be now completely exposed. As Yusu's gonna be having a peek. We'll get that barrel on his hand, but we'll not find the angle, and there we go. The spray will come towards Onur. Keto will be getting Granula. Yusu's gonna be trading on Tenderlost immediately. As Mutiny, they're just watching it. There we go. Sheikwe is gonna fall down as well. So Mutiny, they're holding the ground pretty nicely actually, versus the Augless, who are kind of like, you know, the team that needs to advance, and Mutiny is kind of like the gatekeeping team, but Granula went down, and now Onur will go for the revival of Tenderlost. Nate will be thrown. Layers will get a flush on She created, and still 3 members from Augless are alive. So if they can get these players inside and like keep the place there, that's gonna be great, as Liquid and Digital Athletics are engaging on the other side.
It'd be rushing in here, and it's not really a third party. Team Liquid are sort of moving up the hill, trying to find out who's here, have discovered that it's Digital Athletics, and decide to push in even further. Very, very interesting move from them, considering that we haven't heard gunshots from here yet. Relatively safe. I wonder if that's because Team Liquid want to rotate via the north and be able to go via the high ground into Phase 7, Phase 8. Maybe that's the reason they're pushing up here, even though it's not a third party.
Well, the pressure again. I mean, only 6 teams and 18 players, and that's I mean, it's phase number 7, so yeah, that is to be expected. I'm guessing Maxi going for the push, gonna be finding Pixel, gonna go for it, gonna hunt him down, and there we go. The spray should happen, and there we go, headshot as well. And Maxi is gonna finish the job, gonna be getting Pixel down, and Liquid already 10 kills on this game, so definitely this is gonna be one of those big matches for them. Ward and Gempty, 2 members alive, watching it from the side as Liquid's gonna be pushing with the 4-man stack. They just want to raid the whole place. They want to get rid of this team. They want to have the control of the northern area, because otherwise they will have some complications getting out towards the zone anymore from this place, unless they will get the Digital Athletics done. So they're just watching a distance from the distance, but the Digital Athletics as well, they're getting spotted now. But I mean, they were just waiting it for a while, hoping that Liquid would actually pass them, but that didn't happen. But now we'll take some casualties. If it's gonna fall down, DA will be taken down in the end, but it's gonna be question mark who actually pushes from the side at the same time as well. And now Augless and Mutiny and question mark, they will have their own battle on the east.
Yep, everyone fighting to be the last team to engage here. Question mark, with all 4 players left alive, looking like they might be able to accomplish that very thing. Managing to get a little bit more damage done on what I think is the last member. It is the last member on Mutiny. Layosh pinning the hopes of their team on their shoulders, but likely only surviving another couple of seconds. Crucially, though, take note here, no one's behind them to actually come in and make them a bit of a sandwich. Augless are on the other side. Same thing with Team Liquid and Digital Athletics. They pushed in with confidence, knowing that no one was behind them, that the Na'Vis were gone, the Heroics were gone, the BBLs were gone. So the way that question mark and Team Liquid approached these fights, really, really good.
Yeah, Liquid definitely, yeah. And question mark as well, yeah, I gotta say it. But yeah, let's see. Now we have the northern and the eastern kind of like split between the teams, so they are holding those 2 different fights. Liquid, they're gonna be going for the middle, so because the Jim's actually moving it the smokes towards the shack, so he wants to have some kind of a cover. Or the tractor is gonna be fine as well, but they want to go to the middle. The circle's gonna be shifting just in a couple of seconds, and then we'll see where it's gonna be popping. It's gonna be the last circle, as we do know. And there we go. The circle's gonna pop. It's gonna go there on the middle. So Liquid, they have the control of the circle. Question mark and Augless, they will find themselves outside of the game. And I don't know, from whatever reason, we still have Cursed with 1 player. Where is he hiding? Because I can't see anybody on the game anymore, at least. But yeah, let's wait for it. We have Onur actually tagging. We do have some shots happening. But yeah, definitely Augless and question mark, they will need to somehow get inside. Oh, there we go. Ship is going to be right next to Liquid, by the way.
I really love how Clip had the high ground there, just making sure that Quetpa couldn't actually tag anyone else. Unfortunately, him running in ends up being, sadly, a little bit of an anti-climax for Team Liquid here, who definitely go down to 2. I don't think Clip will be able to get revived, meaning that question mark might now be in pole position, Copter, with all 4 left alive. The east side of the circle has a little bit higher ground once people have to move in from the north. Oh, well, here they go. Here's the full send.
Yeah, they will go for Clip, definitely. They drive over, actually. They're going to go for Ship's Locus. The Ship is going to be defending defending this place. Can he do it? Can he do it? Is the monster gonna be alive? No. And the OC will get shift down. The Kraken can't defend. The Gem's gonna be spotted down by 10 the lost. Well, that's gonna be Liquid also losing some players, and they only have one, Maxi, who's gonna be inside the shack, can't really go for the revival, so there's no chance to go for it because the question mark get in the middle place. They will take it from Krebs, they will take it from Liquid, and now they can actually finally defend versus Augles.
This was so good from question mark. They heard the shots being rung out. They know that they were full forcing. They knew how many players were left in the lobby, and they went, we can afford to send this here. We might have to deal with 1 or 2 players, but let's get the center of the circle. Let's try and get as good a position as possible. Let's see if they can convert from here. Augles, they're on the edge of Phase 8, but when Phase 9 comes around, Copter, if question marks stay alive, Augles are going to be the ones who have to come over the hill first and expose themselves.
Yeah, I think Augles actually has a pretty decent try here because they will get a second knock as well. Thoughtlessly falls down, and that's going to be a time for a push definitely. So Augles, they should be now flowing down from those hills as they are moving towards the southern side because you get by watching it from the distance. Maxi is going to be still there as well. And now we can see Augles. They are going. Can Maxi do something from the shack? No, nothing. Getpa gets Maxi down, and now the 2 guys from Augles, they're going to be trying to hide, but Getpa, he's going to be spotting them down. Fade is going to be getting some damage. We can see a Dozy getting knocked down for the second time as well. They are very low, but they will still work with the revivals as well, so they have the 3 versus 3 situation going on. But question mark, they haven't been able to heal as much, and probably has lost some shields as well because the Tendrils going down to 1 HP, and now they're just waiting all this to go down.
I'm really impressed with how Augles came in. My question was going to be, how do they get over the top of the hill even if they get a knock? And they've answered that with getting the knot, pushing forward, using a lot of their utility. They're actually on a level playing field with question mark right now, and the way they got here, really, really cool. So either team can win this. I maybe want to ask how much utility question mark have left, because Copter, Augles are using so many of their smokes and utility right now. I think they want to get one more knock out of this to make it feel like it's worth it, because if they run out of smokes, then it's advantage question mark.
Yeah, this is a hard ball. I mean, smokes are important. There's going to be both teams having some smokes, as we can see. Now they're going to be trying to move. So question mark, they're going to be making the move. They're going to be trying to flank from the smokes, but Augles going to return with the more utilities on their direction. And they're just holding the shack. I think both teams are pretty close to the middle. So this is going to go all the way down to the last seconds and the last meters of the circle, unless somebody's going to be making a move. There we go. Fade is going to fall down. Getpa's going to find that. So Augles, I think that they're currently looking to be the stronger team on this situation because the question mark is so pinned down, but now Augles needs to move towards them. Fade is going to be taken down. There we go. More utilities, even Quest provides Thoughtlessly as well. And there we go, the last member anymore alive. It's going to be 1 versus 1. And there we go. It's going to be Augles getting that. No, question mark, actually. They will get the job done. And in the end, we do have our second chicken dinner winning team. And that's going to be question mark.
That was a very, very impressive fight at the end, and a little bit of heartbreak for Augles. I genuinely thought question mark had maybe a 75% chance of winning the game at the point where Augles were over the other side of the hill. Augles proved me wrong on that in several ways. They were able to get the initial knock and they moved up above without losing a member. They used their smoke so intelligently and they got to equal footing as well. The fact that Augles fought their way into that position, so good, but it was just the tiniest hill too much for them, and question mark hold on to take the win. Fantastic endgame.
Yeah, I think how Augles actually came down from those hills, I think they executed very well. They got a lot of knocks.
Yeah.
I mean, question mark actually needed to heal or revive, I think 3 or 4 times at least when the Augles was coming down, and it's really seen for me for a while that the Augles, they will just have this push. But yeah, question mark, they defended well. I mean, they were very resilient with the revives and managed to get everybody back up and running, and then they just won the end fight. But I mean, just very nice to see somebody else than Na'Vi getting a chicken dinner as well.
And there it is. Total kills for question mark 11. Team Liquid also getting themselves up there as well. They've had a slow start to the day, Copter, and they need to start making those kills add up so that if for any reason they don't win a chicken dinner, they're able to go through anyway. But if Team Liquid have a couple more games like this, they're going to be very, very pleased. Question mark, though, there is absolutely no question about it. They will now be in the grand finals, and that is the monkey off their back.
And this is a crazy leaderboard. When we think about the amount of kills, we have question mark and Liquid with 11, Augles with 7. And then we still have Na'Vi with 4 kills on the 4th place. So that kind of like shows how the kills have divided here. But good.
Absolutely fantastic stuff and a really exciting end to the game as well. It wasn't complete dominance from one team or anything like that. It was a really good strategic plan. There was even another spanner thrown into the works as well. When Auglis were thinking about coming over the hill, as you know, Mixie was still alive. So if they got a knock onto Question Mark, they risked pushing over the hill and having Team Liquid knock one of their own. They didn't want to do that, but they managed to read the situation so well. So even though Question Mark won the game and they're in the grand final, I want to give Auglis so much credit for how they played that in.
Yeah, true. But also Question Mark, they also challenged Liquid. I mean, Liquid had the same idea. Let's get that middle place. They put the places on the shack. They put one player, that was actually Sheep from Curse on that tractor. But anyway, Liquid, they wanted to play that middle place earlier, and that they actually arrived there. But then, of course, there was damage coming from Auglis, and then in the end, Question Mark managed to kind of like take the possession finally, and Maxi was only left alive. So I think that the Question Mark, they definitely earned the place on the middle. So it's not only about the like holding the middle place, but also like gaining it a couple minutes earlier.
They've done a tremendous job there, and so much action in the middle of the game as well. How good was that from Team Liquid? That sequence of fights that eliminated Na'Vi from the game, that took out Heroic and then allowed them to get the position that they got. They played that beautifully and unfortunately had to come down off the high ground in Phase 8. But frankly, they did a phenomenal job to get there.
Yeah, true. And also, now we have Question Mark, so they have guaranteed the place on the final. So that is definitely one thing worth noticing. So Na'Vi and Question Mark, and both are, by the way, teams from the same area. So from the CIS region, they are from the same area. So that is definitely a very dominating currently. The chicken dinners coming from that area. And when we talk about the Virtus Pro, for example, we know that they're kind of like the chicken dinner experts, if you can say like that. So they're also from that region. So definitely the CIS region is looking very strong currently.
I mean, Question Mark, we had them pegged before the start of today as a little bit of a dark horse. They've certainly had a light shone on them now, and they've got a spot in the grand finals. You mentioned it as well. Virtus Pro might be next. The players from the CIS region have just been absolutely dominating. If we were to get a team that isn't one of the CIS teams, who do you think is impressing most so far?
Well, if we can talk about that on the studio, but if I have to name, we can talk about it more deeply on the studio. That's what I meant to say. But if I look at the scores, we can see the same pattern happening that we have usually Ends and Heroic. They have been on the end fights together with Na'Vi, for example. So if things gonna stay like that, but now we do have the map changing as well, so that might be changing the balance. So I think we're gonna talk about it more on the studio. So we're gonna be heading for a short break, and we'll be back together with James just in a couple of minutes. So just wait there. We still have a lot of games coming, but 3 matches of Erangel, that's what's gonna follow.
Got 4 this go of things, but time is not on his side here. Blue's on his back, and the nade comes out. Vex taking chunks from the blue itself. 80 trying to stay ahead, sees the nade. You can see Vex trying to just work around that. Oh, but it lands! The burn nade! Dex is an animal! He's doing everything. He's doing the dirty to phase. He gets another! Who is this man? Where is he come from? 5 kills! He runs, bro! He gets 4!
The most insane 1v4 we have ever seen in PUBG.
I mean, we're already seeing throwables come out completely blinded. To look at the amount, this is playing with your food right now, son. And Pants, do it! Sonics, I love you so much for that.
เดินเลยภูมิเดินยังไม่เลยนะคุณอาร์ตเปย์ไม่ตีบอลพิพัฒน์ทีตัดเจเคนได้ช็อตนี้วิทยาบอลเก็บแล้วก็บอลเก็บบอลคุมให้จบได้เก็บดับเบิลคิวท่านผู้ชมครับส่งเอ็กซ์สเตเดียมจบอันดับที่16ต้องบอกว่าพระเอกของงานนี้คือกรุ๊ปของจริงครับผม
他4个人几乎是同样的角度。这个雷不错，911一雷炸2个。Inonex 位置刚才911后条应该也发现了。
Oi?
这个是没有扎到。
Não tá não, é que eu tô ocupado.
有人能修的。
哇，911também vem aqui na farmácia.
Ngay bây giờ thì không có tình huống ngoại phát sẽ diễn ra thôi. Bây giờ thì thêm một đại diện kêu một đêm sự đại hội võ lâm của chúng ta, nhưng quyết định
đâm về phía của thành viên của Semeno, đấm liên tục vào mồm của thành viên của Ba Thiên Esports và đó là Hoàng Thành Cơ cũng như là vị trí của Levin bị cấu đi một lượng máu khá lớn nhưng mà không sao, việc đánh nhau xảy ra.
어쨌든 GX에 있는 위치에서도 다 보이거든요. 자, 그리고 와, 라이딩 수류탄! 와! 키드! 라이딩 수류탄을 했어요? 기가 막히게 들어가는데요? 이야, 진짜 많이 들어가요!
На Нимусова достреливает, подъезжает на позицию Мьютини Экзэмпл, а Хаешки-то уже нету. А вот Фарни заготовили, потом Хаешки сложно будет, просто убегает.
É o seguinte,
Что он сейчас провернул? Прикрывает его тиммейты,
pô, você não vai acreditar. Eu perdi meu iPhone. Você não vai acreditar, eu perdi meu iPhone. Eu fui no mercado, aí eu fui fazer compra, né? Até aí tudo bem. Aí na volta, na hora, né, eu peguei as compras aqui, botei em casa, paguei o Uber. E aí, tá aí tudo bem. Quando eu terminei de guardar as compras, eu falei, ah, que horas são? Fui pegar, cadê o celular? Aí eu perdi o celular. Só que eu tava com aquele short que você me deu, né? Aí eu já sabia, com esse short, o celular cai do bolso, né? Especialmente quando eu tô sentado. Aí ele caiu do meu bolso enquanto eu tava no carro no Uber. Aí eu caiu do meu bolso. Aí eu, caramba, ferrou, perdi meu celular. Aí eu fui na portaria pra avisar o porteiro que se voltar um motorista de Uber devolvendo o celular pra ele pegar pra mim e me avisar no telefonar. Aí um rapaz que tava lá falou, vou te ajudar, eu ligo pro seu número. Aí eu ligar pro meu número. Aí na mesma hora apareceu o motorista voltando e falou, passageiro aqui falou que tinha um celular aqui, deve ser seu. Eu falei, é meu, sim. Aí é isso. Eu dei muita sorte e consegui meu celular de volta. Eu acho que eu não vou mais usar esse short não pra sair.
For the victory there, and they're going to be so happy that they did. Now that they're in the grand final, they can refocus, make sure that they can bring this sort of consistency to all of their games, and hopefully take things further from here.
And across that even third in kills required here. Copter, when you look at question mark,
mas aí que tá o problema, eu não tenho mais bermuda. Porque uma bermuda rasgou. Eu tava usando duas bermudas e a outra, o botão caiu. Aí não fecha mais o botão. Aí quer dizer, eu preciso ir comprar mais bermuda em algum lugar.
I think they managed to survive pretty well. I mean, if PUBG is a survival game, then they definitely survive. But even just not surviving, they were also killing the enemies from the side. They took the place from Liquid. She was there as well, and then they had the fight with the locals in the end, so they defended it as well. So I think they did very well. But it was very hard to call like who's gonna be actually getting that place. Liquid was trying to go for it, Curse was trying to go for it, but they hold it. So I think that it was a very good play.
Comprei muita coisa, comprei até espiga de milho. Aí é o seguinte, eu gastei R$110, mas eu ia te pedir pra você botar uns 150 ou 200, porque eu ia comprar coisa de higiene, mas eu fiquei com medo do dinheiro não dar. Aí não comprei não, ia dar se eu tivesse comprado, mas eu fiquei com medo. Shampoo, condicionador, refil de sabonete líquido.
We know that this roster can of course they were caught in a little bit of rough positions in some of these other games, but this game they went out for blood. I loved their move onto Na'Vi.
Mas shampoo e condicionador tem?
Phase, I think it was, but they in a click
eu
of
só
a
vi o
switch
que tá lá no
instantly
box.
They're weakened, let's go punish them.
And I think that really sums up a lot of what's going on with the current meta, Kalaris. It's tremendous. And it takes so much skill to know when to actually move in. Team Liquid are completely fine to move in and take on any of the best teams in the world, right?
Yeah.
But it's knowing that you can do that without another team on your back 5 seconds later. That is the key. And we have seen that in game 1, 2, and 3 so far. That's been a recurring theme. And in that last game, Liquid were nailing their timings. They rotated in a little bit earlier as well. So I wonder if having a more solid base to play from in that rather extreme circle also helped them.
Eu só vi o que tá no box que eu uso pra tomar banho.
Make the top 5 kill leaders so far. Alia, an example, absolutely popping up. I think we kind of already acquired that information very, very keenly from those first 2 games.
Porque eu acho que o shampoo deve ser caro, né?
Squeaky putting up 11 kills across these 3 games already. I mean, in the previous game, we saw
Não, da
that
próxima
3-piece
vez eu
that he was
compro,
able
da
to
próxima
get
vez eu compro.
towards the very end, which I was popping off for. But
Aí,
Squeaky has been
mas você
fantastic
traz o
so
que
far
você tem aí,
today.
então.
Yeah, definitely.
Quando que você deve vir aqui de
I mean,
novo? Você
Ents,
tem alguma
as
ideia?
a whole, like I said, they feel very relaxed
Tá
on the
bom,
server.
tudo bem.
But yeah, like I said, multiple players have been getting those great performances, and I have noted that yes, Squeaky has been getting those good kills as well. Like it's not just 3 kills on the last game. I think there was a 2 kill on the previous match, and on the first game, I think there was also at least 2 kill situations. So they have been like winning these 1 versus something situations quite a lot, and Squeaky especially. And like I said, it's I'm not saying that they're not good fraggers because they are, but the gaming style which they do, it just don't trigger them in this way. So I think they're just enjoying, killing people and enjoying it.
Não, tudo bem. Então deixa.
Doing really well for that.
I know that it sounds bad. I didn't mean it in real life.
Yeah, you know, it's a video game. But I think one thing to focus on now here is we are halfway through our day. Miramar is donezo, and I think for a lot of these teams, considering how the circles have played out, they're probably very glad. Maybe a short reprieve, and maybe Erengel is a little bit more kind to them, John, because the circles.
É porque eu já tinha pegado essas 2 da gaveta. Não sei se tem mais. Eu vou olhar depois.
Have been brutal.
Acho que ficava apertadas, acho que você levou, né? Então tá, eu vou dar uma olhada depois, ver se tem mais bermuda aqui. De repente você pode levar em algum lugar, eu tenho um botão aqui, e ver se dá pra botar o botão de volta. Porque eu acho que a bermuda tá nova ainda. Mas de qualquer maneira eu só tenho uma bermuda, então é bom comprar mais algumas. Porque eu uso muito, ainda mais que agora que esse short não dá pra confiar mesmo, né?
First 2 games, rotated a little bit earlier, took their fights a little bit later, and suddenly had a great
coisa, eu fiz sopa de ervilha.
Maybe other teams will take a cue from that as well and go,
não.
This might be a good opportunity for us to
assim,
switch
deu,
things
ficou
up.
gostoso. Só que sujou tudo, sujou fogão, sujou panela, sujou tudo. Aí eu lavei, eu tive que limpar o fogão.
Even without She Created was the one that died off early in that roster, and we
Na
highlighted
pequena.
him as one of the fantastic players. But it goes to show
Mas eu
that
fiz
the
só uma
rest of this
xícara.
roster, very, very powerful, even in towards the end of the game.
Aí pra uma xícara de ervilha eu botei 4 de água.
Right now, but I mean the whole history of Ogles
E eu deixei de molho a ervilha, como você falou, por 2 horas e meia mais ou menos.
Colorful, because when we look at the all the way down to 1 year, 1.5 years ago, actually KovaaK was playing with these guys. So it's a place where people has been like popping out to the other teams as well. So I'm really happy that they're actually getting the chicken dinner because they definitely deserve it, and it kind of like shows that Ogles as a team has grown so much that they don't anymore need these superstar players to get the results which they need. So basically, yes, everybody who has been staying on the team and kind of like subbing in when the teams have been leaving out and now getting a place on the roster, they're kind of like now rewarded with a good performance without the star players. So I really like that.
Yeah, definitely. Jorosar, do you have any thoughts regarding Ogles? I know that you, again, brought them up at the beginning of the day.
I mean, being selfish, I'd like both of my dark horses to get a chicken dinner each, but at the same time, you're absolutely right to say without She Created, look at what they managed to do in that last game. But there's also that bit in the back of your head that's thinking, actually, with She Created, they would have won that. So it really is a fine balance at the moment, but I'm pleased that they're finding their way, that they're working together.
Ferver 2 vezes, só isso, né? Depois que tirar do molho de 2 horas, né?
Fantastically well, and it's only a matter of time before that's rewarded.
Yeah, definitely so. We're just waiting a few more moments before we actually get into this game, so let's talk about some more teams that maybe have had a little bit of a struggle to get things going.
Eu quero usar
FaZe is definitely one that stands out.
Eu quero usar panela pequena.
It's kind of an unfair situation for FaZe because we're always thinking to ourselves, this is going to be one of the number 1 teams, and then our eyes are always focused on them, and then sometimes, 3 games here, 3 games there, they have difficult rotations, and they just kind of get blasted in these situations. Is that kind of what I'm seeing here so far, Copter? Is it just been quite unfortunate for them in terms of where the circles have shifted and where they've had to go because of those circle shifts?
Uma cebola inteira e 3 dentes de alho.
So they have some kills, but not so many kills this league in the last game in total. So definitely not the place where they want to be. And what I have seen from FaZe, I mean, they have had some good executions.
Acho que é mais gostoso que o caldo verde lá do Perim.
Caught like off guard a little bit. So when they have been, doing the rotation, this could be a place that
próxima é fazer o milho,
cozinhar. Para
cozinhar a milho é quanto tempo?
I haven't seen those performances from them where they are,
panela
just showing that yes, we are here, and you don't get here. If you get
Eu ia botar
here,
na panela comum e deixar ferver cozinhando igual legume.
Like trademark plays from FaZe, which we have seen, like going the edge of the zone, the kill train and stuff like that. So we haven't seen that yet. But FaZe is always
E eu
the team
tiro
that
a
finds a
espiga
way.
ou
They
deixo
always
só
find a way. And
só a
if they
espiga
don't
com
get the
milho?
spot on the grand final today, just wait for the FaZe Sunday again.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
Tira a palha, né? Põe só o milho. Ah, tá, põe só a espiga de milho, entendi. Tira a palha.
A lot of these names that we absolutely know and love at the top of the European scene or the EMEA scene to just qualify for the finals, even if they have a rough first day, I think is fair to say.
Quanto tempo fervendo?
You obviously don't want to have a rough first day and then claw your way back. That
Depois
might
que ferver.
arguably, though, be one of the scenarios where, let's talk about it, the most chicken rule actually benefits some of the teams that lack that consistency on day number one. Because instead of fighting your way back up a mountain, all of a sudden, actually one win puts you straight back in contention. So it's almost like you can reset, grab that one win, and be fine. And we might well see that in some of the lower bracket matches.
Tá, humilha 20 minutos após ferver, né?
I think the circle has been a little unfair.
E se for panela de pressão?
Sole possession of the west side of the circle in I think phase 4 of that last game, and then it just went yoink, and they absolutely.
Mas é 10 minutos depois que dá pressão?
We need to find a little bit of luck, but I think they're doing a lot of things that we're used to seeing them do quite well, and it just needs to come together a little bit.
Yeah, and I think a doozy is one of the members of one of the teams that has now advanced onto the grand finals.
Eu acho que eu prefiro.
Of course, it's drawing question mark here alongside the previous 3 WLA guys. Is a prime example of that situation where, you know, the consistency might not have quite been there, but you get the win, and we know that these guys are very capable of getting the win, and they've rocketed up. And for a guy like a doozy who, Copter, we've seen, you know, previously on Na'Vi, previously on Raise Your Edge, etc., etc. This guy has got a lot of power behind him, but
então tá, eu acho que é isso. Você vai botar pra mim uns 150 ou 200 reais?
Yeah, true. And I think what I'm actually thinking right now is that when Na'Vi got the chicken dinner, and I said something that these guys, they don't really like to play these games, but they don't want to be like causing troubles for the others.
Tá bom.
But I don't
E
know
você
if
tem
the
papel
question
alumínio para fogão?
going to play the same game. Because I mean, I think that they actually might be one of those teams if somebody, if they want to mess with somebody.
Tá, é que eu tive uma ideia também. Eu posso fazer a ervilha assim, eu boto o papel alumínio de fogão, aí faço a ervilha uns 2 ou 3 dias e depois eu jogo fora o papel alumínio. É, quando eu deixei a outra vez deu um monte de bicho. E ficou um cheiro horrível. Então tá, então depois eu vou pegar o papel alumínio. Tchau.
On the grassy pastures.
Moving on to Erangel now, the significantly greener outlook, as you can see, the plane going from approximately an 11 to 4 o'clock plane path, so a couple of the areas on the west side of the map might be a little more out of bounds than usual, but otherwise I don't really think the team's going to be too angry about what's going on here. A good opportunity for some of our teams to reset Copter as well, and it'll be interesting to see which teams didn't do so well on Miramar, but maybe come out swinging on Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes there's definitely differences on the maps when you talk about some certain teams, but I think it has been like evening out lately, so we haven't seen that so much. For example, when we go like 1 year back, we saw multiple teams like performing better in Erangel and some teams performing
Part of me is happy and part of me is dismayed at this circle, Copter. Can we have a circle, like, without 30-40% water? slightly questionable parallel parking there by Auglis. The teams that are further away, including Auglis actually, so that, oh dear, that vehicle.
Position there, it's going to be completely free, so that's not a problem. And regarding the question mark and the skate situation on the military island, like I said, yeah, question mark could be one of those teams that could do some kind of a tricks, but I don't expect them to do those tricks like let's say outside of their region. That's what I usually expect. That yeah, usually it's like somebody close, not like that somebody would be just like jumping on some completely other team like well, it's hard to explain, but I think that if they would have done something like that, it would have been like versus the team from the same region. But yeah. Anyways, let's not worry about that one. Circle is in the middle, Heroic and Curse they are on the middle, and the other teams are starting their rotation. Just 3.5 minutes on the clock.
And we don't see a particularly early rotation here. As we can see, we're relatively comfortable with Pachinki. It's not going to be too difficult for them to rotate. I don't think they want to be going for somewhere like Mansion, for example, based on the plane path. They know that those kind of locations will be taken early on by teams who are either already there or have rotated in super early. So we're just going to be moving to the default game plan, if you like. It'll be interesting to see, though, whether Team Liquid stay edge or whether they are able to move further forward. Speaking of moving into the center, Shiv from Curse now completely and utterly taking Heroic's position and saying, you are not coming here.
And Curse, one of those teams that I was, well, mentioning that they are kind of like one of the teams that I expect to be getting to the grand final, but now only sitting on 4 kills actually. So we'll see how it's going to go. We can see a BBL actually shooting towards Virtus Pro. We can see Spyro shooting from the vehicle, and is he going to be connecting as well? Yes, he is. 25 will be lost, and the second one as well, so 24. 49 in total, if I'm quick math, is going to be anyhow accurate, but it seems to be. But yeah, Virtus Pro, they definitely want to make a move inside. They're not going to be stopping. They can see full time on the side of them. So they're going to rotate right past them, going to be watching the museum area. And they're actually, well, dodging it, so they will not go for it. We do have FaZe actually coming at the same time from the southern side. It's like a 1 kilometer from here. Ends, they have started the rotation from Severny. Mutiny, they have left Northern Georgepol as well. So we have a lot of teams actually on the move. But both teams in the Sosnovka Island, they are still there. Okay, so we're going to continue from here. Okay, so we have full time actually shooting towards Heroic, and we can see red line. They're going to take the... well, the other J building here, the other J compound. It's not the real one, but the similar building on the other side of the map. And let's see, red line. They are just chilling here for a moment. They will find a place on the northern side of Curse because he Virtus Pro on the right next to them on the next compound. So a lot of teams are arriving in the area, and again we can see that the teams will take the middle places. ENCE is quite far away. Red line's gonna be the first team which they should be seeing, but Mutiny is currently rotating on the backside of Mutiny, on the backside of ENCE. And then we have Digital Athletics getting out of Rorschach, so they will be coming on the backside of ENCE as well. So we still have, I think, like 3 teams which are going to come from the northern side on the backside of Redline.
And touching on something you said a little earlier as well, you mentioned that both the teams that are on Military Island, of course, stayed there reasonably late. What do you do in that sort of situation? If you know the circle is nowhere on you, do you just accept that you're going in really late? Or are there situations where you actually want to rotate off of Sosnovka Island super early? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, if you want to get super early, that you gotta be like super early. That's the thing. So yes, you can do it earlier, definitely, but the sometimes it's just not worth it because you get a pretty good loot from the. So if you would like to leave, let's say like 2-minute mark or 3-minute mark, like very fast away, you're gonna have like a pretty bad loot, and there might be somebody waiting on the other side as well. That's always a risk. And and then always when you cross the bridge from the military island, you never know what's going to be waiting on the other side. Yes, you can scout the shoreline, but that's about it. So you never know what's behind Milta, for example, and that's why you need to be prepared. So if you're going to do like an early rotation out, yeah, it might make sense if the circle is like full north, for example. But when we still have the southern part of the circle hitting Milta, it might mean, because usually, for example, FaZe there drops to Milta sometimes. So they could have been holding places on that bridge as well.
That's very true. I mean, there's just so many things you have to consider, and so many different places where someone could shoot you. where you can't necessarily scout them beforehand. And I guess that's what makes that so scary, but it just sucks to know that you're going to be one of the last ones in. We're following at the moment the progress of ENCE and Redline, and Rustenmar eating a couple of bullets there, courtesy of, I think it was Lucarux, not quite getting the knockdown just yet, and they will be able to rejoin Tiksu by the looks of things. Several teams at the moment, though, playing quite split, including Heroic, where one player, I think, is in Mansion, and the other two are nowhere close. I wonder if something went wrong for them in rotation.
They just found themselves. I mean, Redline was waiting there, and then we had ENCE coming on the backside, and now the DA is on the backside of ENCE as well, so that's going to be definitely a situation. But the Liquid rotation, I don't know if something went wrong, but they definitely changed the plan, but they want to approach it from the northern side, so it seems that the pressure on the circle, it will not be completely on the middle of the circle. It might be actually catching, because there's more teams on the northern side than usually, I would say. That's going to be my best bet, and especially if we're going to have the circle popping on the south, then we're going to be really having an interesting rotational pattern for the teams. But yeah, let's not call it, because we don't know it yet. But anyway, so yeah, circle's gonna be closing in 1.5 minutes, so then we do know where it's gonna go. But it seems that the other team's gonna make it. We have lost only one player, so we can expect that unless something completely crazy happens, we should be getting all the other remaining 63 players inside of the zone.
You know what? We have had a lot of crazy today, though. Phase 1 with a lot of water turning into Phase 2 with even more water. Might we see something like that this time around? Might we say, no worries. I think, holding positions near sort of Heaven and Mansion, very, very sensible things to do with this circle. And then the circle goes straight into Lipovka for an urban finish or something. We could actually see something like that. Considering the circles we've had today, anything can happen.
Yeah, you never know from the circles. I mean, there's some rules, yes, but of course that's gonna give a lot of different options for the circle. Still, Misha's gonna find the Liam. So Skate, they can like run to Na'Vi, and they do have a knock, and they do have a problem as well, because Na'Vi, they have a Liam knockdown, and there's only 2 players, so Chris is the only player on the scene. And then now there's going to be a full stack of Skate members, so he can't really just run towards the Leah. I got to be hoping that the Skate will not find them. But actually, there's only 2 players from Skate currently, because Anonymous and Sikora, they are still on the way. So if Chris gets 1 knock, and that's going to be happening right now, by the way, that's going to give him a chance. Now we have Anonymous around the party as well. It means that's going to be flushed down at the same time as well. So Skate will lose 1 member for sure. There's no revival of that anymore. But 10 seconds, then we know where we have to go. But Skate definitely, they have the troops, and they want to get those kills as well, but they on the background we can see Melman joining the party as well. Did somebody say kills? I'm here.
That was very brave of Misa to just run in like that when you don't have your teammates able to join you on like 1 or 2 seconds notice. He was quite split from the rest of his team, so he had to make 1v1 work, and he couldn't. And as a result, Skade lose 1 early. Circle 2 has popped. There's good news. It's not that much water. But we've got a massive northern shift now as we see the rest of Skade making a run for
it's
it.
Liquid happening for James Cliff getting knocks down. Tikrostamas going to fall down as 1 member anymore. So he's going to be getting Ibiza, and that's the last player from ENCE. He's going to be trying to save something. We'll get a flash on Ibiza, so we'll at least get 1. We'll spot Maxi as well, and Skuika, he's gonna be on fire as we can see Maxi trying to run away, but Saku, is he gonna allow him to go? No, he's not gonna find the shots, unfortunately, and they know the location of Skuika, so ENCE, he's gonna be trying to do everything he can, but I mean, can Skuika do more clutches? We saw that. I mean, look at the strength of all the Liquid players, they're so low. Skuika, I think, has been tagging all of them. Gotta spot Maxi from that window as well. So I don't know what to expect, but yeah, Skuika definitely has been on fire, and there we go. They're gonna come right next to him, but they're gonna crash him down with the force, and there we go. ENCE is down. So Liquid, with a successful push, will lose 1, but will get some kills on the board as well, and will take the place on the 5th place on the scoreboard.
ENCE putting more tags on Team Liquid than a luggage carousel at the airport, but it's not going to be enough. Sadly, Team Liquid will survive with 3 players left alive, and they've got 3 kills in this game as well. They want to be joining the likes of ENCE and Heroic, and now Redline, actually, who are up to 14 total kills, so that even in the event that they don't end up winning a chicken dinner, they can be one of those top teams on the kill points to advance. So Liquid at the moment opening their account up really well. They need to try and continue the momentum from game number 3, where they got those 11 kills. They have to make up for the first 2 games. That's just a fact, but they're doing it the right way so far.
Yeah, the northern location for ENCE, that was just too good. That's why they were crashed immediately by Liquid. So that happens. But yeah, the circle popped on the northern side, so Liquid, they took the middle ground. So they are now controlling, well, not controlling, but they're holding the middle of the circle. And we have a lot of teams on the side, and there we go. Vasco's going to be fighting with the Virtus Pro, so they're going to be crashing actually on the mansion. And we don't see fights happening at the mansion that oftenly. And there we go. Vasco's going to be flushed down. T-Bone's going to be getting a knock on Spyro. Page and T-Bone still remaining, and we can see T-Bone on the second floor. Page is going to be, well, outside of the building for now. Going to be trying to come on the backside of Virtus Pro as T-Bone making all the sounds on the second floor, and Virtus Pro, they're going to be trying to have a revival as well. Page is waiting there. So if they will decide to go to the stairs on that direction, there we go. Lou's going to fall down, so T-Bone will find one. We'll put a molly there as well. So that's going to be a great one. He actually might be burning both of them down. And yes, he will do it. So Lou and Spyro, they will fall down. T-Bone finds one as well. And Virtus Pro, only one player remaining, and that should be a Batuling, if I'm not completely mistaken. So Page and T-Bone, 1 versus 2 situation for them. And Perfect is still crawling outside, but I don't think that Heroic will let him to stay alive.
I wonder... Oh, never mind. Batulins isn't wondering. He gets the frag onto T-Bone there, but getting the revive might be a step too far. No, he's going for it, and Page actually is prone there. And that means that Virtus Pro might be able to bring this back up to a 2v2. Page has to be a bit braver. He is. He interrupted the revive, and that actually gets Perfectix down. This means Page can back off and buy himself some time.
Yeah, that's enough. And now Batuli with the nades. And he has been just monster with the nades lately. We have seen so lot of great nades from incoming. Page takes the damage as well. Luca was finding Gemty at the same time on the kill feed. But yeah, first aid's going to be taken by Page. And now he goes for the hunt. Has the full HP. Going to be jumping down. Where is that guy? He's going to go right after him. But meanwhile, he's going to be running on the second floor. So Batulin's gonna change the on the second floor, and there we go. The spray will come, and Batulin actually finishes off Heroic. So that is the Batulin we know just wins these, and he has such a high IQ on the game, I could say easily, and he always like finds the mastermind plays. But now it's gonna be Na'Vi getting on the same building as well, and they want to finish down Virtus Pro.
What's the IQ needed to 1v4 Na'Vi? Because that's precisely what Batulins needs to channel right now. They heard the fight, they know the names in the kill feed, and they're going, yeah, we'd like ourselves to have some of this. Molotov now getting chucked out, and Quizzy burning, but should be able to get the revive. And the med off if he needs to. It won't actually result in a knock. And we've got Alia outside with the flashbangs in, helping the teammates. A second flashbang as well. Actually not going to be required because it is a grenade that finishes off Virtus Pro.
Yeah, I mean, I was just watching the window, and all those flashbangs and nades, just like watching a massacre on the evening. You just see the flashbangs on the windows, and that's pretty much it. But meanwhile, it's going to be a BBL crashing on Liquid at the same time. And there we do have some players falling down. It's going to be Maxi going down. We do have still somebody on the compound. Do we? No, Liquid, they are gone as a whole. As we have Skate, they're going to be spotted down by Digital Athletics, and the circle has been popping towards Yasnaya, by the way. That's the reason why we have such a chaotic movement, because the circle is shifting towards the other direction what the teams were expecting. Code Marco getting Sikora got the knock, but BBL got the kill stolen from them. And there we go, a Dozy finding Dancing Bob, so full time also battling, and Dozy, that's 2 guys falling down, and Dozy again with a great performance, getting the clutch on the table. Well, not complete that clutch because teammates are alive as well, but I mean, he was solo on that situation.
FaZe now moving, but really, this game is happening a lot faster than we saw the games on Miramar Copter. We're at the 15-minute mark now, and only 11 teams and 38 players are left alive. There hasn't really been that tension building towards the late game. Even though the next circle, for example, has most of Yasnaya still in it, everyone is opting to play for the sparse compounds in the middle or playing on the edge, and we actually have Question Mark and FaZe now having a bit of a tussle over the southwest corner. If I were FaZe, I would keep going, but they might choose to stop if one of those tires gets shot at, for example, and then we have a full-on squad fight again.
Yeah, we have... I mean, I don't know why the team... Well, yes, I do know why the teams are dying, because the circle keeps shifting, and the guys need to do a drive on the wide areas they want to take compounds in, and they are taken already. So, because the MC format, it kind of like, of course you want to get the chicken dinner. That's going to be so important. And to get the chicken dinner, you want to get cover. You want to keep 4 players alive. And then the teams will just very swiftly change to a different hard cover, let's say in the middle. And now we just have been, I think the teams are rotating too fast, to be honest. I mean, they don't have any kind of, they're not waiting. They just want to go to the middle and want to find a combo immediately. Nobody wants to play on the sides at all. But but FaZe Clan, they will, for example, send it here right next to Anonymous, for example, and the circle, it keeps closing. But what happened with the previous shift, that when it's shifted outside of the coastal line towards Yasnaya, that was something what the teams, I don't think that they were expecting, that they expected to be somewhere on the Mansion Lipovka area, a little bit more on the southern side as well.
Right, and that might explain why so many of them were in vehicles and potentially forced into fights with each other. We saw Team Liquid, for example, in the Alamo compound. They actually got destroyed by BBL. I don't think Team Liquid were full 4 at that point anyway, so BBL were able to overpower them. And now, theoretically, BBL, who have had a reasonably quiet day so far, are looking like they might have the best position in this next circle. They have set themselves up quite well. And to be fair, even though they didn't get the kills, Copter, they've had a history of setting themselves up well. They were good in game number 1. They were excellent in game number 2. They just sort of needed the time to bring it all together. Maybe this is the game where they do it.
Yeah, question mark is crashing on Curse, so I don't know if this is going to be a great compound or not, but but I mean, with these circles, you never know. So with these circles, I mean, all the compounds inside are great compounds because there's all the chances that the circle's going to be popping towards them. But Curse, they're defending the compound. Question mark, they're already trying to get inside the buildings as well. Philo actually is outside of the compounds, and that's going to be a great place to kind of like attack from the distance. As Silas is watching from the window, going to be spotting nobody from the question mark. Shiv, Philo, as we can see that they're on the other part of the heaven. So it's going to be a Monkey and Silas who need to defend the versus the push from the closer distance. But now Philo's going to be trying to engage the fighting from the distance. And that's going to mean that the question mark will understand that they can't, stay on the sides of the building because there's going to be angles from the outside of the buildings towards them as well. So usually when you push teams completely inside, you can just, stay next to the wall. But now that's not going to be possible because they also have players on the distance.
And further north of them, by the way, there aren't actually that many compounds left to take, which is why question mark decided, actually, this might be a reasonable place to try and contest. Because there's an awful lot of open space north of Heaven. And we need to wait and see whether other teams are going to smell something cooking. Oh, they are. Na'Vi knows that there's fighting here, and they're saying, guys, give it 30 seconds, then we'll crash it.
Yeah, there's 3 teams. Actually, August is here as well. So we have 4 teams actually on this area. So that's going to be a lot of teams. So everybody wants to join the party, as we can see. I don't know if I have seen 4 teams with so high amount of players. Just we have seen some endings here with a couple players from each team. And Secret with a great net with Monkey and Philo. And that's going to be the forces outside of Cursed completely destroyed. Alia with an nade going to be trying to steal those ones away. Secret gets killed from Monkey, and we can see Example watching it from the distance. Owner's going to be flushing down Philo, so Oculus will get those kills. Na'Vi with 2 kills. We can see only 2 members, by the way, from Na'Vi on the situations of Quizzy and Example. They are watching it from the distance. But the another circle is shifting so that Oculus is actually inside of the zone, and Na'Vi, Cursed, and question mark, they're outside. So Oculus can actually try to pay the bills from the last game versus question mark.
Na'Vi might have actually come into this one a little bit early, precisely for the reason that you just said, Copter. Maybe Auglis is saying, actually, this isn't quite the right time to fight. Let's let everyone else go in first, and then we'll take them out, whoever ends up winning this fight. And Auglis right now are playing this so smartly. My question is, if Na'Vi can't break through here and they can't kill Curse, how do they disengage? Do they just go back on a buggy and risk getting shot out the back of it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, question mark. They're moving the vehicles a little bit. It seems they actually want to leave. At least there are some players are leaving. So we'll just follow it through. Meanwhile, on the northern side, we can see BBL and there's, I think, Ding there. Yeah, Mutiny and Ding is actually fighting there. So something's going to be happening there as well. But for now, it's completely fine. Question mark, they're just, I don't know what they're doing. They're just trying to get away, but they're like trying to scratch off the paint from the car on that wall. I don't know if that's going to be the target. But Ozzy, as the last player from question mark, is rotating away. I mean, last player to get outside because they lost Fortress, they lost Dante, so they still have Adozi and Fate remaining. And Fate came earlier, and Fate's going to be finding She created as well. So question mark, they're still dealing the damage towards Orgles, even though it's the next game.
And this is properly starting to pop off, but I think Na'Vi wants this fight to be over sooner. The longer this drags on, the better it is for whoever ends up gatekeeping them, right? They can't spend too much longer here, otherwise they risk not being able to get into circle. And now that they're fighting Auglis here, Auglis are forcing them to push in. This has allowed Cursed to potentially come in as a little bit of a third party. They're just holding up right now, but they can backstab Na'Vi at any time.
Yeah, this is an interesting fight. I mean, the guys, they just don't find any other place to fight because, of course, in the middle of the circle, there's not I mean, the area on the northern side of Heaven it's pretty open, so there's nothing to go for, and that's why the guys are staying here for now. So they want to settle, get the points which they can from here, and maybe if they're lucky, they can actually get away from there as well. Curse is going to be taken down, so example one, Shiv and Mitroleos will get silenced, so the remaining half of Curse they are taken down as well. Smash is going to be jumping on red line at the same time. Ivos takes the damage, more utility is going to be Joe. Lucas going to fall down, and Smash will find the spray with the M4, and that's going to be a lot of nades on the direction where there's no players, but now Ivos nail up. That's going to be a good nade right next to them, and that's going to take them both down. Mitroleos, QB takes the damage as well, and Redline, only one player in the BBL there, coming as a one big wave behind the smokes, but it's going to be at the same time, Ding is going to be opening fire as well. QB finds one, so they're at least defending, but I mean, Redline, they're going to be in trouble, but they will get some help from the distance as well.
BBL rushes out there to try and finish off the team. Yes, they got the 2 knocks, but they didn't necessarily consider fully that the third party was going to be so strong. It's only Code Marco left alive now, and he's having to run into where QB is in order to try and even finish the fight. So it hasn't gone to plan for BBL, unfortunately, but what I would say for them is that the idea was fantastic.
Yeah. Example shows Alia who's the boss in town. Just take my hoodie and go away. And he's gonna jump like 5 meters away. But anyway, Quiz is gonna find Onur at the same time, so Hogless is taken down even in the middle of all this craziness. But yeah, I think that the US actually moved like 10 kilometers in an hour. The guy flew like the car the car would have hit him like 100 kilometers in an hour. But yeah, that's it. Now we will take the Heaven, and meanwhile here in the middle we have other teams fighting.
Mutiny has an Mutiny loosed a couple of bullets there. I would have gone back into the smoke and maybe loosed a frag or two. I didn't actually see if they had any of that utility available, but shooting 2 bullets and running back into the smoke is definitely inviting a couple of extra shots. And sadly, that means that Mutiny are now out of our first Erangel game of the night. Na'Vi still with all 4 alive, but Ding as well. Currently in 13th place, but looking to substantially improve on that with 8 kills so far this game. We haven't talked about Ding that much this evening, Copter, but this game, they seem to be coming alive, and it's because they've got that beautiful position in Yasnaya, where all they've done is snipe everyone else from relative safety. It's been great.
Yeah, I mean, they have 8 kills, so definitely they're doing a great job. We'll see. I mean, yeah, it's a good game for them anyways. I mean, getting those kills and even, 5 teams alive, so even if they don't get the chicken dinner, it's going to be a good game anyways. So definitely deserved. But for the end game, that's what I want to see, how, because FaZe is going to be right next to them, as we can see. So if you can see the faultless execution, as we seem to be having, we do have, of course, some great players. So Besto and Senia on this roster, the guys who used to play for Na'Vi, kind of like the known players, and great nades, by the way, coming. That's be fast face falling down. Fex, 8C, can they survive? That last nade will flush down. Oh, it doesn't. Fex goes 1 HP, 1 more nade, and that's going to take fast face and Fex, and only 1 player standing anymore. As we can see Besto coming from the side, it's 8C completely alone. The vehicles are flying. The shot chuck coming from Besto, and they will almost, yes, they will find them down, and FaZe Clan destroyed, and Ding goes all the way up to 11 kills. So yeah, I mean, yeah, Ding, they have what it takes.
Ding timing that exit from Yasnaya beautifully. Although timing that Molotov perhaps a little bit less so, but that's okay. We're able to recover from that. And they now have the western quadrant of the entire circle to themselves, by the way. So it's Na'Vi versus Redline in the middle. Question mark, only have 2 players alive, but they have a solid position on the south side. And Ding have the west. Ding will have to move into Na'Vi, but Na'Vi have got everyone else to worry about as well. So this might give Ding a good opportunity to move in.
Yeah, true. I mean, Na'Vi got the circle, so we have to face number 7 hitting, and Na'Vi is completely in the middle of the circle. That's going to be a question mark falling down, so Sail will find it OZ, and now it's basically a more or less, Redline's going to be taken down. So it's just the Na'Vi versus Ding. And there's going to be 2 4-man stacks. So there's the other Ding with the 13 kills already, and Na'Vi with 7. And total of 45 kills for Na'Vi already. That's a lot of kills. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and follow how this is going to plan down all the way. But yeah, Melman, I think that they have a pretty good idea where the enemies are. They knew the FaZe was proning there, and they saw Ding taking them down, so they gotta know that they gotta be somewhere over there. And of course they heard the shooting as well. There we go, they gotta spot it down, so Na'Vi's gonna open fire, and they will actually try to send towards them, as Ding will be approaching with the US, but gonna be probably parking on the other side of the hill, so not gonna be pushing straight towards Na'Vi.
I really like this move from Ding. Oh, Alia on Fiesta Lodge. Gets the spray off, but not the knock. I love this move from Ding, by the way. Senya basically said, I'm in circle, and I've got a nice little bit of cover here from Na'Vi. Come join me, which is what that UAZ was. So that allowed Ding to reset a little bit and push a little bit further into Na'Vi. Are they favorite to win this fight? Based on form today, probably not, but it was a good move.
Yeah, Alia's gonna find Besto, so that's a knock happening towards Ding's side. And we can see, and also Quizzy joining the flank of Alia. So that could be a deadly one, but Alia's gonna fall down. Senya's gonna spot that down, and Alia's gonna fall. So it's with 3 versus 3 now. So Na'Vi with 3 and Ding with 3. Let's see if there's gonna be any revivals, but it says somebody actually standing with the vehicle. No, Alia's gonna fall down, so Priel will flush it with a nade. So Na'Vi, they actually can. But I mean, this could be Na'Vi getting the 3rd chicken dinner. That's gonna be possible as well. But I mean, Ding, they also have a decent chance. And if we would get Ding, then we would have a 3rd team on the final already. And again, from the same region, by the way. Example watching them, and there's going to be Ding spotted down, so there we have the shots coming from Example, and I don't think that he's going to be missing this, but somehow the guy's going to be dodging. He's like a Keanu Reeves from Matrix, as no, can't do it anymore. And that's going to be, by the way, anymore 2 guys standing for Ding, because Priul has been flushed down, Senior has been knocked. So 2 members, Besto and Sail, they'll try to do their best, of course. Example, gonna be trying to play the sides, and at the same time as Na'Vi's rotating on the sides where Ding was, we do have Sail actually rotating on the backside of Example, as we can see Sail on the backside of Example, and if he's gonna find that one, he should be getting this guy down. Then it's gonna be 2 versus 2, then there's a chance.
Na'Vi are slowly wrapping around. Sail needs to make this work to give his team a little bit of a chance. Are we going to find an opportunity to get that knock for free? Super important now for Ding. Yes, Veloch needs to stay alive a little moment longer, allow Sail to get that knock. If he can't do that, that's trouble. Example goes very low, but not down. So the element of surprise no longer with Ding. And sadly, Copter, I think this means that Na'Vi are in prime position to take their 3rd chicken dinner.
Yeah, true. Well, let's see, it's still like 2 versus 3. Anything can happen. So I don't think that it's going to be all the way up to the fact that the Na'Vi has this on their pockets. Even though they have control in the middle, but they have a split players from Ding there. Yes, they are spotted out. But I mean, 1 knock can change the whole situation. So let's see how it's going to go. But of course, if Na'Vi is going to get that knock, then it's going to change the situation the worst when you think about the Ding as a team, as a place here. But yeah, Nate, from Example, going to be going on the backside of Sail, going to be sending it to a 3, but there's no player on that place. Melman's still watching the old location. Besto, I think he spotted him moving.
Oh,
maybe, I'm not completely sure. Did they spot him down or not? The utility is going to be thrown on the smoke, so Ding, they are managing pretty well, actually, dodging all the utilities and the line of sights, even though it's not the easiest one. Now Melman takes the damage, so they will find an angle. There we go, have the return fire coming from Quizzy and Sail and Besto. They're just like dancing around these bullets.
They're being very careful, but careful in a very deliberate way. Na'Vi have got the center of phase 8. I love, by the way, that Melman saw where Biestoloch is and then went, I'm not going to immediately open fire here. I'm going to make sure I'm within arm's reach of my teammate and then move back. This is really, really important. Very subtle, but really cool moves here. Na'Vi not being mega aggressive and forcing Ding more and more into desperation mode.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I mean, Ding, yes, they're desperate, but they're still alive. That's the important thing. And we have seen Na'Vi how they destroy teams. They haven't yet destroyed these guys. And Quizzy, again, takes the damage. So Sail will find that angle. That's going to be a good start. But yeah, doesn't get the player down. So that's the problem, of course. Na'Vi, they're very fast moving away from the line of sight. And that's going to mean that they can't be knocked down so easily. And that's why they can actually play a bit more on like spread it on the map. So they don't have to be like as a one tight pack on the middle, but Sail's gonna find that finally. So Example's gonna fall down. It's gonna be 2 versus 2, and the whole game changes. And Sail, using these smokes, can actually find something. Besto's gonna go for the flank from the other side at the same time, so he could actually find the backside. We can see Sail, Quizzy, and this is definitely gonna put Na'Vi back on their toes because they have to be careful. I mean, one player taken down, like where did that came from? And now they're gonna be watching for it. Plus, it's gonna happen as well. So Sail will get Example, and 2 versus 2, fair and square.
15 kills so far. You can see how much Ding want this. Melman spotted through the grass. Good initial hit. They have got that, I think, level 3 gear as well, so it will take a couple more bullets. Biestoloch, crucially, has no vest as well. He needs to be able to get those initial bullets and get the element of surprise, and so far, he's done absolutely phenomenally. They're playing this so carefully. Both sides, actually, doing such a good job. This really is the highest level PUBG.
Yeah, I mean, Ding knows that if they win, this is going to be a place in the grand final, so they know it's going to mean money as well for them. So Melman just watching it from here, going to be defending. Sail's gonna be getting a headshot. It's gonna fall down as well. Best is gonna be remaining. Melmon, can you get the spray on point? Gonna be missing that on AOG, but now they have more teammates joining in. Besto takes the damage, and it's gonna be Na'Vi getting the third chicken dinner already with 15 kills. So that's gonna be Ding with 15 kills, and Na'Vi with 11 kills. So that's gonna be a huge amount. I mean, they're just unstoppable.
Ding did so well in that game. And by the way, Ding was basically rooted to the bottom bits of the leaderboard going into this, and they properly came out fighting. 15 kills in this game means that they're actually in an excellent position moving forward as well. There's a very, very good chance that on points, on those kill points alone, they might be able to move into the grand final, even if they don't get a win. But how heartbreaking must it be to know that at the very end, you are still up against the unstoppable force that is Na'Vi.
Yeah, true. But I mean, 15 kills, you got to be happy with that one. And now when Na'Vi got the third kill finally, third chicken dinner, well, not finally, but they got it. That's going to mean that, again, they have 3. So only 4 teams with the chicken dinner is going to be advancing to the finals. That's going to mean that now 4 teams will be also advancing by the kills. So every time when Na'Vi gets a new chicken, that's going to mean that one more team by the kills is going to be getting a place on the finals as well.
This is it was a little bit of a different game as well, our first Erangel game compared to Miramar Copter, because we saw on Miramar 60, 61, 62, 63 players surviving almost to phase 4 and 5, and it was properly building up like a pressure cooker. Yes, we got that interesting Lepovka circle to start off with, but it actually came back over land quite quickly. In this particular game, so many players died in the first 3 phases. We were down to like 10 or 11 teams halfway through the game, so it played out at a much faster tempo.
Yeah, I think the middle part, like phases 3, 4, 5, I think there was a whole lot more action happening on those circles. We had a lot of teams crashing on each other. We had 4 teams in heaven, for God's sake. So that's a lot of people on the same place. So yeah, I think the movements of the team were a bit crazy, but also the circles, they did their best to dodge all the hard covers as well. So then people just fought from the same covers.
And so many teams as well at the same time thinking along those lines just meant it was so much more of an aggressive game. I wonder if games 5 and 6 on Erangel are also going to be playing out this fast, or whether it actually is a little bit of a function of the circle and we wouldn't necessarily see this again. Do you think that maybe some teams have decided to be more aggressive on Erangel and this is their reset, this is them coming out swinging?
I don't think that it's going to be like based on the map. I think that the aggressiveness, I mean, yes, somebody might be thinking that, yeah, now we need to get some kills because there's going to be more spots. So I don't know. We haven't seen this. Are the teams actually, can they apply a mechanism that every time when Na'Vi gets a kill, gets a chicken dinner, they're going to start playing like 1 tap more aggressive to get more of those kills because they understand that there's going to be more spots for the teams with the kills. So, I mean, if that's the case, I want Na'Vi to win more.
It might well be that way because Ding actually are going to be very happy with these 15 kills off the back of this game. True. It also throws into doubt. There's going to be so much of a race for those final spots now as well, knowing that a maximum of 4 teams are going through with the chicken dinner. Loads of teams, I think, are going to now start turning it up a notch, going, actually, we're not that far off of this ourselves. If we don't think we're in a very good position to get the chicken dinner, that's okay. There's a second way to go through now, and we can play this differently. So it opens up a whole new strategic element to the game. And some of the teams that maybe are just outside the top 8, they can take smaller risks and just chip away by getting those kills, and they're still going to be able to make it to the grand final. We're not losing any team today, though, of course. We will have 8 teams going into the lower bracket to compete there. And ultimately, Copter, it's another 2 days of competition, but at least it's another chance.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about this whole thing, that teams getting more aggressive as Na'Vi getting more chicken dinners. And yeah, it kind of like makes sense. But then I'm also wondering that, you said that the Ding, with 15 kills, they got to be happy, but also I think they would have been pretty happy with the chicken dinner as well.
Well,
but
yes.
yeah, so both results are kind of like okay. But then if we have 4 teams coming with the kills, that's going to be the case at least. I mean, there's going to be still a chance that Na'Vi could be winning even more. So I'm just wondering, like, what if some teams actually will go completely opposite because they understand that there's like a very few amount of chicken dinners available and they really want to like save their troops and really keep the foreman alive. So I don't know. But yeah, I like the fact that teams are getting more aggressive when Na'Vi is winning more. So let's hope that they will get like 5 chicken dinners then.
One team that I'm particularly sad about having the opposite strategy, because I think they played really well in that regard, is BBL. They've had 3 games out of 4 now where they've actually had really good positions going into the mid game, and they haven't been able to make it work. I'm not really sure what I would say if I were them right now, because I'm looking at their positions on the mini-map. I can see that they've got some kills, and they've got all 4 alive. Maybe it's time to switch something up. I don't know. We'll find out, though, very soon. 2 games left to go. Plenty to discuss, both at the teams at the top and the teams that aren't. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, it's game number 5.
If Sweden was a PUBG map, it would have to be Vikendi because of all the snow.
The map that reminds me the most of Finland is Erancho.
My name is David. I was born in a tiny little village in Sweden.
It's the best country in Europe. We have good education, good
It was a huge change from the military to gaming. I was used to being outside, working with my hands, moving around, and now I'm inside most of the time looking at a screen. It took me some time to adapt.
I divide my daily routine in 2 blocks, 3 hours in the afternoon and 4 hours in the evening. In between, I usually go to gym, relax and eat.
Fitness is something a lot of people in the esports community tend to overlook. To me, it really improves focus, which is really important in esports.
I like to visit my grandparents where I can relax, and there is always good food. It is a great place to disconnect from the virtual world.
If I could feature one part of Sweden in PUBG, it would have to be Karlsborg. It's the place where my regiment was based, and the terrain surrounding it is really amazing. I like PUBG because of the weapons mechanics, the recoil management, the importance of vehicles. None of these things really exist in any other game, and it truly makes PUBG unique.
PUBG is a really hard and complex game. There is so much you can do right, and so much you can do wrong.
Oh my god, Squeaky!
I always try to carry with me my core Swedish values and work ethic.
When I look at my team and other Finnish teams, I see some similarities. We are not that flashy. We are more strategic. We are respectful to each other. We are calm and collected.
Beautiful work from the 2 boys left for ends. This is that Finnish power you wanted to see.
It is an honor to represent my country and hold the Finnish flag on the international stage. Last year our team didn't shine as much as it was possible, but this is about to change.
The final frag is found, and with that, Bay Sunday rings aloud and proud.
I want us to get better. We're working every day to be better. Last time we got second at PGC, this year is a new try.
And we have a really bright future ahead of us.
few things to start off with. Firstly, that video is just intended to make Fuzzface look like a badass. Secondly, holy moly, that ending. And thirdly, what's going on? Na'Vi gets 3 out of 4 games here so far at the ESL PUBG Masters Summer. Absolutely ridiculous. I've got Jorasar and Copter here to join me. What is the Jorasar? Let's start with the ending, because Na'Vi versus Ding was nothing short of fantastic positionally, patience, gunplay. Talk to me. Oh,
really good to watch. I think Na'Vi think they're not collecting chicken dinners, they're collecting chicken nuggets at this point, so they're trying to get 12 of them by the looks of things, but at the moment, August in the previous game. They did so there weren't too many hairs to split in that fight. It could legitimately have gone either way, even with Na'Vi's current form.
Of course, as we take a look here, Na'Vi with 3 chicken dinners, which is just ludicrous. But I think also, Copter, off the back of that, to have 49 kills in 4 games is borderline lunacy. What is this?
I was just watching it as well, like calculating, and they have more than double the kills than any other team. So they are just nailing in all the aspects of the tournament. So I don't know. They are definitely showing them off. So I don't know how any team can actually respond to this. So I'm just, I know that Na'Vi is going to go to the final, and we don't yet know which are the other teams. But I mean, Na'Vi, they're not going to play after today because they don't have to play on the lower bracket anymore on Saturday and Sunday. So they will just continue the matches on the next weekend. So, I mean, anybody who's going to go to the final versus Na'Vi, that's got to be the benchmark already.
Yeah, I think that almost helps them now that after that first game, they know, okay, we're done. Now we have this carefree attitude. We don't even have any pressure on us, and we're just absolutely still blasting. And I think one thing that's probably important to note here, Jorasar, and one thing that I think was very important in this game is you rarely see this many teams contesting heaven. But like when it was happening, going down, the 4 teams that were crashing into one another. But I think all of those teams understood that if you can take that spot, even if it's on the edge, it's still a great launching point for the rest of that game. And as you see by Na'Vi, they win it out.
There's also a lot of incentive for teams now to try and hunt down the wounded gazelles, James. At the end of the day, if you think a fight is over and only 1 or 2 players are left alive, teams have more incentive to go in and try and take those out and get the kills. Obviously, it gives them a greater chance to get the chicken dinner, but those kills are starting to matter quite a lot. I believe Ding got 15 kills in that last game.
Yeah.
Prior to that game, I think they had 0. And that means they jumped from bottom of the leaderboard to the top to 6th in 1 game. And because only 4 of those spots now, a maximum of 4, are locked out for teams who win the chicken dinners, this is becoming a very, very real proposition for all of the teams super quickly. There isn't a single team on this leaderboard right now that can't jump into the top 8 in the next game, even if they don't win.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good point. It is got the dynamic of today has changed so much just because of one team's performance here, Copter, as Jorasar is mentioning. And with that said, as he says as well, we've seen, as we take a look at the damage done, and no surprises, these 2 teams stand atop the pack. And example is 1,000 damage a head, Copter. This is crazy.
Yeah, that is the average is about like 1,000 a game as well. Okay, a little bit less than that, but still, like it's a huge amount of damage. All the 4 matches in a row, getting just complete devastation around him. So I don't know. Na'Vi is definitely on steroids.
But again, actually, Copter, to your point that you were making at the end of this game, it's very clear that the CIS region is in an amazing position right now, quality-wise. When you look at these teams that are constantly getting to these end circles, these end phases, potentially getting the win, it's a lot of CIS at the moment.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, CIS region is just killing it in all the aspects in a good way, but only about the amount of kills which we spoke about, the changing meta. I think that the 9th place team, they had 11 kills, and then Ends currently sitting as the first team without the chicken dinner with 23 kills. So basically there's just 12 points or 12 kills from the 9th all the way till the 3rd place.
Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. As you can see just below us right now, Na'Vi has won 3 out of the 4 games. They are painting this lobby with their colors, and I don't know how people are going to stand up against them, but we're going to find out now. We move on to the penultimate game of today. 2 more Erangels on the way here, and I'm going to leave you with Jorasar and Copter for all the action once again.
Penultimate time now, flying over the skies of Erangel, and we have a relatively even playing path this time around. We might get 1 or 2 more teams going Military Island, not 100% sure. It's a little bit premature to say. 9 to 4 o'clock, and we will be continuing to talk about this for quite some time, Copter. The way that this lobby has panned out, the dynamic of how these games are going, thanks to Na'Vi, is changing so much. It's actually quite rare to see these differences from the start to the end of the day in such drastic terms, but here we go. Any team can now qualify.
Yeah, true. And I got to stick on what James said, that Na'Vi has painted the wall with the colors. And look at the yellow colors on the sides of the map currently. So definitely, I mean, Na'Vi colors, they are everywhere. Even the ESL layouts made with the Na'Vi colors. So James is completely spot on with that one. Na'Vi colors, they are everywhere. But anyway, looking at the landing places, so let's get back to the game. Ding on the Southern George Bull, so they will take the possession of the hospital and the Southern George Bull, and seems to be going there probably on the northern side of the river towards the Cube Build. They're going to be trying to find some vehicles, and maybe they will even drive towards Severny. Heroic, they have to stay there on the west coast. Skate is, well, taking the Gatka, but they also like putting 2 players on the guard compound. August, they are also on the Gatka. That's pretty usual. We have seen that to happen on the past as well. And the circle, by the way, will be getting around Gatka. So that's going to mean that Skate and August, they have some nice places. And we can expect to see around the 4-minute mark that the some of the vehicles will be circling there on the field, trying to find some free buildings for them. But no upsets on the landing places, it seems. Redline's going to be still trying to reach for Yasnaya. That's going to be a pretty long way. But yeah, that's how they want to play. And that's what they have done in the past as well. So no objections on that.
Oh, you can't see me on screen right now, Copter, but I am crying tears of normality. Phase 1 is centering on Gatka, and we don't have an absolute crazy chicken run mad dash into these circles. And they can often produce random results, but I think today, if anything, has proven that maybe I'm guilty of assuming that, because how random can it possibly be if no matter where the circle goes, Na'Vi is still there at the end?
What I would love to see, and you know, just to make you happy, John, as well, regarding the craziness, I mean, what if we have, like, let's say 5 teams crashing on the chopsticks? I mean, later on, not now, but I mean, if the, I mean, what usually happens with the Gatka circle, if the circle's gonna stay in Gatka, at some point we do have a situation when any of the buildings or very small amount of buildings are actually anymore inside of the circle. There's a couple buildings taken already, so then we usually say, okay, let's drive through the fields and crash to the chopsticks, and that's usually when the craziness happens. So that would be, of course, fitting the the games of tonight, but yeah, let's just wait and see. I'm just painting you a picture on your mind so you can just think about it, and I can already hear you from voice that you're kind of like dreaming about it.
I don't need my chair anymore. I'm standing up, I'm jumping up and down, I'm getting ready. Let's make this happen. That would be so fantastic. Still early days, of course, in game number 1, but I think this is the first time today where I'm just doing a quick. I think this is the first time today where 10 teams or more, or at least part of 10 teams, are actually in the circle when phase 1 pops. So that to me is the difference that this circle actually makes, and it will be interesting to see how differently the games play out as a result. Fewer teams are going to need to rotate in from significantly further outside. Some of the teams, like FaZe, who land Milta, for example, it's kind of normal for them to rotate this way anyway, so we don't really count that. It means that for all intents and purposes, we have a little bit more of a quote-unquote normal game. But will we still see the usual suspects at the top? Teams like ENCE, for example, have been knocking on the door of a chicken dinner for quite some time now, and ENCE are a team that some of these rotations haven't been kind to them, but they've still managed to get the kills in. So maybe, Copter, maybe for a team like ENCE or Redline or Heroic, this is the one.
Yeah. Well, anyways, we do have 4.5 minutes on the clock, so teams are actually sending it in. So we can see Liquid, they have moved 2 players out of Pochinki already, and they have, by the way, taken the up and down compound. Ogles will be getting there on the picnic area on the northern side of the Chopsticks. 2 players from Liquid, they are still inside of Pochinki, and Digital Athletics, they have moved 2 players on the southern side of the ruins on the Ukrainian blue buildings. And then I think Samty and Jempty, they are holding the kind of like the corner buildings on the eastern side of the Everest. So we have some early positions taken. We do have Na'Vi and Mutiny, as we can see here. They are not that far away. So Na'Vi is currently holding the Pochinki Hills, and Mutiny is there on the buildings right there on the southern side of them. So there might be something going on. So let's see how it's going to go. 2 teams, BBL and question mark, still inside of the Sosnovka Island. Cursed are still in the Milta Power and FaZe. They are just leaving from Milta right now. So it's pretty clear that we have multiple teams who's going to be pretty late. And now we just wait for it, how it's going to play down. But yeah, we get this nice overall look. We can see that's going to be the building for Liquid. So they are actually holding it. And that's pretty fine for them for now. So that's the up and down. And that's the up and that's the down. So that's why it's called like that. BBL, meanwhile, rotating away from the Sosnovka Island. And no trouble. Nobody's going to be holding this place. So there's no gatekeeping or anything like that. And that question mark. Nobody will be holding them either because the BBL, they kind of like gone, didn't stop, and FaZe has also left Milta. So both bridges are free.
This is all very polite, all very gentlemanly, all very chilled out so far this game. I think the closest thing to a fight we have is that Na'Vi are scoping out a little bit in the direction of Mutiny, but nothing overly aggressive at the moment, just seeing if they overextend. Otherwise, most teams are going to be able to get into the circle fine. Some of the last teams, Ding comfortably in already, of course, just north of Everest. Some of the last teams that are in, FaZe Clan from Milta, Cursed from sort of the Lipovka Milta Power kind of area, and Full Time, who are only just getting towards school and apartments. We're on board now with Ents, who have come in on the north side. They too will consider a little bit of an Everest position, so they could end up running into Ding 3 or 4 minutes from now.
Yeah, Ding is there on the western side of the Everest, and they are approaching it from the east, so we'll see how it's going to go. I mean, there's a lot of places as a cover on top of the Everest, so they should be okay. But Virtus Pro is going to follow Ents on the rotation. They're actually just crossing the breach on the backside of them, so that could be a thing as well. Because one thing, when you come again from the northern side, cross the bridge, you don't know what's going on the other side. So you want to go on top of the Everest, have a look, see which compounds are taken, which are free, and then you might wait, or you might send it to some of the compounds, because it's actually getting fuel down from Ding, so that's going to be one. And Ents also shooting towards Virtus Pro, rotating on the backside of them. So some minor actions going to happen right now. One thing that I have to mention, because it's on my mind, I mean, when you look at the leaderboard and you see team alive, and then you have the amount of chicken dinners, I could swear that the chicken on that image, it's pretty much the same which I have on my microwave at home.
It does kind of feel like I want to push the button.
Yeah, in the microwave oven. Like, I'm gonna warm some chicken, so I'm gonna press that button. So guys at home, don't press the screen.
Roast function.
Don't press the screen. Nothing's gonna happen.
It is definitely the roast fight, in which case Na'Vi are significantly hotter than everyone else. I don't necessarily know what the numbers correspond to, but I do know that higher means hotter. And they have got an opportunity now, which is really scary, to go up to 4 chicken dinners. I can't believe I'm actually saying that out loud on a one-day upper bracket broadcast, but that is actually happening. Let's see if they can make that work. In the meantime, most teams have been able to get into zone relatively fine. The 2-2 split from Skade leaves me a little bit worried. I'm scared that someone crashes one of those compounds. If no one does, then it's going to be great. But it's very high risk, high reward. I don't know if they're fanning out deliberately for position or whether they're trying to get extra kills. But at the moment, I'm a little scared for them.
Yeah. We'll just have to wait and see. But the one thing that's worth noticing, though, Virtus Pro, they will take the corner buildings, and DA, they have moved players away from it. So they have taken double buildings on the southern side of it. So that's why the Virtus Pro was actually able to take those buildings. So there was no crashing or anything like that. DA just kind of like left from there and took the buildings which are more closer towards each others. Na'Vi, they are making some moves towards FaZe. So FaZe is holding that hill, and Na'Vi knows that. Fast FaZe and 8 sit right next to them, and Na'Vi is here with the 3-man stack. So they have have one player, Aliyah, well, on the western side, a little bit far behind from the others. But I mean, 3 versus 2, definitely doable situation for Na'Vi. And we have seen definitely that they can take the kills, 49 kills. That's kind of like the living proof. So now we just have to wait and see if they can actually do the same again for FaZe.
FaZe Clan, let's talk about them for a second, Copter. They haven't had the best day in the office. Let's be real. They need to find a way to sort of make those sometimes excellent positioning that they have work for them. They've gotten some kills on the board, and to be fair, if we told you that in this game, if they get 8 kills, they're basically tied for 4th, that's actually quite a strong position to be in. It just feels weird seeing them in 11th place, you know?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the Virtus Pro as well, 13 plays with 9 kills. And we spoke about the CIS region. So Virtus Pro are kind of like the heavy hitter from that region as well. So yes, so we'll see. But I'm not going to call it anyway. I mean, they definitely have the capability, and they, I mean, it's too early to call anything. And there's still got to be the lower bracket as well. So, I mean, but yeah, of course, there has been expectations, and they just haven't been yet fulfilled. But it's going to happen sooner or later. We'll see, but yeah, we have the circle shifting. It's going to go there still around the KovaaK area, so we can see now that teams are more sending in. We can actually see a lot of movement there on the northern side of KovaaK. We have Ends, DA, Liquid on the move. Also, Digital Athletics and Heroic, they seem to be having a class as we are following the Virtus Pro. It's going to be a fight for KovaaK, as Virtus Pro is going to be the first team who actually gets inside of it. We can see Heroic moving here, and Ding on the northern side. There's this nice hill which they can actually use as a cover. We can see Ends shooting on the backside of Ding, so they can't really stay there for a longer time. They will have to leave, and that is what they're doing. Dicker is going to be spamming on the vehicle of Xenia, and they will go for the double buildings on the western side of Everest.
I'm not going to lie, I want my 5 teams in chopsticks, and this is only step 1 towards making that happen. 2 very, very close calls there. Virtus Pro almost ran into Skade, but then they saw 2 players were already in the compound, so they backed off back to Gatka, and Ding were very close to full sending it into Heroic. But then, I think Heroic, because of their 2-2 split, they couldn't get the knock on the run out, and that actually allowed them to disengage. Now we've got, is that Mutiny and Na'Vi running a little bit of a car chase? And they know that Granula has 3 tires as well.
Yeah, Na'Vi is hunting them down. They're just like, you know, they're like ducks on the hunting season. That's what Na'Vi is doing. But they lost 1. They managed to defend themselves. So Mutiny will get a knock as a drive-by. But I mean, that was just Na'Vi. Like, that is what I call bullying on the lobby.
I mean, to be fair, 3 chicken dinners in. I think they're allowed to do a little bit of that by now, right?
Yeah, but I mean, they can do whatever they want. They're going to be on the final anyways, and none of the points will carry to the final. So it's not going to matter to them anymore. They just want to, you know, want to have some, well, fun might be the wrong word, but I mean, they just want to play the game and see how much they can actually stretch. Maybe they'll try the limits as well. Like, let's see how much we can, you know, because they, like I said, after the first chicken dinner, they can chill and they can gather the experience. That's the one thing. And now they might be, you know, trying, okay, let's see how they react to this. Let's see how they react to this. They don't care if they're going to lose that one. If they push some team now, oh, they actually bended. They actually went away. We can do that on the final as well. So that's why they are doing this. They are learning how the other teams play and how they react into other things as well.
Are BBL going to be able to find a way to move in here? They're perched in such a good position, but that last little bit of stretch of road in between those 2 teams, can they bridge that gap without getting shot? That's the question there, and it's just so much tension in that position. Question Mark have moved out, and they've got actually a little bit more high ground. You can see Aduzi and Fate on the left side of your screen. They might actually just be backing off and deciding we don't know where all of these players are, therefore let's not risk the backstab, let's gather more information, let's be a little bit more sensible. So they're slowly backing away from that fight.
Yeah, it's hard to call. Digital Athletics, they want to move towards the middle. They are coming from the hospital area, so they're pretty north. Ding and Redline actually are on the range of them, so they can actually receive some fire from those guys. And the circle's going to be closing. It's going to go towards Gatska still. So we have some parts of the Everest still inside. We can see Ends and Virtus Pro kind of like holding the best places. And now, when you think about the amount of buildings again, so we spoke about this one when it's kind of come towards the Gatska. We're not going to get the chopsticks, unfortunately, at least it seems like it. But yeah, but I mean, buildings, all of them are almost taken. We still have the observatory. We have the 2 buildings on the northern side of it. But that's pretty much it. Those are the buildings which are free. And now teams are sending it inside. Okay, well, next to Gatska, we have BBL actually moving immediately when Heroic it's going to move some people away. But yeah, the rotations are important. Now there's going to be a lot of shots towards BPL. It's just going to be getting a kill from August, so that's going to be one guy falling down. And we still do have 16 teams and 61 players, so there's definitely going to be a moment when they all things are going to go crazy.
It's definitely not like the previous game, is it? With 16 teams and 61 players at this point in the game, whereas in the last game, significantly fewer than that. I find it interesting as well, Copter, that I think it was Mexi just firing some shots off with the SLR to discourage people from rotating in. It's an interesting meta we're in, isn't it? You used to fire a lot of shots to make people scared of coming to your compound. Nowadays, if people hear you firing a gun for more than 30 seconds, you get crashed by half the lobby.
That is true. They will find the fights. I mean, that's what they say. You go towards the sound, right? Meanwhile, Mutiny is going to be on the scopes of those. Is a question mark. Of course, they already have a place in the final as well, so they can be pretty relaxed about it as well. Fuzzface getting a QP down, so something's happening on the northern side, as Redline actually was holding a different area than Redline. But here we can see Face actually moving to on the west side, going to be moving towards the north because he was knocked down. The three other guys are more on the northern side, so they're holding the compounds on the garage buildings and the other buildings on the southern side of hospital. And the flush will happen by 80, so that's going to be Face getting at least one more point on the board. 12 kills for them. And I mean, getting to top 8, that's only 2 kills more. August currently holding the last place to get a spot on the grand final.
It's starting to look really close, actually, for those spots. Ignoring chicken dinners right now, between 10 and 20 kills, there are literally 10 teams. So it is absolutely imperative that every single kill counts at this point, and that's going to make the finish of today's games that much more exciting. Even better that even if the teams don't make it through in the top 8, we do get to see them play again tomorrow and Sunday, so all is not lost for some of these teams. Right now, we're watching Mutiny rotate in. West side behind FaZe Clan. They've heard some teams shooting this general direction, so have decided to stay properly on the edge here. We're back on Everest now. Na'Vi taking on full time. They don't have the best position. I would say full time have got a little bit better cover, and Danny as a result is able to get the first knock, but he gets traded out.
Yeah, do we have actually Dancing Bob coming to the scene as well? Wants to get a plus and should be getting that as well, but Dalia is going to be denying that for now. Going to be finding the angle, and we'll make sure that the guys are not going to be peeking, but more shots will be happening, and Dancing Bob will get example and Alia. So 2 guys, one is flossed and second's going to be knocked down as well. Nate's going to be traded as well. Melman and Quizzy, they will try to take the best out of this one, and they're going to be pushing towards it. They will come from the side. It's going to be 1. Second will be spotted, but it's going to be too late. So it's going to be 1 versus 1. Melman's going to go against the last player, and there we go. He's going to find that head. I'm going to chop him down. There's going to be still 1 more. The Danny's going to be on the northern side of the Everest, pretty far away as we can see from the map. So he's not going to be on the scene, and the Na'Vi should be able to do the revival. The flush will happen, so no one is down, and you know, Danny. I mean, if he's going to be giving any value to his life, I don't know if he actually wants to come towards Na'Vi.
Oh, you just want to avoid. Like, sometimes you think, oh, that's okay, any team could beat any other team, and you know what? That is true. But avoiding them considering this form, I don't blame them at all. Team Liquid now crashing into KovaaK. Virtus.pro want to be extremely aggressive to try and defend against it. Mixi incredibly close to Perfectix, manages to get a couple of shots off Perfectix now in the corner building with 2 different members of Team Liquid around him. They are properly getting stuck in, and Redline are coming in from the north as well.
Yeah, there's going to be a crash. I mean, there's no places to go. The circle shifted away from the mountain, and they gotta get somehow in, but Tool is gonna find Nail up and Beam is gonna find Ivers, so there's gonna be heroic shooting from the distance as well. The Stroll, they're holding this place. We can see a Clip, you know, trying to get inside as well. So Liquid, we get August is gonna be crashing to the side as well. We have 5 teams in Gatska, so this is gonna be a nuts, completely madness. August, they will take the damage from Virtus.pro. Redline, Liquid, Virtus.pro. They are here. Lukas Digger will find ward at the same time. James is gonna be getting sheet created, so Liquid will get a knock towards August, and Smash will flush it down, so gonna steal it for the BBL from the southern side of it. But yeah, 4 teams, I mean, they can easily leave. I mean, there's so many buildings that there's like, they can even like fit more teams in here if you want.
I mean, I have a feeling that they're not going to be the last teams in here. Gatka has properly become a hotbed of activity. Mixi goes down. Auglis on the west side. Redline. Quizzy joining. Is it just Quizzy? No, it's Melman as well. So we've got Redline moving into Na'Vi. Rudely getting in the way of Redline and VP. And that is exactly what happens to them. They instantly get eliminated. They maybe had a second and a half out of the car.
Yeah, and every time when somebody actually crashes inside of Gatka, there's going to be shots coming from the northern side because teams are waiting there on the edge. Muted is going to be taken down just in a matter of seconds. That's going to be a lot of crashes happening. DA actually finding them, and Ens also doing some damage from the side. Ding is going to fall down next, so DA will get dinged down as well. So DA actually getting a lot of kills from this one, and they have 15 kills without chicken dinner. Ding has been dropping down, so we might see a change on the top 8. Most probably we will, as Onur will find Lucarus as well. So Redline and the August situation is going to go on, but the Digital Athletics, as we can see, Circle, by the way, shifting completely on the south, and that's gonna be so bad. I mean, the fields are in the play, and what do we have, like 4-5 teams, four teams on the northern side, kind of like now wondering, like, where are we gonna go? Are we gonna crash Gatka? There's nothing else to play. Skate is gonna be done on the northern side, so I mean, these 4 teams, they're gonna be in trouble. They will have to figure out something, as the guys in Gatka, they can just go on with the fight.
Red line eliminated now. They moved in, but they weren't quite able to make inroads. This is another excellent example of which team is going to be the last into the multi-team fight. Virtus Pro realizing that actually the roof might not be the safest place to be, and Vashku as a result gets a knock on Salou, but he'll comfortably get back into the stairwell. We need to decide where we go from here, and luckily for Virtus Pro and Team Liquid, they don't need to go anywhere just yet, because Phase 5 still includes the whole of the city.
Yeah, but that's the thing. There's nowhere to go. That's the thing. I mean, they have to decide, but there's nowhere to go. So I will see Ace is going to be starting their move. It's going to go right past Digital Athletics. We'll find Heroic at some point as well. So we'll see how this is going to go down the Ace rotation. It's going to be risky, but I mean, you have to do something. There's a big question mark on the side. Digari wants to get some kills. They want to get some kills. And there we go. Digari gets one. And that's going to be Dante getting Tixu down as well. So some damage to both ends as well will happen, as Kuike, as the only player, 5 HP remaining. A lot of chaos happening because he faces Heroic participating. I mean, there's so many white lines on the mini-map that I think that I'm seeing like a Star Wars movie or something.
I've got a quick question, just 3 words. What just happened? Oh my god! And this is basically what happened in Gatka, except you haven't actually got buildings or walls to hold you together there. So Ents out, Digital Athletics out. We went from 6 teams and 61 alive to 7 teams and 22 alive in basically 6 minutes. This is absolute chaos. And these Gatka circles, we don't have chopsticks in them, sadly, so we haven't got those 5 teams in chopsticks. But I'll tell you what, Copter, I'm equally satisfied. This has been thoroughly entertaining.
Yeah, I mean, I think I have some kind of metaphor what actually happened, but I'm gonna come back to that later because we have something going on. So Perfect is getting team, so it's gonna be Virtus Pro now trying to run over Liquid, and there we go. It's gonna be Maxi coming from the building, from the room, gonna find Perfect. He's gonna be trading that one, and Virtus Pro try to spy run Batuling, and Liquid still down to 2 players as well, as Maxi 2 HP waiting and getting it done as well, as Batuling tries to get inside. Spyro gets Maxi, and now it's gonna be 1 versus 1, but Liquid's gonna fall down as the shots from the distance will take pizza down, and Code Marco from BBL will get that kill. So 6 teams and 15 players. Virtus Pro very low, only 1 player remaining, and Liquid, they will be gone as a team. And then we have actually August with 2 players still on the same Gatka area, so there's still 3 guys on Gatka.
You got a feel for Virtus Pro a little bit there. It wasn't Auglis that kept them pinned. It was everyone else, third party from afar. Oh, Skade, here you go. Christmas has come early. 4 players left alive for Skade. They haven't had the best day at the office today, really. And you might not need to have the best day at the office if opportunities like this potentially come a-knocking. That said, BBL are very much in the strongest position, given that that compound that they're in is the only full one in the next circle. Skade with 4 alive, though. Plenty of life in this beast yet, and they'll have smokes available to make their way in.
Yeah, FaZe, I mean, they have been playing a lot on this area. I have seen multiple end fights by FaZe on this area where they have been very successful as well. So I think that they know the terrain, and I mean, this is like a trademark play. A lot of smokes, more than 10 on that area, and Vasco is just holding that building. And regarding that end situation, so you know when you go to amusement park and you see when they're feeding the sharks, you put a piece of meat on the water and it's gone in a second. That's what happened to Ents.
I feel like that's what happened to our 12 different teams in this cave so far. It's been absolutely brutal, but yes, snuffed out in a moment. We now are watching Vashku. Fuzzface and the rest of the team know that someone is here. Right, there we go. The excellent Molotov, by the way, just keeping Vashku back while buying themselves space to go in and trade. FaZe might even expect one of their number to go down here. That's okay, as long as someone is stood right behind you to trade out, you get the insta-res.
Yeah, by the way, on the south, I mean, BBL is actually controlling the only compound on the middle of the area with the foreman stack. And then we have Skade with the foreman stack waiting. So whoever's going to be coming away from the north, there's going to be 2 foreman stacks waiting. And there we go. Fastface's going to spot the angle. Vasquez going to be hiding on that, I don't know if it's the toilet or whatever closet. Fastface just wants to get inside. We'll put those flashbangs in. We'll want to make sure where's the guy, and he's gonna be even goes to the flames. I don't care. I just want to get the guy done, and he's literally on fire.
That's Vashku eliminated. FaZe Clan now safely into the top 5. The question is how they move from here. 55 seconds later, this compound already isn't part of the zone, and they are hurting. This is phase 6, guys. You can't afford to sit there for too long. And FaZe go from winning the fight to being out of the game in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, I think that they just wanted to get the kills. They knew that they can't do much anymore at that point, and they probably didn't want to give more kills for the others as well, because Oculus, for example, is not that far away from them. Same applies with the Virtus Pro as well. So they just wanted to make sure, because they are still like, if we don't take BBL into account, they are still like from the teams that are alive. They are currently, well, they were on the second place. Anyway, let's follow this one. So Spyro gonna be versus the whole Oculus roster. Let's see how that's gonna go. Nate's gonna be Joan. It's gonna be actually banging on the window, just like in a flipper, but it's not gonna get inside. So Spyro can still keep his life for a moment. And here we can see these are the beasts that are waiting. BVL, look at the guys are just watching it, and Skate, they're just watching it as well. So they just want to get this is how badly they want to get the chicken dinner. And this is exactly what I meant on the last studio when I said that some teams might be going like a super passive. And now the net is going to be perfect, by the way, regarding Spyro, and that's going to do at least some damage, I'm expecting. But no, that's going to bounce from the side of the window, and the molly, maybe that's going to hit finally. Spyro, no, he's going to be still staying alive. So Oculus, they're wondering like, what? This guy's a magician? Nothing's hitting him?
Every single kill counts right now. If Spyro gets 1 kill onto Auglis, 1 confirmed kill, it is then a 4-way tie for 8th place, but Auglis will be the one to get the kill in, and that means that Auglis are now above Ding, Virtus Pro, Digital Athletics, and FaZe. Unless Skate, I don't actually think it's physically possible, unless they win the chicken dinner, for Auglis to be outside of the top 8 going into the final game. The only way they're not in the top 8 is if Skade win a chicken dinner now.
Yeah, that is true. Well, or get a huge amount of kills, but there's not that many players anymore remaining. Exactly. Let's not worry about that one. But yeah, I mean, that is correct. But yeah, I mean, the last game is going to be devastating. And now we can see that the kill amounts are the gaps are not actually changing that much. So it seems to be getting harder to get those like a huge kill games. But Mise will find Tenderlaw, so that's going to be 1. So Skade, maybe they can confirm the kill as well. Or maybe somebody's going to be stealing that one. Well, like you said on the studio, it might be a trend that somebody might want to steal the kills. But that's all. So KovaaK will find Onur, and Skate is going to be getting 1 more kill, so they go all the way to 7 points. With BBL and Skate forward 4 fight. That's going to be the final battle of this match.
4v4. Now, how much utility has everyone got? I've seen at least 4 smoke grenades for the members of Skade so far. They've also got some frags available. BBL want to hold on to their compound as long as possible. This is normal, right? If you have this position and your opponents are in the field somewhere, you want to be able to say you've got more hard cover. Skade are simply saying, we recognize that your position is probably superior to ours right now, so here's what we're going to do. Wait. And I think the longer they wait, the stronger Skade's position becomes.
Yeah, I mean, as long as the next circle is not gonna keep the buildings anymore inside, and I think it's fair and square, Skade is doing the right thing. They're taking the position on the middle, just waiting for it when the Merge is gonna be shooting one down. So that's what they were waiting for. So Merge will get a knock towards Sikora, and let's hope that they can still go for the revival as well. But yeah, anyways, the next circle will pop, and we can see that's gonna come right towards Skade. So now the BBL needs to get out of the buildings, and Skate actually might be leaving the finish stream as the BBL, they are starting to hone their tactics, and they're just going for it. Mitro's gonna go, and there's gonna be damage coming from Mise all the way towards Mitro. It's gonna go down to 41 HP. So they will deal with it, and will make him stop immediately.
I don't know who's going to win this now, because if they had to pick one member of Skade to knock, it should have been Sakura. They've done a tremendous job to get that knock early on, because Sakura is so far removed from the rest of Skade. I don't think he's revivable. However, Skade have the circle, so it's a 3v4, but all of the positional advantages are likely to be going Skade's way. This is going to be a very tense and very exciting end to the game. A fantastic spray, following off some damage from a frag grenade to begin with from Nookie. He gets Mert, advantage Skade.
Yeah, that's going to even out the score. So it's going to be 3 versus 3 because Sikora can't be revived really, even though he's crawling inside of it. He's just going to be loading a nade that's going to go right towards the BBL players because it's the damage coming towards Mitroleus. And also Mitroleus goes down to 4 HP. Going to be in trouble, but he can actually still heal because he's Smash trying to go through the smokes. Gold Marco will be getting a flash on Sikora, so that's going to be 1 more point for BBL as Gold Marco just trying to find something. But I mean, Skade, they're just waiting. They're sitting on the middle, and BBL, they're trying to fight their way out of the smokes. And Skade, they are ready. They are definitely ready. Smash is going to be trying to have a peek from the side of the smoke, and almost with that molly, it's going to go right next to Smash. Not going to be connecting, unfortunately.
The problem Skade are having at the moment is their advantage is diminishing. The biggest advantage they had just now in this fight is that they were spread out throughout the circle and BBL were all in one bit. That meant that their Molotovs and their frag grenades all land in similar places, and they will do damage. That's why Mitrailius went down to 4 HP. But because Skade didn't get a knock out of that, now that the smokes are down, BBL can spread out a little bit more and try and take a couple of extra angles. So it makes it a little bit trickier for Skade to close this game out. But I still think they've got the more central position. It's phase 9 now. BBL is still the team that have to move in. So I very much believe that Skade have a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, and if I saw correctly, one of the members from Skade has a Groza as well, and when they have Groza, it's usually pretty good. And then we got the spray from Nuke, it's going to spot out, Smash is going to fall down, then we have Code Marco trading immediately. Smash is going to be fast down, so it's going to be 2 versus 2. So this is how the things start, and there we go, and the mouse is going to find Mitroleus as well. And one last guy, Code Marco, there's nothing he can do. It is going to be Skade, the Finnish power, with 7 kills, getting the chicken dinner.
I just want to enjoy this moment and have a minute and a half of Copter celebrating on screen. This is the most reserved I've ever seen you after a Skade victory. There we go. That's the Copter I was looking for. Tremendous hold in that final position. They knew exactly positionally BBL were fighting an uphill battle, and Skade executed that beautifully.
Yeah, I mean, that ending... Of course, BBL, they had the compound, and for a while when the BBL got the initial knock on, well, on Sikora, so then, yeah, maybe it might have looked a little bit bad, but yeah, they just hold the ground. They got this the first knock on the BBL, and then they kind of like made it the flush immediately, so 3 versus 3. And then it was all up to the players. But Skade, 7 kills, chicken dinner. That's going to be a place on the final confirmed for them. And also BBL getting a good amount of kills, and that's probably going to place them somewhere on the top 6, I think, currently.
It's going to make things very interesting for the top 8 as well. I think we mentioned there was only one possible way that Auglis wouldn't be in the top 8 going into the final game. That has just materialized. Auglis are 1 kill point away from being in the top 8. And Skade, they haven't had a great day, but they've come good when it mattered. They're going straight through to the grand final. That one game made all the difference for them. We're going to see what other team it's going to make a difference for, because there's only 1 game left to play, or are Na'Vi going to make it 4 and spoil everyone's fun? We don't know, but we'll be back with game number 6 straight after this break, so don't go anywhere.
If the UK would have a PUBG map, that would be Erangel, the forests, the landscape.
The Netherlands? I guess also Erangel.
My name is Luke, people call me T-Bone. I grew up in Essex, in a town called Fundersley.
I am Jord, known as Ibiza. I come from a little city in the Netherlands called Hendrikido Ambacht. I lived in Berlin for 1 year, but returned home to Arnhem.
I grew up seeing my dad playing classic games like Command and Conquer and some others. From there, I played non-stop all kinds of different games.
I always liked playing games, but I started taking them seriously at a later age.
At first, I didn't want to play PUBG, but there was a friend called Fausto that bugged me nearly every single day. Come play, he said.
I didn't enjoy school very much, and I had no idea what I wanted to do after. So I started playing.
And I finally gave in. I started playing PUBG every day. I was totally hooked.
They're doing very, very well.
Oh, he started again. We saw it last week.
Right after that, Team Liquid invited me to play for them.
And after playing for a few teams, I ended up playing for Heroic. If you're with your friends, it can be so much fun. You can do all sorts of silly things and have a good laugh.
Our team is pretty international. I speak English 24/7. Each team member is from a different country. Denmark, Finland, Norway, and the US.
All those places are great in esports. I have a personal goal to help make the UK good at esports again.
Dutch people are very direct. We care a lot about communication.
UK people like to banter, but when the banter goes too far, toxicity. This ruins people's teams. It's something I really try to avoid. I think that a good environment based on respect is always best.
It is important to have a good routine. I like to have breakfast every morning, go to the gym, and try to have 8 hours of sleep.
Drink a cup of tea. If I drink tea, I'm okay.
Treating your teammates with respect is also very important. To be a good team environment is essential. Focus on the moment. Esport is constantly changing, so I try not to think about the future too much right now. I'm having a great time playing PUBG with my friends.
Ever since I started in this game, I wanted to be in this big international event.
It's time for us to win something big. We are working hard to win the upcoming PCS or ESL tournaments.
Tea time.
Smoke bomb.
Liquid seals the deal.
Yes, we got another different chicken dinner winner on the board. I'm happy to see it. Skade managed to round things out in the field over towards KovaaK. I've got Jorasar as well as Copter here. Copter, I've seen enough dancing from you this month to last me a lifetime. Not only this event, but the prior one. You know what I'm talking about. You got to be happy though, eh?
Yeah, well, I mean, this time I wasn't forced.
No. Oh, were you forced with that one? Were
Nah,
you?
not really. Not really. Just gotta go with the flow. That's okay. the case on the both occasions.
Yeah, that's fair. I did enjoy the spinning on the floor though. That was really good. That was really good. Jorasar, if you're not aware of what I'm talking about, I'll show you it later on. But
oh, I've seen.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's some special stuff. I'll tell you that much.
Copter's dad dancing is S tier. Can we all agree?
Well, I'm not gonna do it here.
Okay. All right. Anyway, let's look at the leaderboards. Skade, of course, get themselves the victory here off the back of this. That guarantees themselves a spot in the grand final. And I think it's fair to say, Copter, actually, I'm coming back to you on this regarding the Finns here, is that they get themselves the chicken dinner. I think the 11 kills don't really do this roster justice for the games that we've seen from them so far, but they've bagged the grand final spot.
Yeah, but I mean, Skade is also a team that I think that they're kind of like a little bit like Virtus Pro. They, in a way, how they approach the matches. So I haven't seen them like going for the frags today. It clearly hasn't been their agenda. I think that the ultimate goal for them has been to get a chicken dinner. Like I said, some teams will go more aggressive to go for the kills. And I think Skade was now one of the teams who went like more in a, well, not a turtle mode, but I mean in a mode that they are trying to play for the victory, and that's what happened. So I think that this was pretty much perfectly what they were planning as well.
I did think that maybe, playing for the victory, we were going to see some of that DA magic from BBL Jorasar, but it wasn't to be. They had a decent compound as we take a look at some of the moments from this game, but it didn't materialize when they had to push out into that final circle.
No, unfortunately not. And it was simply because they were fighting against a team that was just as situationally aware as them. And Skade therefore went, you know what? You have a good compound. We have the circle. The best chance for us to win the game is to wait you out. We are just going to keep cranking that vice. And that's exactly what Skade did. I don't think BBL did anything particularly bad there. They tried their best. No real complaints. but Skate just played the position perfect.
And of course, Gatka was an absolute killing floor when it came to the amount of teams that were situated here. We've seen quite a few of the moments here as things go down, but especially this VP Team Liquid situation at the very end, Copter, super hectic, very difficult to make these fights work towards the end.
Yeah, I think the whole fight in KovaaK was just completely nuts. As we can see, the Virtus Pro falling down there. And of course, like, I really love when FaZe actually fought with even like pushing through the flames just to get the last guy down. And then of course in the end they died on the zone. But still, I really love that they really went for the kills. They knew that they have to empty, because I think that if you're gonna leave from there with a vehicle or without the vehicle, if there's gonna be anybody shooting on the backside of you, because there's no cover when you leave from KovaaK, there's just open field, so you can't have anybody shooting on the back. So they knew that they have to clear it. They have to clear it fast.
Yeah, someone needs to tell Fuzzface this isn't Guitar Hero. You don't need to take Dragon Force's advice literally of pushing through the fire and the flames, but that's how that's going to go down. He's a bit of a crazy man. Oh, never mind the fact that he's a badass considering some of the video we've seen of him in this tournament. But, I mean, other than that, I think the fact, John, that we had so many teams have to come from the northwest side and basically kill themselves off through that rotation was crazy in itself as well.
I think we're starting to see a situation where when teams don't feel like they're likely to get a really good favorable position in Phase 7, Phase 8, Phase 9, the IGL or whoever it is makes that call. They say, we're unlikely to win this game. Where can we go? Where can we send it to try and get a favorable team fight and get that kill count up? Because it's so few kills between, say, 11th or 12th place and 3rd right now, and the teams just have top 8 as a marker. So when you get 5 different IGLs making the same call at the same time, the result is KovaaK.
Yeah, I think the most chicken rule has definitely, I think it's heightened those YOLO sends, if I want to phrase it that way, because Copter, when you look at how you have to play out this format, a lot of the times if you are kind of stuck on an edge and you don't really think it's going to pay off, sometimes they'll just do, well, feast or famine, let's go to a middle point, let's hope that there's either A, no one there, or B, somebody that's kind of in a weakened state, and then maybe we can win things out from there. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I mean, we have seen in the past that KovaaK can like field 2 or 3 teams. That we have seen before the most chicken rule, for example. But now we had like 5. And that was a little bit too much. But yeah, also what I really love to see, well, I didn't love to see, but what was a little bit surprising, when ENCE came down from that mountain, they didn't go for KovaaK, and then we had this like a shark attack, which I call it. But there was actually 4 teams on that area, on those buildings, and that was even more surprising to me than 5 teams in KovaaK, but 4 teams on those buildings on the quarter and the rock.
Yeah, not too difficult circles have been produced on Erangel, although, you could make the argument that field endings are a bit difficult in themselves, Jorosar. Where do you want to see the teams be punished coming into our final game?
Oh, it's so difficult to answer that question because it's so contextual, but to take maybe the end of game number 5, the teams that will get punished in those open sort of finishes are the ones that, when you YOLO send, you lick the stamp and send it into a team earlier on, if you use all of your utility, if you don't have those smoke grenades left, if you haven't got the Molotovs to get people from out behind the rocks and stuff like that, then when you get into a final circle, even if you have a better position, that might not necessarily matter, because if you don't have the smokes to push your way there, or if you can't dislodge your opponent, you're going to end up losing the fight. So I think that, holding that for the last fight, so important.
And let's see who's going to win out the fights in a few moments' time, of course, as we'll be going on to that final game of Erangel. Personally, you know what, Copter? I just want military. I'm going to channel my inner Martin, my inner Avenger, and just be like, military. That's why I would love to see all the teams have a hard time. What do you think?
Yeah, military is fine, but I was more on my mind, I was thinking about the west side of Novorepnoya, the hill which leads to the huge mountain there. I mean, that hill where you have like those gravel road, you can prone there, you can have some people on the rocks there, and on the dips there right towards the Novorepnoya as well. So there's like so multiple levels there that it would be, well, I don't know if it would be fun to see, but definitely exciting to see at least.
Yeah, and you know what's so annoying about that location? Every single time, everyone's like, yeah, okay, radar, radio tower, let's go. The team that goes there never wins, ever. It's ridiculous. It's a great spot. maybe Jorasar wins. I don't know. He's mad at me now, but you know.
It's the mantra, man. Take observatory, win the game. That's how it works.
Not in these pro games that I watch, man. Maybe I don't watch the right pro games. I don't know. But anyway, it is time. Last game of the day. It's Erangel. It's Jorasar. It's KovaaK.
Yeah, let's go. Let's hit it. The plane coming from the Milda Power area will be heading towards the west coast. So yeah, I mean the military ending is definitely possible with this plane. So maybe the game is gonna make James happy. Who knows? But yeah, I mean he would be very happy if there would be like a BMW skin on the game for the Asia, for example, just like you can get McLaren on the PUBG Mobile as well. But anyway, we have Curse jumping away from the Milda Power, and then we can see a Heroic leading also towards the Mansion area. So that's going to be two teams taking the eastern places. FaZe will be heading towards Milda, as always, as Question Mark seems to be the only team actually that's going to head towards the Sosnovka Island. So if we do get that circle, then they definitely have a great place.
Oh, will we see? It looks like, yeah, just the one team there, so they're going to be reasonably chill. I'm looking for possible conflict here, Copter, and to be perfectly honest, I'm not seeing it so far. Everyone seems to be reasonably happy with the way things are dropping at the moment. Seong might be looking to grab a vehicle that ENCE will take. No, not even that. I think we're all very chilled out. The most action really is near or nearabouts J compound. We've got a couple of shots from Vasku onto Red Line, but they're just happy to go Yasnaya. All in all, a very calm start so far to game number 6.
Yeah, true. I mean, ENCE and Ding and DA, they should be kind of like able to sort it out. We have the circle, by the way, and it's going to come the same around the Gutka. So I think it's just a maybe just a little bit. I don't know. It's pretty much the same. There's some minor differences, but it's pretty much the same. So yeah, we'll see. Maybe we get the chopsticks this time.
Yeah,
we're hoping for. Because we didn't get the military island or the Novorepnoya area. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of great places. I mean, I think Erangel as a map, even the field endings are quite interesting usually. So I don't think that there's going to be any bad places. I mean, there's no location on this area that I would like, don't go there. Okay. So maybe the Everest is sometimes a little bit boring if you ask for me. It's not. I'm not a huge favorite of the Everest endings, but otherwise I think it's okay. Fine.
I was trying to think of what crazy endings we could see from a circle like this. Everest might be tricky, although I haven't seen a quarry ending in quite a long time, and that's really tough to fight in and out of.
Yeah, quarry ending or maybe hard shifting on the north, so that the the FaZe 4 would be having the middle mark just there on the northern side of the containers. But yeah, let's not worry about that one. Let's concentrate on the game. Everybody has their own personal opinions, and these are our own personal opinions, so it's not the official opinion of any of the parties involved with the tournament. Meanwhile, but yeah, the circle is there. So Skate and Oculus, just like on the last game, they are on the middle, so that's good. For them, of course, but it's the same, which we saw in the last game. ENCE, they will take the Northern Choice Ball, which they did play on the last game as well. And of course, Ding, Sini has a little bit more split, so he will go for the garage building. But otherwise, it's the same for them as well. And thinking about the other teams, I don't see actually any huge changes. The DA, BBL, Virtus Pro playing the same places, Na'Vi, Mutiny as well. So yeah, it's going to be more or less the same start. I think that the rotations will be pretty much the same as well. Unless somebody decides to do something differently and go for the frags, because the Liquid leaving from the Pochinki, and they will be moving towards Oculus. A couple of the shots shot by the Oculus player just to make some sound, just like Jorasar said that he's going to make that sound, and on the past it usually meant that, don't come here, but maybe for Liquid it's going to mean that, come here.
Wait 30 seconds, come in, and third party. I'm looking for possible rotations by any of the teams here that could end up being a bit interesting. And honestly, I'm not finding that much so far in this game. So I was wondering whether teams might choose to come in via the north side, for example, in via Cube, or maybe coming in via the North Georgia Pole Bridge. The problem with that approach with this circle is that so little of the circle is north of the river that there's no real chance the circle's going to North Georgia unless we get 2 hard shifts in a row. So for that reason, you don't want to unnecessarily drive through a city when you could end up getting shot at. So I think most teams are just going to go via the mainland and be nice and chill. The other possible interesting rotation might be if Question Mark decide to get off of Sosnovka Island with a boat, but it's very difficult to then find adequate land vehicles for the rest of your team once you land, even if they land somewhere like Primorsk, which is out of circle. So everything is looking annoyingly conventional, Copter. I'm looking for the weird stuff that we can pick up on, and it's just not there right now.
Well, I mean, it's not going to take long. But on the last game, we did have 16 teams and 63 players alive on the 10-minute mark still. So we're going to expect that. Oh, it's actually phase number 3 already, I think. So we're going to expect that the team should be surviving for a longer time. We can see Liquid heading towards the, well, they're on the side of the chopsticks. Actually, they will take the KovaaK on their possession because Skate is not inside of it, so they can take that easily. There's nobody inside. Skate is controlling the northern building. So yeah, Liquid, they actually have a pretty good rotation. They will take the middle compound, the whole city, and I mean, we can take some wild numbers, John. What do you think if the circle's gonna pop the same way? How many teams we have in KovaaK this time?
Oh goodness. I think if we see the circle shift east, so the chopsticks are still in it, we'll only get 2 teams in KovaaK. I think it's only if we go far enough west that chopsticks are completely out that we'll see a similar number to last game.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be more.
Oh, can it?
It's the last game. The last game madness. The last game madness. That's what I'm counting on. It can happen. But yeah, we'll see it later if it's gonna come there. We can always put some crazy numbers, and as there's not much happening, so we can always put some side jokes on the way. But yeah, BBL on top of the mountain, so they are just on top of the Everest, watching, scouting the information. Ens is, by the way, just at the same time leaving from the northern George Bull. Ding has left from the hospital, and Skade, they have taken the buildings on the south and then the western side of the Everest as well. Liquid, they have split it, 2 guys in KovaaK, 2 guys on the up and down compound, and August, they are kind of like controlling the picnic area and also the buildings on the southern side of the chopsticks. So that's pretty fine. Curse is now coming inside. Monkey is going to come and Orcus is going to open a fire, so they will try to get on the middle. And there's Liquid and Orcus, and we can see it now on the picture as well. So these guys, they are between 3 or 4 different teams, so we can expect that there will be damage, but yeah, can they actually make it past? I'm not completely sure about it though.
Cursed rotating in a little bit late, although it is KovaaK. Of course, it's KovaaK. To be fair, it's only the 2 so far. We could see more. We'll wait and see. They managed to go onto the north side of town. I think they suspect someone else is here. Team Liquid probably will just let them know, yes, someone's around, and they seem to be coexisting peacefully so far. But not if you ask Mixie.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, if this is gonna be a trend that teams actually decide to rotate to KovaaK already at this point. This is going to be an interesting game. But yeah, I mean, they can still go for the revival. So we can see Monkey running towards Silas. They will put the smokes there. James is actually pushing with the days here inside of KovaaK. So on the main road as well, if you can call it the main road anyways, like between the buildings, the area. So not outside of it. Clip is going to be in trouble. Max is going to be getting shivved down. There we go. Max is going to flush him down as well. So the Kraken is done for the day. As Curse, they are currently, by the way, sitting on the last place as well, 16th place. So only with the chicken dinner they can most probably achieve the result they're looking for. But I mean, we have seen 20-kill games happening today as well. So 20-kill game, that could be a thing.
Here's a question. If one of these teams completely eliminates the other before a third team crashes in, do you still count that as 3 teams in KovaaK?
Yeah.
I don't know, because if they crash one after the other, is that any better or worse than having 6 teams crash at once? It's still very possible, and we're only 1 minute and 30 seconds away from phase 1 closing, so much earlier in the game than we saw the crashes last time. I think what you're suggesting, Copter, is still very much on the cards here, but honestly, it depends on whether we can play chopsticks. I want to see some chopsticks.
Well, I don't know if the team's gonna crash more towards the KovaaK. I mean, Cursed probably I mean, you can put a second team at this point, but of course, there's a very high chance that the circle will not be the same, so the KovaaK will not be on the middle, so we'll just have to wait and see what's going to happen. Meanwhile, we do have some teams making some moves outside of the picture, so we can see Ens has came down from the north completely, so they are right next to Ding. Actually, they're on the hospital area. Virtus Pro is on the southern George Bull on the backside of Ens, so Ens like between Ding and Virtus Pro. Face is coming from the south at the same time. Virtus Pro is actually on the pictures as well, so we can see Spyro and Perfectus as they are moving here. Lewis following, and they might have angles on the backsides of Ding, for example, if they're going to be peeking from those windows, but they are more or less concentrated on the other direction. Spyro will do the rotation all the way from the through the beach. but now he's going to be getting on that hill most probably. And there's a nice dip actually on that hill where you can actually hide the vehicle as well. So they should be getting some good spaces or areas where they shoot.
I'm looking for other possible conflicts here, or maybe teams rotating into each other, but realistically, we have to wait and see what the circle does next. It looks like most teams have managed to get a reasonable position, including the two teams in KovaaK. Next circle is about to pop. Here we go. Oh, and that's interesting. So a reasonable amount of water still. Definitely no chopsticks. And I'll tell you what, Copter, I don't think we're going to see this KovaaK crash. Hospital crash, though. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to happen. But, I mean, Ding will find themselves on the middle. So the garage buildings on the southern side of Hospital, they are pretty much on the middle. And that is what Ding is controlling. On the south, we still have 4 or 5 teams coming. August needs to move in. And Cursed and Liquid, they don't yet have to like disband KovaaK, but that's going to happen at some point. And I don't know if the team's going to actually get away from there without like without the fight. So I think that there's no way that they can separate their ways. They will have to do the fight at some point, and that's of course got to be meaning that Liquid could be getting a couple more kills and keeping the place on the top 8, or Curse could be trying to reach for something better plays on the scoreboard, but that's going to be quite long reach, but it's still doable. Na'Vi will be shooting towards the rotating question mark players. They will be getting on the field, by the way, and there will be a mutiny on the other side as well, so there could be some shots coming towards them as well.
Question mark, Na'Vi and Mutiny, the teams in the south who are trying to make it in. A lot of shots coming out from Na'Vi, who have actually gotten out of their vehicles to try and get a few more of these. This means that question mark should be able to get further into zone than Na'Vi would otherwise want them to. Mutiny, in the meantime, opting to go the coastal route, and this is Digital Athletics getting caught out by Redline here, significantly further north. This is north of Hospital, and we have Ents shooting them from Hospital as well as Redline from the east side. So they are having a huge difficulty finding a home. It's going to end up being mini Hospital, which is actually fine, just not very big.
Yeah, it's the I call it the hospital office building. Usually it's kind of like a separate from there, but yeah, anyway, they will get a place there. Heroic and BBL on top of the Everest, they will find each other as well. So a lot of teams kind of like finding each other. So this is definitely a one, and I think that Heroic, they definitely knew. I mean, BBL, they have been staying here for a longer time already. So I think this is definitely a move which Heroic is looking for. They want to get some kills. They have 21. So I think that if they can get the whole BBL team down, they should be fine with the kills. I'm expecting that if they will have 25, you will get with that one into the final. So I think that's what they are looking for. They want to confirm now that they have the required amount of kills needed. But of course, things can change, but that's what I'm expecting. That 25 should be enough, because Ents is the leading team with 28, and if you can get a good gap towards the 21 teams, 20 teams, I think that's going to be enough.
We need to talk about that, actually, because 5th, 6th, and 7th all have 21. 8th, which is Team Liquid at the moment, has 20. Then there's a gap of 3, August have 17, and there are 4 teams on 15 or 16. This can go any way, because if one of those teams ends up winning, more often than not, you get 3 or 4 kills in like the last circle, because it's, you know, the last team you kill, right? So if anyone creeps up to say the 16 or 17 kill mark, and then they're one of the top 3 teams, my goodness, quite literally anyone on that list could become one of the top 8.
Yeah, true. I mean, I can give my idea what I'm expecting. I'm expecting the 28 kills Ents currently. If they don't get any more kills, they will be on top 6. It's going to be 5th or 6th place. I think one team can still crash in front of them with a huge amount of kills. And then it's all about, yeah, let's say 25, 26, 24s. And I think 25 is going to be somewhere in the 7th or the 8th place. But that's just a quick idea what I have on my mind. I could be completely wrong about it as well. But now we do have a situation going on. Circle's going to be closing in, and it's going to be coming around Na'Vi as well. So all the teams from the north, they will have to leave those places. Curse and Liquid, they are fighting here inside of KovaaK. We can see Clip getting Philo down. So Curse, they have been losing everybody else, but then Monkey. So Curse, they seems to be heading towards the lower bracket, because if they're going to be losing now the last player as well, then it's going to be certain. But otherwise, I mean, they already have like 4 points. That's pretty much it. So I don't think that they have with a single player they have much possibilities, and now they're coming for him as well. So Monkey waiting on the upper side of the stairway. There's going to be a flashbang utilities. Monkey's going to be trying to do everything he can to make sure that the guys are not pushing. But also, I think August might have an angle from those hills next to the Everest as well. So he might be having a look towards the buildings. August actually moving there on the north side of KovaaK. Will take the buildings which Skate was controlling on the past, and now they have moved their players on the west side of the Everest, as BBL will leave from the top of the Everest, and they will go straight towards Na'Vi.
We need to find places out in the open, really, for players to be able to take moving into sort of phase 4. You can see there isn't much in the way of cover. I wonder if we're going to see multiple teams crash into Radio Tower Hill. Maybe that could happen, actually, Copter. That could be the new KovaaK for this game. Time will tell. 1 minute, 40 seconds left on phase 3 before we move in. KovaaK very much on the east side of the circle. You've also got FaZe Clan still on the west. So for the second game in a row, hanging out west and banking on that. But there's no team close to them, so they've had a quiet game so far. This means they'll be able to preserve their utility. Their helmets and vests will be better. And now we see if that's going to make any difference at all. Team Liquid finishing curse. That was one last player, Monkey, back in KovaaK.
Yeah, there we go. Ibis will be getting jumped in now. I'm going to drive him over as well. The flash will happen. I don't think that the radio tower is going to be a popular place. I have seen lately that teams are kind of like avoiding it on the MC games, so I don't think it's going to be like that kind of a location. You can actually do some kills from there. Nice shots from Nail happening, and Sam is going to fall down. So Digital Athletics, they are gone as well, and they are currently 11, so they will be heading towards the lower bracket as well. But yeah, I mean the kill here. Well, I mean, what you can do on the radio mass tower, I think that you can go there and you can maybe have one fight and be successful on it before somebody else will take you down. So it's not like a place where you can actually stay for a longer time, but you can go there. And of course, it's all about the next circles as well. So if somebody's going to go there, I think, well, because now full time is going to go there. But yeah, it might be too early to go here actually. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to be the one who's going to be judging the moves of the team. I try to give the idea what's happening, not try to be the wizard who's I always know what's going to be the right thing to do. Meanwhile, Mutiny watching Na'Vi as well. And but yeah, I mean, everybody's now inside of it, so the next circle is going to be an important one.
You'd say the same thing about KovaaK last game, right? You would have thought, oh, this hard cover, everyone can peacefully coexist, and that's exactly what happened there too. So goodness knows what's going to happen later. You're right though, just the one team there. Ooh, and it's a perfect donut with Radio Tower Hill being dead center. This is going to be really, really exciting. Question Mark have a great position now, but it's gonna suck if they have to go north across the road. Similarly, Ding have a pretty decent position, but as soon as they move south of the road on the north side of the circle, there's really not much stuff for them to hide behind. There's a double drop at least, but I'm pretty sure they don't want to grab those right now.
Yeah, Ens at the same time made a move away from the north. Dix was going to fall down, so Ding and Virtus.pro shooting from the sides because the Oakley is now watching the heroic rotation as well. So Oakley, they're coming down from the Everest, and they have to do it. Got to go right between Skate and Oakley. No damage towards the players. I mean, there's going to be nades and everything. We can see, yeah, some damage will be coming towards Vasco and his pals. And Nuki with a great angle will be finding Page, or one player down from Heroic. Sikora is going to be this time the guy who gets the knock. But they can hopefully still do the revival. They're going to be trying to crawl. There's going to be some smokes as a cover. The vehicle's going to explode as well. But that's not going to be a problem. And the full time from top of that radio tower, they don't find the angle because there's going to be just a small ridge between them and the radio mast. So that's going to be blocking the view. Redline at the same time, they will be sending from the north as well. They're going to follow the kind of like the example coming from Heroic. They will come on the other side of the mast, and then we can see full time this time. They will find those angles, but at the same time, Skate is going to find them down as well. So this is going to be a very open place, and that's what I mean. That when you go here and when you engage one team, even if you're going to be successful on that one, you might be easily taken down. But now we have Mutiny and Na'Vi fighting.
Na'Vi in the smokes, looking to come outside of the compound to see if they can catch someone out on the broken wall or similar. They haven't found that yet. Quizzy on the outside, looking for members of Mutiny. They're all hunting him right now. One member left. Of course, they're through to the grand finals. It's not a huge deal. Quizzy, though, might actually be able to get a 1v2, 1v3 and make it count in this position. Simultaneously, we have Team Liquid taking on Big Boss Life. That's in the southeastern quadrant of the circle, moving out of KovaaK. And Team Liquid actually have a really nice ridge to work with as well, so no third-party risk there.
Ooh, Na'Vi has been taken down, but yeah, this ends Virtus.pro situation. And Virtus.pro, they are masters with the nades. So, I mean, there's a very good chance that they might destroy Ens with the nades on this location. We have seen that happening multiple times on the same place that Virtus.pro, they like to go exactly on that side of those deeps when there's team, and they know the nade trajectories very well from that angle. But FaZe is going to be coming on the backside as well at the same time. We can see it from the map, and also Fex is going to be having his scope towards Perfecti, so they will try to backstab the Virtus.pro. They want to get those points. They need to get like 5 kills at least, maybe closer to 10 kills on this game, or chicken dinner. That's going to give get them a straight away space or spot on the grand final. But for now, they seems to be heading for the lower bracket unless they can rack up the kills, and that's why I think that they will go full aggressive on this game. And you know, FaZe, they can actually do these changes quite easily. They can definitely adapt to the situation, and I think that that's what they're doing for now, because they will get Lou and Spyro down at the same time as well. The whole Virtus Pro is going to be having some huge casualties as well, but Julian's going to be the only player anymore alive, and that's going to be it. That's it. Gusto's going to find Perfectis as well, and that's it. So Virtus Pro, they are gone.
FaZe Clan doing everything in their power to try and get those kill points up. They know that the margins are so tiny to make their way into the top 8, and that just means you don't have to go through another 2 days of grueling games. So we'll see if they're able to do it. BBL, Team Liquid still absolutely raging on. Fantastic flashbang from Smash. But Mixi, with the pre-firing, hearing the footsteps around the door, manages to eliminate them, and that's BBL out in 12th place in this game. Crucially, though, Team Liquid will get the revives off, and that means all 4 members will be left alive. I think they're now pretty safe in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, 7 kills in this game. They're 26 points, so I think that they're going to be at least on the edge. So a couple more kills, and I think they will be fine. But I think that they will find a place somewhere on the 7 or the 8 if they don't get the chicken dinner. But nothing is certain, so we just have to wait and see how it's going to go down. These are just my very quick estimates what I'm expecting that might be happening here. At the same time, we have question mark shooting towards the also FaZe. We can see a Sail as Kluigas going to be flushed down by a Ding as well. As we can see, FaZe Clan also following what's going to be happening with the ends, and but they don't find those. They will not connect those shots towards Rustamar, for example. Was the Rustamar and Diggory? Yeah, they are leaving towards the inside. Reta's going to be having a spray as well, and Nailap will find Diggory. So N seems to be down to 1 player. That's going to be Rustamar, and he's going to be trying to stay alive and maybe try to snatch a kill or 2, which would be confirming they have 1 kill from this game, 29 kills, and that should be enough because they're still leading with the kills as a team which don't have a chicken dinner. So that would mean that 3 teams would have to pass them, and they would be still on the 8th place.
This is looking relatively secure for ENCE at the moment. I completely agree with you, Copter. It would be rather impressive if they found a way out. Auglis, though, on the cusp of going through, don't actually end up making it. They are out, and they needed actually 3 more kills to make their way, unfortunately, into the top 8. Heroic also out as well, and they're currently sat in 7th. It'll be interesting to see if any teams pass them. So Heroic and Big Boss Life currently on the bubble.
Their FaZe is going to go down. 10th place. They don't make it. They're going to go to the lower bracket. That's going to be FaZe falling to the lower bracket. So that is very important news. That happens just in a matter of seconds. And at the same time, when Heroic went down, they have 3 kills, 24 points. They're going to be right there on the edge. But there's going to be only Ding who's going to probably challenge them to drop down anymore. So it's going to be a very close, but Heroic, there seems to be quite okay-ish because there's only 1 team who can actually challenge it unless Mutiny or Full Time is going to go full Monty, and Ding is going to be getting some kills as well. But anyway, let's follow it. So 17, 25 players alive because they keep finding Nuki, so Skate will get some damage. Liquid, that's going to be the 8th kill already for them, and they still have the 4-man stack alive. So definitely a great match for Liquid. Question mark, we can see hiding them on the swamp buildings on the northern side of the swamp. They are having it, and they need to move at some point. We can see also Mutiny coming from the southern side. They will find the angle actually towards Ibiza, who is rotating towards his teammates. Redline will need to get inside. Ding needs to get inside as well. So yeah, I mean, a lot of teams need to get inside, and I mean, at this moment, the radio mass is looking actually pretty good.
That's right, and partially because no one else has actually contested it. So you called it. We aren't going to see a frenzy of activity around the radio mass, but as a result, Full Time are very happy. The story I want to follow, Copter, is it's a difficult one. Ding have the chance to make it into the top 8. They need basically 2 more points. They've managed to get a frag grenade off on Anonymous. That makes them 1 point from tying BBL, so they want 2 to get through. But look at their position. They have to send it. They can't get another save point. They have to make a big risk right now.
Yeah, true. They will have to get inside, but I mean, they still have 4 men alive, so they have a chance, definitely, to get those ones as well. I mean, they are there's 4 teams who actually have still 4-man stack alive, and only question mark is the team who has a chicken dinner. So we probably will have 1 team getting the chicken dinner outside of the current chicken dinner winners as well. So we might, we'll get the 4th team to get a chicken dinner most probably, and then somebody else, catching up with the points as well. So if, for example, I mean, Mutiny and Full Time 14th and 15th places, they still have a chance to get the chicken dinner. I mean, 3-man stack, you can do it, definitely. So they can actually pass, you know, all the way on the top 4 as well. And that's going to mean that the Ding needs to get some more points if they want to, if they will do it. They will have to pass Heroic, actually. But yeah, let's not worry about that one. We'll figure out the points because the red line actually jumping on question mark, and that's gonna be, of course, meaning that if they will fall down, then we have a new chicken dinner winner as well. QB will find it early. So question mark, they will take the casualties. They haven't yet spotted the player right in front of him. So Nailop has player in front of him. We can see everybody else is knocked down, just one player, and that's well, hiding there, just waiting for the smoke to clear out. And Redline, they haven't yet scouted him down, so there's a definitely a chance that they will do some damage. But no, Redline will find him with a nade, and that's gonna be a question mark falling down. So yes, we do have a new chicken dinner winner on this match, and that's gonna mean that one team, which is currently outside the top 4, is gonna be climbing there.
This is going to be very, very exciting towards the end. So this is the situation with regards to that 8th spot at the moment. Currently, it is occupied by Big Boss Life. Ding, if they find a way to get 2 more points, oh, and they've just gotten 1, never mind, they're through. Ding are there through now, they're in 8th place. However, if we have FT or Mutiny winning the chicken dinner, that bumps Ding straight back to 9th. So still 2 different results to play for as Redline now push into Ding.
Yeah, that's going to be a battle. So this is going to be very important for Ding. So they've got Redline's going to be going for the corner. QB is going to come towards Besto. Besto going to be throwing a nade. And we can see QB coming. We'll find the backside of Besto. Going to be flashbang just right at the last second. So he will not connect those sprays. Now it's going to be Nailup's turn to go. They will push it. Sail's going to fall down. Priel finds Nailup. Going to be traded immediately. So it's going to be 3 versus 3. And Redline, by the way, with the 10 kills, they have taken the 5th place already. So yeah, that's going to be an interesting one with the points. I mean, 29, 28 points already on the board for multiple teams. En's going to be staying with the 30 kills. Besto and Senia will find Nailup and so they will be trading it, and this is going to be a chance for the best. Oh, it's going to be a great hit coming from Ding, and these could be those important points what they're going to need. And yes, that's going to happen. They're going to pass Heroic. 24 kills for both of them, so we'll see how this is going to go down. So Heroic currently standing on the 8th place. Great sprays coming from Besto, and that's going to be the end of Redline.
Wow, okay, so now we know either... Oh, and Full Time have been eliminated as well. So if Mutiny win the chicken dinner, Mutiny are through, but Heroic go to the lower bracket.
Yeah.
In all other cases, Heroic are the 8th team to go through because Team Liquid and Ding are already in the top 8.
Yeah, that is true. That is great, Matt, John. Thank you for clarifying it. I mean, I know that the UK guys, I mean, you have some problems counting euros, so you're just doing the pounds. But I mean, with the kills, it's the same. So we use the same units. We use bodies, we use kills, we use bullets. The only difference is that we measure with the centimeters, and you do it with the with something else.
In my defense, I grew up in Hong Kong, so that's where the maths comes from, and I'm totally on board with world units. So I'm 100% in support of the metric system, in case anybody asks.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing what I'm always wondering is that why do you guys, I mean, for example, these cars, you have a look on these cars. I mean, these are European cars. They are not UK cars. They have the wheel on the right side. But let's worry about that later. We still have 3 teams to go. So Ding, Liquid with 4 players and Mutiny with 3. As Liquid is just following it from the distance. And I mean, Ding, they are now playing the surprise. What's that location? Is that the radio mass tower? Yes, it is. And Max is going to find Besto, and he's going to fall down. He's going to be getting a flush as well. So Liquid will be getting the 5th place. They will pass Redline, but they are still behind Ends on the kills, but only 1 kill. But anyway, they're going to be guaranteed to go through. And the nade from James, it seems to be pretty good actually towards Senia. Going to be just a little bit more on the side, not going to connect, but that flashbang, that's going to maybe that can actually make sure that James can actually push from the side at the same time as the nade is going to be flying, and Clip's going to find that knock as well. So Liquid already with 11 kills, as Clip will get a flush as well. We can see a Mutiny actually getting Sail knocked down at the same time. So Mutiny, they're actually fighting, and Ding seems to be the losing side.
This is playing into the hands of Mutiny extremely well indeed. Mutiny want Liquid and Ding to fight each other. But, oh, you know what? You have to ask yourselves a question here. Did enough damage get done to Team Liquid? So yes, Mutiny are part of the top 2. This is do or die for them now. They have to win this fight, and they have to get the chicken dinner to make it through to the upper bracket. Otherwise, they instantly go down to the lower bracket. It doesn't matter either way for Team Liquid. Either they finish 4th or they finish 2nd. But one way or the other, Mutiny's fate is getting decided in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, and also Heroic's fate is going to be decided as well. I mean, these guys must be fighting their nails off currently. I think that's what's going on. But yeah, we'll see. Mutiny and Liquid. So that's going to be the 4 versus 3 situation. And I mean, the only cover which the Mutiny, for example, has are these like hay piles that's pretty much it. We can see James actually going for the flank from the northern side. I just love what I'm seeing. Here's the James coming. We'll find a box, but that's not going to be important. He doesn't need to loot anything. Maybe we'll get a better vest or something like that. But yeah, that's going to be a completely different matter. But he will find the backside of Granula. And that is the biggest prize you can actually get on this situation. So Granula, he's going to be proning though. So they will not spot him so easily. But he's going to be watching completely on the same direction actually from where James is coming. So they are expecting that something like this might be going on. So they are prepared for this flank as well. So I mean, there is a chance that when James is like trying to do the flank, Granula actually defends and makes this 3 versus 3.
It so much comes down to the flank, doesn't it? When one player decides to go off like this, I mean, this is going to take James a long time, but fingers crossed it ends up being worth it. Yeah, you're right. It all comes down to this knock. If James manages to get this knock, it's almost curtains for Mutiny because it becomes a 4v2 and James has got level 3 gear as well and manages to get the first knock. He's got the element of surprise. He hasn't seen Granula. This could be big. If James fires even one shot, he's running and that's it. Granula gets James. Copter, you called it. It's now a 3v3.
Yeah, but I mean, still Liquid, they have a great like position. Both teams are pretty close to the middle as well. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. So now we just wait for it. We can see Pizza just spamming the bushes on there. Nobody has really like claimed the middle, but now we can see Maxi actually putting those smokes, and then we'll take like a central hay pile if that is what you can call it. So he will take like the middle position at least for now. So it's gonna be all about the next knocks and how this is gonna play down. Maybe it's gonna be spamming towards Guziara, knows the place about. Gonna be expected that somebody might be close, but we'll not find that with the Bedul's play. So everybody's just having their own smokes.
Ibby and Mixi, they don't have any utility anymore. They're out of smokes, they're out of frags, they're out of Molotovs. Mutiny have about 5 smokes each. This is all coming down to utility, and this might be advantage Mutiny as a direct result.
Yeah, well, that is one thing definitely, but also when you put a lot of smokes, also Liquid is so close that they can use the same smokes as well. So I think that the smokes are like serving both directions. But yeah, we'll see how it's gonna go. We can see Maxi waiting, gonna be spotting one player, gonna be hearing the footsteps at least, and the spray should be happening pretty much right now. Gonna be tagging on the smokes, gonna go solo, 15 HP, 20 HP remaining. Maxi will not find it though. In the end, gonna be putting a couple of the flashbangs there because knowing that his location might be revealed as well. We can see Pizza, these guys are moving, they are going fast. We can see trades happening, Clip's gonna be Granula and Guziara gets Clip, so it's gonna be 2 versus 2 now. It's gonna be changing the whole situation. We can see Guziara standing, will be finding in Pizza, the spray will come, and that's gonna be nobody falling down anymore, even though the spray is gonna be spot on. Nobody will fall down. Clip is gonna be fast down. There we go. Leos will find Maxi, and now it's gonna be all up to Pizza. Can Mutiny actually drop down Heroic? That could be the thing. And there we go. The spray is gonna happen. It's gonna be Mutiny. They will get a 12-kill chicken dinner, and they will rise all the way, I think, from the 15th place to the 3rd place. So that's how much the chicken dinner is meaning on these matches.
That was so intense. 4v4, down to 3v3, down to 2v2, down to 1v1. That utility proving to be so important. They were able to put a couple of Molotovs into the smokes, for example, where Team Liquid couldn't. Did it result in any deaths? No, but it did force Team Liquid to be a little bit more split, have them put themselves in positions when Mutiny knew they wouldn't be, so it's easier for you to potentially spot them. But still, such a close final fight and big repercussions as far as the overall leaderboards are concerned, because it now means that Mutiny will make it directly into the grand final and Heroic actually go down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, that's gonna be so devastating for Heroic, so I'm really feeling for those guys as well. But I mean, that is PUBG, that is Battle Royale. You gotta succeed, and well, I mean, they just had barely the amount of kills to stay on the 8th place, but yeah, then the surprise chicken dinner is gonna, well, change everything. But I mean, Liquid getting 12 kills, that is also a storyline, definitely. They didn't get the chicken dinners today, but they are leading with the kills, so they passed ENCE in the end. And they are actually the first team without the chicken dinner that's gonna go past towards the grand final.
And well played from ENCE as well. I realize that it's all about the chicken dinners, but when Na'Vi are going to be hogging so many of them, you have to take a look at the consistent performances away from that top spot as well. ENCE are absolutely a team I'm going to be watching out for in the grand finals. They will have to step it up a gear because they will need to be getting those wins there, but the first part of the job is now done.
True. Well, I mean, I don't know. We're gonna be seeing the scores, of course, when we get back to the studio. Then we have the full overall results. We're gonna be seeing who's gonna be getting to the grand final, who's gonna be getting the lower bracket, and I think we gotta go through the teams who's gonna be also playing versus the teams dropping the lower bracket. So then we have the full listings of the lobby as well. So that's pretty much the plan for the rest of the evening. So we gotta have still a short studio segment.
Looking forward to that, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be coming back at you with that straight after a short break. So don't go anywhere. We reveal who's going through to the grand final and who's going to be duking it out in a lower bracket over the next couple of days.
Yeah, hello, my name is Yuksik, and I'm playing for Mutiny. I'm IGL. We are playing together about 6 months. We were able to qualifying for PCS4, and now we are in ESL 1. My first PUBG memory was Face It. I was playing with random peoples. I have meet a lot of guys, and I started playing competitive 2019. My life changed completely. I know I'm playing PUBG every day, and I love it. Because chicken dinner was so nervous. No, it was cool. Earlier version of PUBG was have a lot of bugs. It was fun to play with friends and just have fun from the bugs. Now this game step up. I think this game looks really good. I think it would be Granula. He always doing things like that. My favorite player is Example from Navi. I think he's a smart player. He always finding kills. He's a good player. My favorite area to fight in Erangel is school. I think there is easy to fight. My favorite area to fight in Miramar is Hacienda. There is always a lot of people. I think the most player who practicing is Gusara. He always playing TDMs, training mode. He's a good player. I think Archives is good for one team or two. They can sit in the compound and they can have a good circle. My favorite grip on M4 is Vert grip. I think it's good to spray.
Okay.
A little bit of a heart stopper to end things out, as Team Liquid do not round things out against their opponents in those final moments. But Mutiny jumping on up, baby. They find themselves that golden ticket into the grand finals at the very last moment. I've got Jorasar, I've got Copter here joining me. That was close, Jorasar, but Mutiny makes it through.
And one of the biggest things I actually want to point out that serves Mutiny well going into the grand finals is that some of the teams who might not be in these big name grand finals as often as others, so people who aren't necessarily S tier all the time, one of the big tests is how well they cope under extreme pressure. That final fight, they were 4-4, 3-3, 2-2, 1-1. They stayed calm. The mark of a potentially world-beating consistent team is being able to do that under pressure and take it toe-to-toe with the best of them, and that's exactly what they did against Team Liquid.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here from this game as well then to round it out and see what's what, because, you know, the previous game was just kind of an appetizer towards the field ending, but this time around, Copter, we got the full fat field ending here for all of these teams to try and deal with.
Yeah, I guess we have been hoping for the field endings the whole time, even though we asked for the chopsticks 2 times and we didn't get it. But yeah, we got pretty close both times, so at least somebody's listening. But yeah, I mean, it was pretty crazy. I mean, the first game was crazy because of the KovaaK crashes, and then this, I think, the last game. You know, just it's the last game madness, which we have seen here. Like, you know, some teams, now we have enough points, we can just go full ham, or then some teams, you know, we still can get the chicken dinner. Just let's wait for it. So it was very hard to call what's going to happen on the game, but I think the level of competition was at least very high.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that now you get to this situation where we have our 6 chicken dinners. And they're the winners amongst them, and 5 of them, not only 3 of them went to Na'Vi, which of course is an amazing feat, but 5 of them, John, go to CIS, with Mutiny taking this one, Quick, QM taking 1, and then Na'Vi taking 3. It's absolutely ridiculous.
I think that it's absolutely unbelievable right now. I wonder how much of it is coincidence and how much of it is just straight up the players from the CIS region are just at such a high level. But at the same time, you have to look at Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro are perfectly capable of being world beating. We know how good they are, but they haven't been able to necessarily perform today. So while we are seeing a lot of the chicken dinners go to the CIS region, if we take a look at it objectively, I don't know they're necessarily a step above everyone else, but they certainly did have a better day at the office overall.
Yeah, they definitely did. And let's speak to one of them right now from Na'Vi. Quizzy's going to be joining us here as we can take a little trip down interview lane and see what Quizzy's got to talk to us about. So, Quizzy, man, damn, congratulations on the day's performance. That was pretty ridiculous. How are you feeling?
Thank you, guys. Awesome.
Oh,
I think
Can I hear him pre-production maybe? That'd be great.
You can't?
I hear that slightly.
That would be on. Well, we'll see. You don't know, Quizzy. You just do hand signs. Was it good? Well, I'm just getting word from production. Wait a second. So we'll keep doing things with hand signs for the moment. No, we won't do that. We'll figure this out and then we'll bring him on back. But you know, sometimes esports, the technology is just not there yet. So hopefully we'll have Quizzy in a few moments' time to talk to us. Always great to talk to Quizzy, of course, especially considering what they've been able to put up today. Copter is just nothing short of insane. I mean, the last 2 games was kind of but looking at what they've done overall throughout the day is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, getting those first 2 chicken dinners, that's kind of like how they set their mark, and they, of course, relaxed their gameplay. And then, well, the 3rd chicken dinner came as well. I mean, but the last 2 games didn't really matter anything to them. And 53 kills, as we can see on the overall standings as well. So, I mean, the amount of kills is going to be huge as well.
I've realized why I might not have been able to hear him, because I, of course, have my vMix muted, and now I've unmuted it because we're just talking to each other through the thing. Could you guys hear him, or am I stupid?
I could hear him.
Yeah, I was fine as well.
It was me then. You know what? Sorry, you know what? I'm just going to be transparent. Sorry, production. It was all me. I suck. So, yeah, no. There we go. Well, I don't need it because I'm not hearing the game sounds and all that stuff. Yeah, but Na'Vi's done great. There you go. There's Na'Vi. Question mark. Mutiny, of course, getting themselves the chicken dinners as well. Are we missing a chicken dinner there? Skade, right?
Yes.
Yep. I mean, otherwise it would make no sense. I mean, 4th place with 13 kills instead of 31 on the 5th place. But I mean,
the advantage.
But the 6th chicken dinner. I mean, you said 5 is gonna go for the CIS region, so the 6th one it's not that far away from there.
All right, Quizzy's back. You know what, Quizzy? I'm sorry, it was me. I was stupid. How are you doing, mate?
That happens. That happens. Yeah, I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
Yeah, not too bad. It's been a great day to watch, I think, is for sure. So talk to us. These 3 chicken dinners. I mean, you guys obviously started blasting from the word go. You get the back-to-back, especially game 2. Looking at how you were dealing with that final situation in difficult terrain. Talk to us about these games.
I mean, like the second game was the hard one, and it all come to the utility usage because like at first when we came to this terrain, to this ridge, we had to stay behind 1-3 before like Heroics leaves, and we were like wasting one smoke for like 30 seconds, and we knew like we need to just wait there and just stay calm, just not to throw all our smokes away. So because of that we could have win. And same happened with the DA push because we didn't waste a lot of utility and we wasted it after, so we could like potentially nade them, as I naded one of them because like it was only one house left in the zone. So like this was a tough one actually.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. But you played it extremely well. So again, congratulations for that. Jorosar, do you have a question?
Yeah, very well played, Quizzy. Congratulations to you and the team. My question relates to what the weekend now looks like for you and going into the finals. How important, or does it even make much difference to you guys that you don't have to play for the next couple of days and it gives you an extra opportunity to watch the other teams that might be joining you in the grand finals? Do you see that as a big advantage, or is it just minimal?
Actually, if we talk about our team, our players just love to play the game. So always when we come to the tournament, we're just excited to play. So we are probably a bit sad that we don't have to play like the Saturday, Sunday as well. But we had a great like training because as you see, like a lot of CIS teams managed to get a win because on the last week we had like a CIS tournament where we all played together and we had like a good training. It was even a tough tournament for us because we only got the 4th place there. So I mean,
that's the most wholesome thing I've heard. That's lovely.
I mean, we
get
just
to see
the
you
team
play
who,
next week.
Yeah, I mean, we're just the team who loves to play the tournament games. That's it.
I mean, you could tell in these games, to be honest. But Copter, do you have a question?
Yeah, of course I do. I mean, I can't stop talking. But anyway, congratulations from my behalf as well, Adelzy. Quizzy. Sorry, sometimes mistakes happen. But anyway, so congratulations. I'm not going to say the right team name as well. So congratulations, Navi, as well. Not going to say anything else. But anyway, what I was going to ask you, so when you won the first game, and I guess that when you got the chicken dinner, you knew that you have the place on the grand final already. So how did it feel at that point? Like, did you just, okay, we're going to continue just like it was? Or did you like relax the gameplay a little bit like towards the second or the third matches? Or did it have like any effect how you played the remaining 5 matches?
Actually, it's always like a good like feeling when you win the first game because it's easily to play the other games, of course. And like you actually said that on the, because I was watching the stream like after the games, and you actually like said the right thing that after we won the game, we just become like the tumblers go on, we just become more aggressive team and like doing more aggressive stuff because we are like confident in ourselves, and like that's what happened actually.
Okay, well, thank you for that answer, and sorry about the wrong name.
No problem.
All right, well, thank you very much for joining us, Quizzy. Do you have any final words before we let you go and wrap up the day?
Yeah, of course. I just want to thank all the fans who are supporting, and just thanks all the team who were like competing, because we're gonna like compete in the finals as well. Just want to wish the luck to the teams who like made it to the lower brackets.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Quizzy. Always great to talk to, and good luck when it comes to the grand final down the line.
Thank you, guys. See you.
See you. Awesome stuff. Quizzy joining us here from Na'Vi, looking fantastic in victory when it comes to the overall performance they were able to put up throughout the day. And yeah, I mean, it bears repeating, Copter. They win that first game, and then they're in just such a powerful position to be able to continue steamrolling on throughout the day. And we really saw that throughout the next couple of games.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, of course, now I would say the wrong team name at this Yeah, I know the Tornado Energy. I'm going to say that now for the first time. So on the past, when these guys played with that name, they didn't get the results they were hoping for. but I'm really happy that they are now getting those results as a Na'Vi.
Yeah, this is not correct. So we will make sure that that's fixed and fully good to go in a moment. So yeah, eventually we will look at those lower bracket teams that are going to be playing out throughout the next 2 days. But Na'Vi obviously are looking fantastic with what they've been able to put up. And imagine that, John. Imagine being so good at a video game that you fully enjoy blasting all the best other players in your region haphazardly, just easily. Ridiculous.
That interview has completely shattered a number of preconceptions I've had. We know I'm expecting like a hardcore 15+ kill player from the CIS region to be coming onto the interview and be completely no nonsense. We're here to wipe the floor with anyone else. We're not going to be taking any prisoners. Your tournament is as good as ours. I didn't get that. That was possibly the most wholesome interview I've heard in PUBG in a very, very long time. And Quizzy doesn't just melt opponents on the battlefield. He's melted our hearts with that one.
Yeah, Quiz is a good guy. I love getting to talk to him, especially, of course, throughout the many, many tournaments. We've seen them perform very, very well under Tornado NG and now Na'Vi rising to the occasion as well. So we will take a look at the lower bracket teams. These are the teams that are going to be playing things out across the next 2 days. If you don't see a team here currently and you're like, where is that team? That's because they've already qualified onto the grand finals, which is going to be happening across next weekend and the weekend after that. So tomorrow and the day after, these 16 teams will play 12 games in most chicken dinner rule, and the 8 top finishing teams will bag themselves a spot to that grand final copter. So the funny thing is, for the teams that qualified just for the lower bracket, I don't think they've been afforded too many favors, because a lot of the teams here that have, unfortunately for them, fallen to the lower bracket are powerful.
Yeah, I mean, not the most interesting, but one of the interesting things, at least on this lobby, there's so many teams who actually have a lot of fragging power. I mean, who are coming from the joining the games on tomorrow, so who got qualified on the lower bracket. So now when we have, let's say, teams like Cursed or Virtus Pro or Digital Athletics, like whoever came from the upper bracket, and there's a lot of clashes between a similar gaming styles, which I can see easily, and also there's some of the looting spots are the same as well. So it's gonna be an interesting lobby, and I think some of the teams might be, adjusting their landing spaces definitely. But I think that But I really would want to see it how it falls down, because I can see a lot of clashes happening tomorrow, and I think that the game style, it's gonna be about the same, but best of 12 series instead of best of 6, so it's a little bit different. So we don't see the similar kind of the amount of kills tightening towards the end that we need to get the kills. They can actually wait until Sunday.
Yeah.
And also we have, in the best case, we can have also 10 different chicken dinner winners. So that's going to change the whole thing. So it's not guaranteed to qualify with the kills only.
True. John, final thoughts before we wrap things up when it comes to lower bracket or today?
I think that the fact that we've got 1 day first for the upper bracket versus 2 days for the lower bracket gives us a really fun, different dynamic. You can win a chicken dinner and not go through. That's going to be weird, especially for the teams that come through today, where you could get through without winning a chicken dinner. So there's going to be some interesting dynamic going on. I'm expecting things to be a little bit more conservative. I wonder how many teams will be dropping perilously close to each other in game number 1.
All right, and with that, we are done for day number 1, and tomorrow we are back. Same time, same place. Lower bracket is on the way. 6 matches tomorrow, 6 matches the day after, as I knock my microphone into oblivion. We'll see you tomorrow for more ESL PUBG Masters Summer action. See you then.
ESL PUBG Masters. Here we go. Drum roll, please.
Summer has arrived.
Levertus, Frogan, down they go.
And the battlegrounds are heating up.
That's finding 1, finding 2. Nice shots, finding 3.
Find it down on the ball. He's just going to try to hide.
Okay. Well, I got an all-new Xbox Series X controller at long last. I was very curious to see how the all-new Xbox controller looks like. Well, the first impression is really good. I like it, the feel of it, the grip here. They added this adherent feel to it, more than the on the Xbox One S controller that I had. It really grips to the hand. Maybe it will be helpful because sometimes when I get wet hands, like after sweating a lot, the controller is harder to grip. I can still grip it, but it's a problem. It's maybe not a problem, but it's a nuisance at least. This may make things better. The triggers are great as usual. The LB and RB, I didn't like them at first on the Xbox One S controller, but on this controller, I don't know if they changed it or if it's I just got used to it after playing several games on the Xbox controller. I just got used to the bumpers of the Xbox controller, so no big issue. Well, I like the D-pad. It's a bit noisy, as some people pointed out, but just as noisy as the Xbox One controller. And maybe with the headset, I cannot really hear to it, and it's the same noise, comparable noise to the noise of my keyboard. So maybe it's not really an issue. I like the face buttons. One of my favorite parts of the Xbox controller. Random bot, random child. So yeah, what else do I need to do? So I go there, I turn off, turn on, disconnect, reconnect, go into the settings of Windows, go into the taskbar and change the headset, change and go back again. Next time, I don't know, I will like massage my balls as if I were massaging Sergey balls. So maybe things will work, or maybe not even like that. I don't know what he wants. This guy is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. As I was saying yesterday, uma coisa é uma coisa, outra coisa não é uma coisa, é outra coisa, caralho. Quer que eu desenhe pra você também? My God, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So he really thinks I'm using macro. No, he's just ridiculous. He feels the need to do something different and odd to draw attention. I don't know, maybe the prostitutes like it. That's the only explanation. So he talks to the prostitutes and see, oh, they love it. So he keeps doing it. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So the offset analog 6, one of my favorite parts of the Xbox controller. But honestly, I like the face buttons, like how they color it and how it's inside the button. It's interesting, like it's really good looking, really good looking. So, and the analog 6, the layout of the analog 6. The share button, I'm not sure I'll get to test it on PC. I'm not sure it works, but it definitely has a use, especially in today's heavily social wise days, social lean days, and batteries as usual. The batteries make the controller quite heavy, but this is not an issue. I play days and days with it, and the weight is not an issue, unlike the mouse, where the weight can be a defining factor of the quality of a mouse. On the controller, not really an issue, so I prefer A batteries over regular batteries. Yeah, I like the new D-pad. So overall, the controller looks good, and I like the white color. I bought on purpose to combine and mix well with my mouse, because the C3 mouse grip that I created, and the Pistola mouse that I created as well, they are both inspired after the Xbox controller. The triggers, you can see here the trigger. So it's a realistic trigger, as in a real weapon, as realistic as we can be in a controller. So I really like this. They are called analog triggers, so not hair triggers, analog triggers. So we can put this on the mouse maybe. Maybe some people would like it. I would definitely like it, but I'm not sure. Maybe the clicks faster. Maybe the clicks faster. So the option could be there, so the person chooses. I want the Pistola mouse with the click, I want the Pistola mouse with the analog trigger. So the options should be there. And what about the thumb? So I have 4 here, maybe 4 triggers, or maybe the mouse wheel on the middle finger. But what about the thumb? So the thumb could go over 4 face buttons and an additional button to replace the analog stick that I just click it, or a button, I just press it. So I have the 4 buttons here, or I move over to another button here. So 5 buttons in total. So more buttons than in the mouse, and hopefully a better grip than the grip we have with the mouse. And the analog triggers. It's very hard, analog triggers like this. Maybe this is how I first thought of it. Then I thought, just thinking, I thought maybe this is not gonna work. How can I make triggers work on a mouse? Problem solved. So yeah, I put the sensor here, below the grip of the pistol. So problem solved. And why just 2? If I use 2, I can use 3, I can use 4. Why just 2? It's random. So any number. So why 2? It's it's out of nowhere. So if I can use 2, I can use 3, I can use 4, right? And well, at least on the keyboard I use my 5 fingers, so maybe it's feasible to use the 5 fingers here. So okay, I think that's it for the Xbox controller. I hope you liked it. I'll show it to you. So here, the Xbox controller. You can see the triggers. You can see here. So the Xbox Series X controller. They changed the guide button. Well, I don't care. I prefer the older guide button, but it had a feel to it that really My God. Somebody pray for Sergey. I won't. So, well, where was I? So, highlight the X of the Xbox brand. So, it's the symbol of the Xbox brand in Microsoft. Maybe it's a brand within a brand. So, we have Microsoft and we have Xbox. So, there were talks that when Xbox One was doing bad, they were thinking of selling the Xbox brand over to someone else. I'm glad this didn't happen. I like Microsoft having the control over it. So in closing on the Xbox, I would just say that when I play PUBG on the Xbox, it wasn't really a bad experience. After over a year ago, after the post I posted on Reddit about the aim assist, and I was convinced A assist is bad. I prefer playing without aim assist. If I had to play on Xbox again, I would play without the aim assist. I don't think you need to put aim assist on Xbox. But I would say that, you know, at the time, I thought, well, why will I keep playing on Xbox when I can play the full-fledged experience on PC? Because they make a lot of compromises to make the game play on Xbox. So I can get the full-fledged experience on PC. I already have a powerful gaming PC, PUBG capable PC. Let's put it this way. So if I have a PC that can play PUBG, I have everything, the setup, a big desk, the good mouse. At the time I thought it was a good mouse. I have everything. Good monitor, good PC, good gaming chair, everything, big desk, mouse pad, everything, mechanical keyboard. So what else? So I should play on PC because I get the full experience without compromises. But if I didn't have a gaming PC, since I was a very beginner in the game, I had maybe 20 hours in the game. I don't think I would buy a gaming PC just for that. Maybe if I can play a little bit more on Xbox, get used to the game, and as I progress over the game, I would get more and more serious. Maybe I would consider, okay, maybe I'm playing PUBG a lot. Maybe I should make the shift over to PC. Maybe. So that's the way I would do, like one step at a time, one step at a time. Think of bicycle little wheels. Yeah, not little monkey, little wheels. So bicycle little wheels. So now, yeah, they have a grip on the trigger as well. I like it. It has a good feeling, good touch. Yeah. Oh. So yeah, I really like the Xbox controller. But I prefer, after playing both, I prefer 1000 times. After 1000 hours, I prefer 1000 times playing on PC with mouse and keyboard over playing on Xbox with a controller. I can play on Xbox again maybe if they release mouse and keyboard support for Xbox. And I think the crossplay should be by input. So mouse and keyboard, controller, controller. So don't mix controller with mouse and keyboard. Don't add them assist like others have done and mix with the mouse and keyboard. Man, don't spoil our experience unless it's necessary. I don't think it will be necessary. The game has a good number of players, several 100,000, so I don't think this is necessary. The game can still support several different queues. First person, third person, solo, duo, squad, one-man squad, ranked. So man, it's crazy. So many queues, and the game support it. So we don't need to make even more compromises like aim assist and mixing controllers with mouse and keyboard. So okay. I think that's it on this PUBG topic. I really like this controller. I'm thinking of playing Forza. I'm not sure I'll find the time because I'm quite busy on the aimbot thing, but I'll try to find some time. Oh yeah, USB-C. USB Type-C, like maybe I don't really need it. I might need it in the future. We never know the future, but yeah. Okay, I think this is for headsets, headphones, and this is for charging. No, this is not charging stand. I think it could be another headset, another type. I don't remember the name of this port and what is it for. Long time out of Xbox. Yeah, really good looking controller. I should stop looking at it. Maybe this is more good looking, and this is even more good looking. Pistola mouse. So okay. And I got an Xbox Game Pass promo code, redeem code. So I already have it. I already have a Game Pass, I mean. What do I do next? Okay. I'll take a break.